Force 255 and Pro Import. Lane 2, Unlimited and Force 28, so you can go there now. Lane 1 is for Quarantine and Exhibition. Those classes, those numbers, those lanes are yours all day. G'day, welcome to Queensland, greatest state of all. Welcome to All Star. Our greatest drag and drive is Queensland this year because it is the first ever running of the All Stars drag and drive. The Willowbank quarter mile, running at Warwick on day 2 and then back here at Willowbank for day number 3. Fantastic weather, going to be some good racing, not only southeast Queensland's toughest street cars on a full prep track. That seems to be the difference that everyone's been looking for. It's an all prep track. All stars are coming from all over, not only Queensland, but other parts of the country as well. So it's a truly interstate battle over 3 days in here, beautiful sunny Queensland. Get stuck into it right now with some stuff and some action, and we can do another take if you want. Oh, we're live! Oh, we're doing this in the can. Oh, well, there's going to be more than that. It's going to be more imperfections than that over 3 days, let me just tell you. And we'll get Bubba right here now. We've already spoken. Bubba's done a few live streams here, but this is a bit of drag and drive royalty. You've won a drag and drive event, did it with a whole... You're a star, mate.
I think so. All Stars drag and drive. Like, it's just crazy to be here. Have you seen the lineup of cars?
Yeah.
It is crazy. I can't wait for this.
We'll be back up in the commentary box very, very shortly.
It's always one, isn't it?
They're getting ready, I tell you what. Tell you what, unfortunately for those people that aren't able to be here, we hope that our overtaking lane live stream over 3 days is going to keep you entertained. So have it on your browser, have it on your phone. You don't always have to watch every second, but we'll try and bring you every second through a continuous call over the next 3 days. Bubba, I'm going to go up to the box and start calling these guys out.
Oh, he loves the box, so he's off.
It's live by the way.
So there's an... Oh, it's a range. They said you sounded like a cat or something.
I'll go and try the PA up there, and we better do a sound check, and we'll be ready in a couple of minutes.
All right, there you go. So I know you're on a... Yeah, you want me to cut? I gotta go. Just like that. Look, so demanding. It's like one of my ex-missuses. We're about to go racing.
No, it's not, Bubba. PA, microphone's still not turned on. No one's hearing us here. Because there's no range here. Oh, see, it's getting better. The closer we get to the receiver, it's better. Out in the middle, it might have been a bit sketchy. Hey, that's one thing that we can't say about this track, I can tell you that. You know, if you've watched enough YouTube, they talk about things like War in the Woods and sketchiest tracks in the world. That's one thing that we can definitely not say about this track today. It is the opposite of sketchy. It's stretchy. Its thing is going to stick. It is going to stretch every piece of mechanical engineering on each vehicle. You can get in the sun there, don't be sitting in the shade. Unless it is menopause and you do need to cool down. It is Georgie. Yeah, she's burning up, burning up. It's a big, I know, I can see why you didn't want to come up here, Bubba. It's quite a few steps. Come on, mate, come on. If anyone wants to crowdfund, we're looking to get an elevator in here for us, me as well. Come on in.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. People out in the grandstands, can you hear us? You can, good, perfect. All right, Bubba, try that one. Let's see if you can put that on, and let's see. Oh, it sounds like it's going to work.
Roger dodgy.
You got to do a sound check.
Oh, I've already got the thumbs up, look at that.
All right, here we are. We might as well start up here, Bubba, because we are going onto the overtaking lane live stream. You can see it up on the big screen here already. So the overtaking lane live stream. Not that I'm biased. I'm not biased, but God, these guys just do an incredible job with their live streams. And I'd hate to think how many they've actually got in the can so far. Since not only doing it here at Willowbank, they do it at Warwick. We've done it for the Road Trip Drag Challenge here before. They do Jamboree, they do the QDRC, which is the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. Dave and the team, and just like that, they click it off the screen, and
as we talk about, they just click it off.
The commentators. And drag and drive guys especially need to know every nut and bolt on the car.
When you're on the side of the road.
And if you haven't up until the event, you'll know every nut and bolt out of the car, because there's been so many stories that 1320 used to bring on the side of the road of all those early drag and drives in the States. And the guy that's normally is either hiding the desperation behind it, or a lot of the times there's a smile on the face.
Yes,
and if anything, the smile is part of the challenge. It's like, I'm going to fix this and I'll see you at the track tomorrow. And you know, the best thing I love about drag and drives is when you see the guy that thrashed, 1320 I always normally grab them at the event the next day at the track, and they're running again. It's like, man, you really did fix that on the side of the road. Man, you really did do the other 200 miles and get to the track, and then you run a number. So, man, that all of a sudden the credibility goes off the scales when it comes to, well, not only can you field a car, you can get it to the next event, the next day, and then you can still run a number and you fix it all week. So you race, fix, repeat. Race, fix, drive, repeat. And drag and drives, I think, from the early days till now, it is still, I think, one of the hottest ever entry points that we've ever had to drag racing.
100%.
And I remember a couple of years ago when we were doing the Victorian drag challenges, and I'll tell you right now, I'm Queenslander through and through, but I've done a few down there, of course, for Street Machine.
Yep.
Victoria is a perfect, honestly, if we aren't lobbying the government at some level in the future, and I wrote a big letter to Swan Hill Council to help get Swan Hill back, literally explaining to the council people the economic benefits of what drag and drive is, what it has been, and what it's going to be in the future.
What's the alarm for? Time to get
No, that's just Dan. Hang on, mate. Yeah, mate.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Copy, mate, copy. All right, mate. Well, I did all the call-outs off the cordless. Now I'm just doing them all again now up here. All right, mate. Okay, mate. There we go. So, we're on, Bubba. We're on. Okay, so another call. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All competitors, we called them out before, and I'm going to have to do it again because obviously our cordless mic out in the middle was sort of doing a little bit of ghost stuff out there, right? Doing a bit of ghost stuff. So that's an opportunity to get our class of 2025 photos. So all competitors, you can go to the lanes now if you want. All competitors, you can go to the lanes now. We don't have as many as we know we've got. We're going to do a group photo in there. We want to do it when it's full. We did do the call out on the start line before with the cordless, so maybe it wasn't quite reaching. So just repeating, lane one, you can get there now. Quarantine and exhibition cars can go to lane 1. Lane 2, unlimited and Force 28s. Can we get you to the lanes, please? It doesn't matter whether you're an unlimited or a Force 28. Try and pair up when you get to the lanes and try and run someone in your own class. Lane 2 is unlimited and Force 28s. Lane 3, you can get to the lanes right now. Force 235, Force 255 and Pro Import. Lane 4 is Pro 850 and 550. Lane 5, NA 235 and 255 and NA 28. Lane 6 and 7, to the lane. So Pro 1050 and Pro 1150 in lane 6 and 7. And here we are starting off with the this class, F6 and B2. Now, of course, F6 and B2, that means, I've got it here, F6, Paul Butler in Pro Import, B2, Chris Carsberg in Force 28. So again, these guys can be in the same lane, staging lane, and we're pulling them out per lane.
Right, this Gemini, I've heard some cool things about. It does a lot of roll racing.
Yeah, you watch this thing. Now, Nana has taken more money than the local bingo hall could ever have tried to do in the last 50 years. Watch him go. SR20 against Turbo LS. And we get to go the first time. 135 with a 60 foot. Hits half track. 535, 536. There's the quarter mile. 832 for the 4-cylinder. 814 for the LS Tirana. Our first pairings side by side. 8-second runs. The 4-banger. 832 at 158. Carsberg comes through with an 814 at 177.
Crazy. Now,
Yeah.
the Sandman, I know that has a big block. Can't beat a big block. Oof.
Yeah, I tell you what, look at these panel bands. We were talking about these panel bands, big block ones. We've got a few, and Matty Francis knows how to race not only 660 but quarter mile, and he's going to go 10:54 and a 10:51 for Billy Cumner. Oh, God bless this country when you see side by side 10-second Aussie panel band. Is the panel bands. God bless. I tell you what, by the end of this weekend, and I hope everyone watching the live stream, not only here in Australia, shares it with all their American and overseas friends. Last week in Sweden, they had Street Week Sweden, which is, of course,
Sweden.
Street Week was very good, yeah, very good. We do Dragon Drive, yeah, Street Week. Very good Street Week, and some of the cars are limited to no prep. No, they're very good cars, but the prep is actually not that good. But actually, how quick they can go on those surfaces is quite incredible, the Street Week Sweden guys. But we're spoiled here in Australia. We have got ourselves some full IDRP prep out there from Justin Simpson and the crew. Full quarter mile prep. Of course, he does the best radial tracks in the world with the Kenda 660, but he gets to get the sticky all the way to the quarter. Interesting to see Jason Seng and Darren Parker do that. Let's have a look. Very stout Aspo KPM LS on board for the Tirana. 126 to the 60 foot, half track 553 and quarter mile 865, 155 mile an hour. Darren Parker running in the E3 class, which is 235, 255 NA. So that's a good run for him. And remember, a lot of our classes now are all alphabetical, so we are able to tell who gets what time in each class. Yes, it's an idea that, of course, Mick used with road trips, which was as soon as I sat down and did the first road trip for Mick and he had his class allocations like that, I said, that's genius. That tells you exactly per class. Yep. It allows you to run that open timing on CompuLink and not have to put him in categories separately and run in sessions. So it's good that it just works that way. And remember, you still got to hand that time slip in anyway at the end of your stint. And remember, we're not making you stay here all day. You can run maybe one or two and you're happy with. You maybe want to compare what the other people in your class have handed in, and you won't know until they hand it in. So we might be in for a big day one. Hey, we're talking to the king of the big day one, and that's Bubba right here. Hey! Disco D, Barra Powered Escort, Willie JZ Super Street Cars, half track for Disco right on 550, Yarwood 583, Disco on the chutes, 853 for the Escort panel van, Barra Powered Australia, and 895 at 156 for Will Yarwood. True street driven Toyota Supra, auto on board, 8 seconds, man. That's what we got in this country. We've got it thick and we have got it diverse.
I'm still learning all the ropes in this. He's just touching all sorts of buttons. That thing reminds me of Postman Pat. So you click a button.
Yeah, well, all that is just switching the screens. Yeah, right. Mark Reynolds in the D6 class, which is 235, 255.
Hey!
Timmy Barron. This thing D6, it's I think it is a Supra. I think it was a Supra. Look at this, 898, another 8 seconds, 6-banger street car, 1147 for Tim Barron. Tim, I think, is in the I class. We go up to I, which is the Pro 1150 class. Look at that, 1147 on that 1150. We won't accept anything under, but we've got to accept it over that.
Oh, I love this Mustang. Love it.
And one thing I remember about you, Bubba, with the Commodore, when you were chasing the number, Bubba would be the last to leave on those days, wouldn't you? You would try and run the number.
Got to be in it to win it.
Reaction time 2 minutes, but yeah, Bubba would get there. All right, Wade Moran here. He's another one in the I7 class, which is that Pro 1150. So let's keep an eye out on the Mustang here at the quarter mile. Here we go, 11:58. That's not bad.
So just for out there, the live stream is being done by
Overtaking Lane.
Overtaking Lane. So if they want to join the live stream, they do it through Overtaking.
That's
Lane.
right. Well, even if you went to YouTube and typed in Allstars Drag and Drive, go Allstars Drag and Drive and you'll find the Overtaking Lane live stream, I'm sure of it.
There you have it. I'm going to film this one, guys, and then we get back to it.
Yeah, we've got plenty of sponsors to mention over the next few days.
Without sponsors, this does not happen, mate, so we can't thank the sponsors enough.
Yeah, well, we've got to thank RCE Performance Warehouse as well. To start with Craig Harding. He's just one of the guys helping with the stream here, you can see. Okay, here we go. Shane Baker, Pat Shaw. Street cars, All-Stars Dragon Drive. He just knocked the tyre off, and I tell you, Shane Baker, I was watching the left-hand front of the VH, and it came out 1390, then knocked the tyre off it. Remember, that's an all-Holden V8 powered car.
Love it.
876 at 168. Pat Shaw, 994. He's in the A class as well, unlimited. But, yeah, I tell you, he knocked the tyre off it a little bit too. So these guys are swinging straight away. And look, you can only, like, we've got prep like you wouldn't believe. What we have so far, we've got glue and we've got that track heating up.
As we go, as every car goes past.
So are we at perfect track temp yet? No. Are we at perfect glue levels? Yes. But because, you know, what were we? Single digits out here in temperature. So overnight, this whole, you know, surface has had to cool right down. Now we've got this beautiful sun on it. It's going to heat right up. Somewhere along the day, it might get to the point where it's a tad too hot, just the UV. But I think leading up to that, and maybe in the Arvo, if a lot more of them are still here, there's going to be ultimate track temps and track prep. All right, here we go. Another good one.
I love this wagon. It reminds me of Old Beast. Oh, love it.
Oh, well, Steve Carkeet beside him in this ute as well. God, we've got some Holdens and Drag and Drive. There's just so many that are going to keep the line going, even though the lion has died a very sad death in Australia.
It's an Aussie way, mate.
Okay, Steve Carkeet, Ben Flecken. Goes towards the wall. He gets back on at 122 in the 60-foot half track 560 for Lecken. He does recover the pass. 868 at 153.
With a massive pedal.
Well, it was starting to, I think it was just bobbing the wheels off the ground, and that's why it went to the wall, and Benny had to lift off it. And then, of course, Carkeet, he's only got one throttle position on any car he drives. Well, normally in the first 100 foot, he's a little flexible because he knows how to do a wheelie. Anyone with the surname Carkeet, there's a photo of them with a Holden in the air, right? And that's just part of the great Carkeet family. It's Dad's turn, Steve, to drive something. Now, here we go, Guy King. So Guy's other car is a Barra-powered Corolla that's nearly doing 200 mile an hour.
What the hell?
So he thought he'd throw together another little clunker to do drag and drive. So whatever Guy's got packing in here, and I can't tell you whether I don't know what he's packing. Someone's going to have to tell me. I don't think it's another Barra. It's a KE38 wagon. Tara Johnson, the Next Level Motorsports, another one of these JZA Supras. And this thing, look at this, race cars with tow bars and parachutes.
I like it. Something different too. I love it.
Well, I said race cars. They're street cars, really.
Yeah, come on, mate.
They've got permanent numbers, some of them, because they are quick. And Guy King, he's got a photo of that roof rack completely blown off the car.
I did hear about that on his test run, yeah.
Look at him go. Guy. That'll do.
Oh, look at it. There's the wheel.
Oh, that left-hand front, 200 feet, still dangling the left-hand wheel. Look at this for a run for a Corolla. 880, 145 mile an hour for the little KE38. It's got to be a record for a KE38.
Surely.
And Tara, she broke the beams early and did not get an ET. She could see that front wheel locked up, and she was mashing the converter to the floor, and it just dragged those front wheels through.
That's right. She'll be back out, I'm sure.
Yes, that Corolla. Doesn't it just get you excited, Bubba, when we're looking at real people with real street cars here, and it's stunning just what we've got in this country.
I'm just glad people can't see how excited I really am.
It's a good thing we don't have the camera in the box here. There's not enough room for three of us. Me, Bubba, and Bubba's excess baggage. All right, Michael Bazile and Derek O'Hare. G10 there for the commie, Michael Bazile. Pro 850 class. And Derek O'Hare, he's in that I class, which is Pro 1150. So we're looking for an 1150 and an 850. Oh, 848 on the 850. Derek goes 1207 on that 1150.
Nice,
so
nice.
That's so close. Remember, look, normal rules, I'm sure race director will round it all up. But if it's an 850 class, it's almost like an unwritten rule. We don't take a 48 on a 50.
Yep.
We take a legal time. You can't come from an illegal part of an ET to be as close to the legal ET. It's got to be above the legal ET. We can't have any unders. We've got to have overs.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
one more, Bubba. Press one more. Bang. Okay, there we go.
I love pushing your buttons.
It's great, mate. Well, they're Willowbank's buttons. D9. It's 235 force. This is James Corbin. Tell you what, we've got a couple of these XT style Coronas in this part of the world.
That's cool. I love it.
Have a listen to it. Obviously, maybe LS or small block powered. How's the Corona? Oh, what a feeling. 926.
150 miles per hour. That's crazy.
So that's either...
Mate, look at Jason now. Jason, this is one to look out for.
Yeah.
This thing, words can't explain how excited I am to see this guy for number one. Last night ran a low 7.
Isn't that crazy? Because this is one of the iconic Victorian cars. LS1 Power.
Yep.
I think the plate is on this one.
That is
Jason
true.
Kenny. So a Victorian legend up against a Queensland legend, Scott the Hoffman. Billet 2J in the Corolla panel van.
This
2JZ
is crazy.
and LS. Strap yourself in, folks. They're in the Force 28 class. Bob City, baby! Oh, they're back on it with the 2JZ. He doesn't want the LS out there. 2JZ power. Hoffman backs it off. They roll off the throttle, 785 for Kenny and 854 for Hoffman. Hoffman had to wheel stand it a little bit off the line. At half track, Hoffman was back on it. He was going 154 at half track to Kenny's 145.
It did look a bit loose at the near the arse end of that.
Yeah. That thing Hoffman's is wild. It's gone 740s, that
My
car. But he's on a 28, so sometimes there's a challenge on the 28s.
Mr. Matt, now this car has done a couple of drag challenges. Crazy fella. He gets into it. He loves it.
Oh, he's one of my good mates. I met Lumper at the Swan Hill Big Four.
Yeah,
all those
I
years
heard
ago.
that story. I mean, yeah.
No. Well, we came past. They all swag it like he's from Warrnambool. Like he'll go out hunting, kill his own deer, cook his own food out in the bush. He's a real bushy. He's a boilermaker, maintenance fitter. Got his own mechanical shop in there at Warrnambool as well. He's a good mate of mine, Lumper. And that first night when I saw them all swagged up there at Big Four and I pulled up, turned the lights on, honked the horn, he got out of there and I go, hello, do I have Uber for Lampard? And he goes, no, there's no Uber. Oh, thanks, mate, how are you? And Lumper's a good mate. Loves the drag and drive. Shane O'Reilly, check this thing out. 101 Motorsport on the side.
Gone too far, yep.
Now remember, he might need one of them bump stickers, old Lumpy, because Lumpy with bumpies is not perfect. Here we go.
Oh, he's off.
Lumper. 125 with the 60-foot. It's like the thing shut off.
It did.
Shane O'Reilly running in the unlimited class as well. 866 for the first run for him. Lumper, 125. Tell you what, when you see a big Kingswood like that leave the line and it's going 1-2 in the 60, like it meant business. But then the thing just shut itself off.
Yeah. Maybe saving fuel because it is quite expensive these days.
I messaged him yesterday and I said, are you having a test tonight? And he goes, I couldn't be buggered. And I go, well, okay, that's the attitude. Maybe he should have done a couple of runs last night.
Or put fuel in it, one of the two.
One of the three. Mark Kleinert now in this Falcon. Now, this is tough. I heard this thing rolling in. How about the R35 from Jorge Pereira? Holy dooly, watch out, Mark Kleinert. Welcome to Force 28. Welcome to All Stars Drag and Drive. And thank you for the ET. 907, 156 mile an hour, street driven. 1029 for Jorge. He's in that unlimited class as well. R35s, yep. We've got them as well. They almost are the international language for street cars because they are sold all over the world. Of course, United States got R35s the same time as the rest of the world. So that's one thing that the Yanks have had a full hit at, and they got it from new. Remember, they couldn't get R32s. They got nothing like those Skylines into the States in numbers more than 70. So that whole industry couldn't hot them up like we could here in Australia because we got them on racetracks before we saw them in showrooms. In fact, we never saw them in showrooms, but we got the toughest 32s in the world. Michael Brown and Luke Page, these boys, putting all sorts of things out there. Force 28s, both sides. Now, Lukey, he would have known about our reaction time. You cannot hand in an ET with a reaction time slower than 1 second because we'll put that on your ET. You'd be mad to hand that slip in. 8:41 for Lukey. That's not bad, but look at the reaction, 5.28.
Yeah, nah.
So we have got to put 4.28 seconds
If he was to hand that in.
If he was to hand it in.
Now, look at this wagon. This is one to see. I've seen this all over the internet.
Yes. Yeah, he had the, would you believe 2 weeks ago, him and Hoffman in that panel van are out at Roma doing no preps. There's a beautiful little drag strip called Ironbark out at Roma. You want to talk about sketchy? I'm not going to say it's sketchy, but when you come off the concrete and you go whoop like that, it's not a bump. It's not a bump it's a dip.
It's a dip. We'll call it a dip. Yeah.
What's the opposite of a bump? A dip. Jamie Swift, Swifties Race Engines. This is one thing. Fantastic. No guilt. Sketch Coleman, Australia.
Oh.
Tell you what, have a listen to Swifty's car just screaming itself through the torque converter there. That was almost a little unnatural the way that thing's screaming. 895 at 119 mile an hour. I hope Swifty's converter's all right there. I hope we've got Sketch okay there too. That's one tough wagon,
It is cool.
That's real steel you don't see anywhere else in the world. Yeah, in fact, what we're going to show you on the live stream here for Drag and Drive fans for now and whoever watches this in the future, because we're going to keep sharing to all of our Drag and Drive friends all over the world. Watch this stream. If you haven't caught it, get in and watch it today. Get in and watch it at Warwick tomorrow. Get in and watch it back here at Willowbank.
And pass it on to your friends so we can all get amongst it.
Well, as most of those early YouTubers would have said, like and share, which of course we still do. Now, Just while we have the opportunity to mention it, Bubba, you and the big Barry Hall. Now, word is Barry Hall, who's an absolute petrol head.
Yes, yep.
Intends to catch up with us here at All Stars.
Yes.
Word is he's got tomorrow free.
We're hoping all goes well. He should be here tomorrow.
Well, we're sending him to Warwick tomorrow. Remember, folks, we all got to go to Warwick. Don't come back here tomorrow. There'll be all bikes here tomorrow. I mean, come here if you like bikes, but please see you at Warwick. Right? Come to Warwick tomorrow, and you might just see Big Bazza walking around because he wants to do a bit of All Stars Drag and Drive. I'd say the big boy will be in the next one. I know he loves doing the street.
He does.
Ones.
He's down for it. He loves it.
Here you go, Naomi Vandertok. Now this is an all-girl crew, and they've got Team Tits. That's what they call themselves.
Oh, right.
So the girls.
I could join that group. I mean,
well, you technically are in there, but we're trying to keep it an all-girls team. Just because it's called Team Tits doesn't mean man boobs are allowed. Now Gnomes has got an issue there. Now that's the license plate. You'll love the license plate on that one. It says "I moan." That's Bubba said, I'm so in that team. Bubba goes, this is the team.
I really
for me.
like this team.
This team speaks to me. But that's 2JZ with an 8-speed in it. So that's got one of those new 8HP 8-speeds in it. But we've got to talk about Team Tits again later when iMoan comes back. Jono McDade, hey, you talk about
Oh, he's waving. He's got it. Something's going on.
You talk about 2JZ S15s. Well, this S14s. That was Naomi's S15. This is an S14 with a 2JZ in it, and it's another 7-second Queensland street car.
Oh, my God.
But they've got Varun from 101 at the door there, making sure everything's okay. Now, Shane Jessen beside him. Look at this. Is a beautiful, what's it, XP? That is entrant D8, which is 235 and 255 forced. So that class... That means there is a little bit of forced induction going on in both of these cars. They are both in that 235, 255 force category. So we've got them, mate. So we don't. It's like most things. You know what it's like. They're absolute beasts of burden. Could you have it running 365 days a year? Probably not. No. But when it's time to get them ready, you get them ready. And Jono, he doesn't race this thing much.
Well,
and it's not happy out there. It's still got the IRS out of the other distance in it, but
something's gone amiss.
That is not a very happy 2J ride at this moment. Shane Jessen, 10:38, 1:31. He'll take it. It's going to be quicker than the 16:01 beside.
Now,
hold on to your hats.
This is one to talk about. Actually, both of them.
Yeah, absolutely, Bubba. World-class drag and drive stuff, and we'll talk about this morning. Talking to everyone this morning about how we can never have a drag and drive like America because we won't put pro mods on the streets. And
Give it time.
And the answer is the pro mods wouldn't last in Australia. Like if you took a pro mod here and said, right, see you at Warwick in the morning, and then you give them Cunningham's Gap. So, dude, I had to change the transmission on the side of the Cunningham's Gap because I melted my pro mod trans going up Cunningham. So the evolution of the Australian street car, especially towards drag and drive, is going to just see these ultimate custom weapons be
100%.
made and lappable and drivable. And I think, to me, that's a more realistic drag and drive car. So I think Australia, again, another thing we're leading the way in drag racing with, because we're diverse, we're unique, we're able to develop our own ideas. Dan Smith driving Brendan's K-Series Honda Celica. Now, Sam Alhalui before...
Oh.
He's got to load that in. No, we just had a bump infringement. Look, Masame's going to get the number here. It's Dan Smith that won't get the number. He couldn't roll the car in time. He's going to go through with the Commodore 924 at 147. But no stress. We'll put Danny in right now, and he can run that Honda-powered Celica down there.
Full billet. This thing is absolutely amazing. Good crew too.
Now, remember the boys, they love a laugh.
Yes.
And Brendan being a Kiwi, of course, the owner of Auto Perfection. This is his machine. He puts... Fab Lab Dan in there, and Dan can steer it too.
He's so cute. I mean,
yeah, he's so small. All right, here we go. Keep an eye out on this one. Far out.
Oh, blew the tyres. Damn it.
No, they were definitely throwing a lot into it then. And look, he's just going to idle that thing down. But yeah, I think they changed. Remember down in Victoria, they did every day. They got to the bend on the last day. In the past, they hadn't quite made it to the last day. Listen to this. This is the stuff we've got here, folks. Let me tell you.
That's cool. I like this thing.
Just when we're talking about a 7-second street Celica with a Honda K-Series in it, we give you some more Wicked stuff. Rowan Blom, now I don't know whether that's an SR or a 13B. It sounds like an SR. Vince Silver. Vince, the EK Holden, we know not to judge these early Holdens.
No.
It could have a damn Barrett or a 2J in it. You know what I mean? Like, if that had a red motor in it, I'd be even more impressed. You know what I mean? Like, we're the kings of the engine swaps here in Australia. So God knows what the early van's got. The EK is running in Force 28s, so it's not slow.
It's off. Oh,
Sounds low, doesn't it?
that sounds more, yeah.
Now that's Pro Import. So he's in Pro Import. Vince is in the Force 28s. 1082, 1107. No slouches, Bubba. No slouches.
It does sound like a wet fart for a megaphone, but it
does.
is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, you know, you got every right to sound that way, mate. I'm sure not everyone likes the sound of you sleeping, Bubba. You know what I mean? But no one's trying to ban you. You're free to express yourself any which way you want. So if you're going to call that car a wet fart through a trumpet, you have every right to describe it that way.
But it's still fast and awesome, so it ticks all the boxes.
Just like you. So Mohammed Koya and Daniel Foy out there. So we're going to have so much fun. Daniel Foy there in the Pro Import class, the Sylvia. And how about this? Mohammed Koya in the Pro Import class as well. Come on, boys, get him in the stage. There we go. Come on, it's not sheep stations. We said this at the driver's briefing. Just chill, man.
Just relax.
It's not sheep stations. No stress. Just put it in the beams. But hey, we'll take it. Hey, we'll take that 956 from the 180SX. Now, just because that happened on the line, no one was winning or losing a race anyway.
No.
The pairings are just to get everyone's ETs in.
Yep.
And it just looks fantastic when we see side-by-side like we saw the first pairing.
Yep. Yep.
Side-by-side at the first pair down here at Allstars Drag and Drive. First one ever here in Queensland. Side-by-side, 8-second quarter-mile times. All right, we've cleared the bottom loop. We're going to, because we make sure that the last car gets down the bottom before we even put anyone in.
It's all about safety.
It's the same for burnouts. We don't, just in case someone's throttle ever hung, you don't want someone finishing a run. So Mohammed, that's a bit better. All right, now he's got it sorted. Might be another one with these tricky autos because there's some 8-speed stuff going on a lot.
Isn't that crazy just in itself? 8-speed auto.
And I see them, it's like, well, until we start to see some big numbers come out of them, especially in this side of the world, and they get them sorted, like, drag strip's one place to sell a product if it works. So, you know, we start to see a record for the quickest 8-speed in this country. I don't know what it is yet. You may be able to message, if you're watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream or here, send me a little message to tell me if you know what the quickest 8-speed ET record is in this country. Bo Craven and Wade Moran out there. Wade running in the F class being Pro Import. Bo in the D class being 235 and Force. That's not good for the 34. Listen. It is cutting in and out. The Falcon is through the traps. 9.98 at 136 mile an hour in the 235, 255 Force class. 13.18 there for Wade, and more to come in the R34. So we've got a 35, an R34. We just need a 33 and a 32, a 31 and a DR30, and then a B210, and then we'll be right. We'll nearly have them all. I don't know too much about these skylines. So, you know, I'm no Andrew Hawkins, you know. I can't do a whole event on it. Mitchell Sloan and John Vesnaver. This is another one of this. Pro HR. This car is immaculate. Another one where it's like, you know what, take that classic Holden shape and own it for 100 years.
He's got 300 shot of nitrous in this Commodore.
John Vesnaver, and as we said, Mitchell Sloan's in the G class being Pro 850. So check this thing out. I think it did a big wheelie yesterday, didn't it?
Oh!
Look at these things, side by side to half track. It's the Ute 533, Commodore 554, Commodore Roffett, the Ute 831. Wow. John Vesnaver, 831, 163 mile an hour, and he is in that Pro 850 class 2 quick.
Which is upsetting, but cool in the same time.
What a great run, but you can't hand that in. Slow that down for us, son. If you've chosen the class.
It's like having fake boobs and not being able to show it.
No, no problems for us here. These are real. Mark Ross and Tim Cross. So they're definitely not related at all. Tim Cross and Mark Ross. And if you ask out of the two who would be the Boss Ross or the Boss Cross, you'd have to ask both Mrs. Ross and Mrs. Cross. they would be the boss. So Timmy, as I've called him before, has many Fords in the stable, decides to bring out the 8-second Capri this time instead of the 7-second green Cortina rally car, radial car. Mark Ross, this beautiful, it says here VL, but she ain't. She's like a VX or something like that. He's in the G class, which is Pro 850. Timmy's in the 850. So they're both looking for an 850 here. Zinging the tyres for the Ute. Now, Timmy, like I can see something coming out of the back of that car.
Yep.
If that's fuel,
that does look like fuel.
We could probably cop the fuel. If it's anything else, we can't cop that because we know by the time we go looking for that fuel, it's probably not there now. Because, but again, if he's got a full tank of juice, you know what the old Fords are like. You can get that pouring out of the back. And Timmy, we saw it. You saw it. 965 at 108 mile an hour. Whether or not, again, Timmy's done enough laps in enough quick cars to either maybe have checked the mirrors on the way down, might have seen something out of the side mirror because it definitely was. If there was an overflow on the fuel tank, that's probably what we saw out of that. We're hoping that's what it was. We don't want to see anything out of these cars other than wheels in the air or bobbing the left-hand one for 500 foot. That's the only thing we want to see coming out. Hey, some flame on a gear change. Yeah. That's what I want to see on the way down. Do I want to see anything leaking out of it? We don't. No. We don't want to see smoke out of it unless it's a diesel, which, again, here last week, I think we're still... If you get up today, folks, in the grandstands at Willowbank, check your back, check your rear end. It might have a slight layer of diesel soot still on your backside, just from last weekend's king of the strip here. So diesel drag racing is coming on strong. The crowd that was here last Saturday was, like, for something that normally grows out of what a test and tune would be, was off its head. Because guess what? We've got a new generation. Back in the old days, a young petrol head would hop in his Tirana or his Commodore or his Falcon or his Capri or whatever. Those things are expensive. But a lot of these guys are tradies. So what are they driving? They're driving Rangers, Titans, Hiluxes, and Patrol and Patrol and Hilux love and diesel love is coming on strong because these tradies, these young blokes, these young girls, they're growing up with a respect for turbo diesel. All they do is they get a little tweak and a little tune. It's, oh, hang on, turbos are great. So the drag racing, to see all these Patrols with the wheels in the air here, it's a new thing. And we're going to see more of that probably into some drag and drive in the future too. Brad Dilger and Michael McGregor. Now check out the old wagon. Whoa! Don't let the rust fool you. All the world's ugliest roof rack. It's the parachute that matters. Now he was running in the G class as well, which is the Pro 850. Brad Dilger running in the G class, which is Pro 850. 984 there for him. Yeah, so it's just it's coming again. It's coming again.
Sorry, what would you just say?
No, Dan's saying that we've still got an echo around the back. The PA around the back is just echoing. We've got to probably tell Dave H might know how to fix it.
Oh, here we go.
So, yeah, we're echoing around the back again. All right, here we go.
Yep. I've been waiting to see this thing race. I love this guy. Such a good vibe.
I tell you what, Warwick Meldrum, another guy that's impressive. He's going to run in the Pro 850 class. It's the Barra-powered VF Regal. This is the tough thing as well. This is the real steel that's lurking in Australian garages. And they're going to do drag and drive with a bit of Butt City. I love a bit of that in this country. Oh, Warwick! One wheel out for at least nearly 100 foot. 129 in the 60 foot. That's the run Warwick Meldrum wants. 867 on the 850. Nice. 959 for the big wagon at 129. He was 124 at half track. Somewhere at the end he decides to roll off.
Yep, I've seen him on the brakes. He won some of that's Heroes for a couple of times now on that wagon, so that's pretty cool.
It is very...
Horsepower Hero, sorry.
Yep, it's a very impressive deal. He does a lot of street laps with it as well. And you know what? A drag and drive gives you the extra credit because, yes, there's occasional cruises where you turn up. And sometimes you'll go, you know what? The mission is just to get it through the cruise and get home. That's it. To do 3 days and race it for 3 days is the next big challenge. Joel Cunningham and Dean Goodingham. We're matching them up. Cross and Ross. Cunningham and Goodingham. I didn't know what surnames and syllables all pairing off against each other. I love it.
Dean in the silver ute. His son's actually driving it.
Is that right? 11.42 at 117 for Junior. 10.99 for Joel. in the VK. XB against VK. And again, where else in the world can we talk
I was
like
gonna
that?
say.
In America, I got the Gen 2. I'm running the Gen 2 against the Chevy 2. And I got the G-Body against the X-Body. Over here, mate, we've got the XE against the XT, mate.
Two right, huh?
Yeah, mate, I understand. Yeah, well, I got the 3rd gen, you got the 1st gen. I got a Mac 1, and he's got the Superbird. What do you got? Oh, I don't know, mate. The VL ran up against the XR. That's all I know. I
found it in the car park. That's why I race it.
I love it because any Australian car sounds Australian when you talk about it. What do you mean, an XR? What's an XR? Nah, XR, mate. Open your mouth. Stephen Ryman and Mr. Stu Henry's got a street car. Stewie came back with another Capri in Kenda a couple of weeks ago. 615 cubes a couple of weeks ago. Stu Henry in 235 and 255 NA, which means the sky's the limit. Hey, 876.
Nice.
Keep an eye out on Stu Henry. Is that our quickest E-class time today? We can do it when we do this, right? We can flip that over.
So that's what you do when you flip it.
Ryman, 1081 for Ryman. So we just flick for Stu. And even then, Stu Henry, as we said, was in their E10. That's our quickest E10 class. You see that there?
Oh, wow.
That's how so we figure putting the alphabet in lets us know who's the quickest in each class.
Love it.
And Mick from Road Trip Drag Challenge sort of came up with classes like that. And I could not share that with the boys. I said, what's a good way to do your classes? And it's not a copyright thing.
No, it's all about evolving and helping.
And that's why I acknowledge Mick for the first time I ever saw it every time, because it's like, what a great way to put them in classes. Adam Wren and Bruce Henderson, we're still running. We're in the C class.
Blowing the tyres again.
NA28s. The HK versus the XC, mate. Hey? For all our American viewers, we're going to try and just start talking in that language, right?
It's the right thing to do, you know what I mean?
Well, let's just let you, and at the end there'll be a quiz. Is an XA a Ford, Holden, or Mopar? And have you got to pick? I don't know. What's an XA? Remember, all those Fords were X's, right? Okay, X bodies. Okay, What about a H? Well, is it a HK, a HQ, a HZ, a HT, a HG, a HK, an HR? I mean, which one? We've got them all. Even I can't get them right. Andrew Valentine and Russell Tonkin. Russell in the HT. Thank God he put it on the entry form. And you know what that is. Any Australian kid in the future, you've got to interview your kid and go, what is this car? HQ? Correct. You're going places, young man. I want kids in the future to know the shapes as well.
Yep.
As much as you know what a square and a rectangle looks like.
Should be a part of the learning.
It should be an Australian curriculum.
That's what I meant.
I reckon I might go get a bachelor. You and I could be good teachers, even though we're not allowed to work in childcare.
Yeah, long story.
We go get our blue cards. I'd teach cars in class. I'd love to come and teach cars in class. It's a great gateway to the industry. We get our kids coming out of grade 8 as mechanics. Give them 8 years to learn it all. Russell Tonkin, look at this thing for Russell, everyday driver, 950 in NA28. Driven streetcar every day, 1092 for Valentine, HQ Coupe, pump gas, streetcar, full weight, 1092, tough. And here's another guy that's tough. He gave himself a new nickname. I call him Johnny Gronk, Johnny Oliver. Now in this VH Commodore, he only knows one throttle position, and that's through the floor. He said he was buzzing this thing to 9 the other day. I said, come on, Johnny, you got to go 3 days with it. He goes, whatever happens, happens. Brody Olsen, look at this hatchback, Bubba.
He's off.
Listen, Johnny, let's just listen to him for a sec. Oh, the lungs. We've got to let the NA cars breathe. This is a new rule of my commentary I've been trying to do in the future. Let the NA things sing by themselves. $9.99 for Johnny Oliver, street-driven VH. $10.88 for the hatch with more in reserve. Yeah, because so the NAs are the Cs, and we had the 235, 255 NAs are the E's. So if we see any E's together, we're going to let them breathe. Robbie Armstrong and Adrian Brand. Now, Brandy, such a good YouTuber. 10ESS78 car culture. Covers a lot of the Queensland and Brisbane cruising scene. He already did a video for yesterday's check-in. And not only does Brandy do great YouTube, he also lives the whole culture by having a car in it. $9.85 at 138. $10.12 there for Rob Armstrong. And we know that hatchback's got more potential. But, yeah, Brandy, one of our, I shouldn't say up-and-coming YouTubers. I've got no right to say who's up-and-coming, mate. Honestly, the bloke's probably in his late 30s, loves cars. He's got a good following because, you know, you'll see him turn up with his car, park it. You'll see him filming everyone coming in. Then you watch the YouTube channel, and there he is. He's put this up. And he comes to Kenda. He comes to anything that's out there. So the guy literally is dedicated nearly every minute of his life to the scene. And I think people like that deserve to get all the success they want in
100%.
that area as a content creator, because you've got to be in it to really, for people to be interested. Jason Dawn, another one of these. What have we got? 3 Sylvias so far.
Something's up. Something's up.
We'll hold him up for a sec. Is it someone... there you go.
Oh, there we go.
Properly.
Good job, buddy.
He might have the bump sticker on. Okay, this is the H class. This is the big H class, Pro 1050 class, right? So he's either got to try and hit the 1050 or the 650. Now remember, ET wise, he's got to get that sorted. So that again sounds like it's RB or 6-cylinder powered of some...
Just trying to bring it up on boost seems to be the issue.
Yeah, 6.7 seconds would mean it's about 5.7 added to the 1063. So I think you'll learn. And again, this is just a rule. It's not to punish anyone. It's just
No, but I like it. I mean, it evens it out a little. It does make it hard without a bump box. I mean, there's no denying that.
Well, again, if they're street cars, sometimes there's not even trans brakes in these cars, you know. Like, you get it to a certain stage. Here we go. Tony Anderson in I-18. So Tony's another one of these in the... he's in the Pro 1150 class. Tony Anderson in the I class as well. So Pro 1150, trying to hit that 1150 ET. So we've got a Gaspo 6-banger Cortina, and looks like standard issue 6 litre or 6.2 for Luke and Greg. Looking for the 1150, 1115,
nice.
and a 1069. Whoops. He's in the H class, actually. So H is Pro 1050. So he is close to that. And as I said, the I class is 1150. So 1115 a little bit too quick. But yeah, Bubba, you stick around as long as you want. Or
That's right.
if the camera crew's got time, come and grab Bubba from the tower.
Yep, we'll do some filming.
And we'll keep the Diggs and Bubba live stream going for as long as we need to until we get the camera crew to come and see Bubba in the tower. Aris Contolian back in the street Camaro, and he is running this thing in the H1 class, and H class 1067 for him. So the H class is that Pro 1050. So 1067 is a good number for Aris. 1286 for Jason Mears. He had some problems. He's in that 1050 class as well. Now remember, 1050 here is 650 at Warwick. Yeah. And remember, we're using the 1.6 factor for only a couple of classes. But that's what you need to hit up there. If you're hitting 1050 here, you're going to go 650 at Warwick, as close as you can to that. All right, Patrick Smith, I think it's got an LS in it. Luke Fram for
It's off.
It might have...
Whoa, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the trade back for the moment. He's in that H class, which is the Pro 1050 class. 1032 slowing right down. He's having to really try and keep that dude under control. There was quite a group of racers that had to meet IHRA at the end of the drivers' briefing to say, listen, your cars, we're going to watch you, because the 1050's kind of the... you know, the ultimate cut-off before we got to kick you out because of things like, you know, tech inspection, cage, whatever.
Yep, safety, all about safety.
Safety stuff. So, yeah, that's something that we got to do. Now, I can't imagine anything other than maybe this has broken something in the rear end, and lucky enough it didn't really force anything to the ground. But if that is indeed what I think it is, and I think it's got an LS in it.
It does, yes.
If that's still got RX-7 IRS or diff components in it, there was one in Jamboree last year that's got a 2J in it. The thing's run 670s at 208 mile an hour.
Yeah, right.
But it had a lot of that IRS stuff in it. And one pass, half track, it blew the whole bejesus out of the diff centre.
Yep.
And then they go, well, I think we found the limit of the standard RX-7 diff. And it's like, well, not the best place to do it. Dave Reed calls it rotary karma. This is what happens when you have an organ transplant. That's called rejection. So rotary karma from Dave. Dave's saying if it had a rotary in it, it probably would still be running. He's died in the wall rotary guy, let me tell you. There's two type of people out in the world about rotaries, Bubba. People that own them and people that wish they owned them, mate.
See, if I could fit in one, I'd own one.
Oh, we get you an RX-5.
Yeah, what, with a whole lot of bloody P. Diddy bloody baby oil you'll
Yeah,
get me
well,
in.
I mean, you know, it was funny when I was over in LA about 6 weeks ago. We went to the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and I did find Diddy's star there. I slipped right over on it, right in front of him. There were guys selling food and drinks outside that whole area, and I filmed myself. I walked past and whoa! And they go, "What happened?" Oh, sorry. Oh, I slipped over on Diddy's star. Yeah, it was. Well, they were selling corns on the cob. And I think it was probably just...
Is that your cornbread?
Probably just butter, you know. If he'd used butter, he probably could have got away with it. But, you know, when you go and there's a pallet of baby oil sitting in the corner...
Which each to their own, I mean.
If it was butter, it's like, what are you doing with this, Diddy? I do a lot of cooking. I've got a corn on the cob business. Charge for kernel trafficking. No, that's okay, Diddy. It's all right. So, yeah, this ain't good. This ain't good. Now, look... Let's look at the silver lining on every dark cloud. That didn't just blow its guts everywhere out here.
No, it's all internal.
If whatever's happened there's happened internally. It looks like it's probably lost drive. Okay, just another call. And again, we were on the microphone before, but the cordless mic. Let's try the PA mic. Lost property. We do have a mobile phone that was handed in here this morning. Please come up and identify the phone, and it's yours. We hope it's the right owner that's taking it. We'd love you to give us the phone number and we'll actually ring it.
Or just give us a PIN code, we'll go through it.
We'll go through it. We'll skim it, whatever. But it was handed in, so someone left it in one of the bathrooms. So if you've lost a phone, it's here and it has not been claimed as yet. So now it's got to go through 3-point verification. It's got to be between me, Bubba, and your ID to prove it, right? So that phone has not been claimed as yet. So we're going for a little scour there at the finish line. I think everything's all okay. We did say in the briefing this morning that, you know, everyone should, and again, if you haven't really run the car to its limit, you know, things like your overflow, you know, your puke tank, your coolant recovery, because, you know, back in the old days, before you read a rule book, remember old Fords and Holdens, you'd run that overflow pipe straight off the top of the radiator cap down to the ground. Of course, then the rule came in, you know, I think it was 600 mil. That's what you had to be able to contain if your radiator did get too hot and start overflowing. So we're asking people to check those, make sure they're empty, those puke tanks. And then if anything is known to have a little leak on it, to keep that well under control, because you know what we really do love? When we have no interruptions on track. That means that the people in the staging lanes can sit there and know that if we keep rolling those lanes, you're not waiting too long. And I know it's a first world problem. Remember, we said that right at the beginning. This is a recreational motorsport. Pretty soon we won't even have to call it motor racing anymore. It is motoring recreation. And I think in the future, that's what we've got to be pitching governments about, to say, listen, you allow facilities to be built like tourist parks or holiday destinations. Local governments are more and more about trying to get people to visit their regions. That letter I wrote to Swan Hill Council was basically highlighting what I saw with my own eyes happen right in front of me at Swan Hill, what I saw with my own eyes happening, doing, and the same with you. Driving through towns, seeing the... pulling in at that bakery, you know I'm going to pull into that bakery.
I love a good bakery.
My favourite word when I'm on a drag and drive is bakery, right? Is that you're stopping at the shops, you're stopping there, you're getting fed, you're getting fueled, you're grabbing snacks, you hit the next checkpoint, you go through another town, and the regions benefit from that. And I basically wrote a letter to the council in there to say, listen, Victoria is blessed to have regional tracks like Portland, like Mildura, like, you know, well, Swan Hill when it's back. And not too far from there, you can get to the Bend and you can get to Heathcote as well. And, you know, we used to go to Adelaide, but, you know, we can't count on that. It's now the Bend, right?
Yeah.
So if you want you know, some premium tracks, you can get to the Bend. Heathcote's up to a pretty decent scratch. You can put some good stuff down there. Mildura always, Portland always. Swan Hill, we proved that the limited times we went there with drag and drop.
That was a good track.
But the economic benefits of having, just say, 150, 200 cars come through an area, that adds up. That's 300, 400 customers going through the whole place.
Of course.
But that's just the entrance. Remember now, we're getting more of a trend of this, is the mates come along and they just do the trip with you. They don't come and help you because we drew the line
Yep.
a long time ago
Yep, support
about
vehicles and- yep.
the sus things were when you'd see a car pulled up and there's a motorhome
Yeah, I was-
beside it.
I
and there's-
remember
and
that.
and there's cables running from the motorhome to the car. That's a little sus. But there's a lot more guys now kind of just running an unofficial convoy, and we're not, we're not against that. If you want to stay relevant, if you want a nice contest, if you want to win fair and square, I think the guys that do it are going to do it properly, not have the outside assistance.
No.
And you remember when you stacked that Commodore for the week, not
Oh.
3 days, for 5 days, you got to have the right guys in the car,
Oh,
don't
gosh.
you?
Well, you rely on them, mate.
Yeah.
You rely on them.
I mean, they've got to do a lot of the... If there's something wrong with the car, you need a smarter bloke than yourself.
Yes,
probably
that's not
fixing it.
hard, but yeah, no, I totally agree. And we're back on, guys. We're back on.
Darren and Matt back for a second hit. Now, what's he trying to hit here? He's in the H class, Matty Francis, the HQ panel van. He's trying to hit that 1050, 1056. He already went 1054. 1124 for Darren Parker. He's in the E class. He's on 235s or 255s NA.
It looks like we're on the second round, guys. This Mustang's out for another one.
Yeah, Wade Moran and Tim Barron. He's, again, Wade running in the I class, which
Now-
is that 1150 class.
Funny story is they're brother-in-laws. Well,
Is that right?
Well, the miss is still waiting to get married, or fast, but
he's
that's
already
okay.
in the family, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is so in the family doing this together.
That's what I
This
mean.
is my sort of family gathering. If we did this every month, I'd be there. Now, both in that 1150 class. He already went 1158, the Mustang. Tim had already gone 1147. So let's see if they go closer to the 1150 right now. No time for the Mustang. He must have got out of there too early.
Yeah, right.
48 with an 8 on the 50. Not still got to come back around. Oh, you watch. If someone hits that, if someone in these classes hits that, there's no incentive for them to even hang around.
Yep.
And you know that drag and drive mentality.
Mate.
If you hit what you want,
You've got to get out.
you just think, you know what? It's day one. We're gonna hit early. And look, to me, as much as that was a sad thing for me as a caller, of course we'd lose less and less. We'd have less and less cars to call by stumps.
Yep.
But, I always had the guys, even Harry back in the day, the same thing.
God bless
Terry,
Harry. Yep.
Terry, all of those guys would be running right to the end. Frankie, the
Oh.
same thing. They'd all be running right to the end.
Harry's car wouldn't even be finished by now.
I know, he'd nearly have it half together. Jason Seng and Tara. Now, Sengi's in that G class, which is Pro 850, trying to hit. He went 865 on the first run with a little pedal. Tara rolled the beams and didn't get an ET. This time she will. Sengi across the ground. Normally when it goes across the ground, it's a little quicker. Here we go. 546, it's a little bit quicker. 857. That might be just enough. 857 on the 850 class. Tara Johnson goes 1061. She's in that H class, which is the the H class is the 1050. She goes a 64. Geez, I love how these fixed index classes just open it up to so many other people that know that you can't be swinging ultimate sevens. There's those magic numbers to hit. Michael Bazile, he's looking for an 850. He went 848. Whoops. Chris Carsberg's in the B class. 4s, 28s. 814. Quickest time, well, actually second quickest today on the 28s. Bump City. Carsberg ziggles again, so he's going to have to try and do another one. That 814 still in number 2 spot. He knows he can go a 7 with the car. Bazile goes, Nelly hand the slip in.
Wow.
Nelly hand the time slip in.
So I know Chris put bigger turbos on his Tirana, so maybe...
Oh, she's got more spice.
But he hasn't tuned it, so he's doing it now.
850 for Bazile with a 7. You almost just hand it in and we'll see you at Warwick. Nelly, hand that in. Unless someone else comes and hits the 50, and then it's like, oh, you know what? Nothing wrong with silver. Nothing wrong with silver. Ben Vlecken, James Cornford. Now, Benny, another one in Force 28s. He went 868 with a big pedal. Remember, the thing went towards the wall. James Cornford, he's in the 235, 255 Force category. Whatever he's packing in this Corona, it's deadly. It's V8 powered. We've got one with a 2J in it as well. We've got,
all
this is
sorts, mate.
Queensland. To see what happens when you got a drag strip sort of an hour out of town. You see what happens? Oh, a bit of Bump City too. I love it. Benny's my actual cousin.
It's moving!
Here we go now. 127, 60 foot half track, 495.
Oh.
Benny gets off the throttle, 799. A lot of smoke out of the car at 1,000 foot. I don't know whether it was just breathing so heavy or it started to torch something or tyres rubbing or oil out. I don't know. But he got off the throttle. He was in some distress there. Half track 495, and then he just got out nearly to 1,000, and there was some smoke. And I don't know whether we saw the wagon do a little bit of a shimmy there, but he got the chutes out.
He got the shootout straight away.
Yeah, 799 for Vlekin at 135 only.
It was moving.
Yeah, no, that got out there. But then just that breathing after that, and he's decided to get off it. Now, we are going for a wander out there just to see whether or not that smoke was anything that got to the track. That was a moment and a half there for Benny. And he was actually saying, and again, we don't know whether it's true or not, even though we've had more than one conversation with him, D&M's, about it, and he just said, look, he built himself a beast. You know when you build, and you can totally relate to this, when you go that extra bit on a car and you go, dude, I want to run sevens in a street car.
Yep.
And it can be the difference between having a 9-second car that you can do it when you want and it's fun and you can trash it and run it all day. But the moment you say, you know what, I'd love to run sevens in a street car, drive it for a week, race it. The level of commitment to get it to that stage and then not break it, you know what it's like,
I can tell you right now, between not only the money side of it, but as you said, commitment, and to go from an 8 to a 7, the amount of money, time, and effort you got to put into it is crazy. Like the fun's in it, but my God, it gets competitive.
Yeah,
you know, you got to be good-witted. Like you can't be just mucking around like you know.
And you actually feel like, and again, I've never been in that situation, but I see everyone else struggling.
You
with
live it. Oh God,
well, I call it the fun curve. It's
I'm
like
only 20 years old.
I know. I'm only 25. I call it a fun curve, you know. So a fun curve can be, you know, if you want to run sevens, that's a very steep fun curve. That's a lot of fun.
Yep.
But it's such a steep lot of fun is that when there's no fun, it's flatlining.
Yep.
So mine's a slower fun curve, more progressive, doesn't get as exciting, but you can maintain it for longer. So Ben had confided in me to say that, listen, you know, I'm sick of fighting this thing, sick of fixing this thing, sick of maintaining this thing, the cost, the money. Yes, it's nice, but then they start to yearn for something easier and something you don't
more
fall
chilled,
out.
yeah,
but something you don't fall out of love with, because I think after a while, when you get to a beast like that, you'll look over at it and you'll go, you know, some days I hate this thing.
That's why you buy a dog.
Yeah.
That's why you buy a dog. But I tell you, it's quite funny. You spend all that money to spend less time in the car.
Yeah. And,
you know, what kind of sport is that?
And people that are out of, you know, not in drag racing, like, we're all hooked on it, right?
It's
and then you've got people go, well, how can you get involved in drag racing? You spend so much money to go spend less time on track. Sorry, mate, I said it's not about value for money. This is drag racing.
Get with it, you silly bugger.
You ever come out and watch two cars going really hard against each other? There's nothing like it. And you can see what the bug is to these guys. And, you know, we've got some guys heavily on the hook in this country. Not only at drag and drive level, it's obvious. What we're going to see today, tomorrow and Sunday, just in southeast Queensland, including our interstaters, just goes to show how broad the passion is growing. You can go and take a snapshot in Victoria, get the same vibe.
Yep.
New South Wales, the same deal. And again, they don't seem to be able to hit the track as much in Sydney as we do as far as private promotions, and that's only because the track makes it very hard for promoters to do anything there because the money's so dear. They'll do test days, so that track's geared up to a lot of workshop test days.
Yep.
So Sydney's a different scene altogether. Yes, you might see a smattering of, because Drag and Drive really hasn't done anything in New South Wales. Because we just can't do it. We don't have the tracks down there. And even if you did try and hire Sydney for 3 days and go, right, we're going to race here every day, but that's 3 days at the one track, that's expensive. So look, you can forgive the New South Wales scene for not being like it is in Queensland and Victoria because they just don't have any drag and drives there. But just the South Aussie scene starting to thrive. It is. Yeah. It's a nice mist, isn't it? Yeah, it's a mist. Yeah, so
I might go downstairs, have a bit of a chat.
Sue's given us the heads up that there is oil there for about 10 minutes. It's a light smattering, and they're going to clean it up, and they reckon about 10 minutes. So, Bubba, we'll continue this conversation on very shortly. We're doing that little track cleanup right now. Bubba's going to go and find the crew. I'll keep babbiting on here because I've got a few sponsors to mention as we wait for the 10 minutes. But
all right, well, I'll be back.
Yeah, good on you, Bubba.
Just like my dad said, I'll be back, but I'll actually come back.
Yeah, it wasn't just a pack of smokes back then, was it? If you come back with 6 donuts, I believe you. If you say... And I'll turn it off for you when you drop it in my face there. Thank you, Bubba. How good's Bubba on the call? I knew he would be good on the call because we are trying to do this as a live stream, the continuous call for the 3 days of All Stars Drag and Drive. And of course, if we were to try and put any music on that I had up here on the collection, well, YouTube won't like it too much, and we'll have to cut the music. So we'll be just bring it on for a little bit longer here. I tell you what, we've got some great sponsors that we'll go through right now as we're just taking this 10 minutes to clean up. Of course, RCE Performance Warehouse with Craig Harding. It is that one-stop destination for all your performance needs, including Mickey Thompson tyres, Holly, Haltech, TurboSmart, Aeroflow, MSD, Jezel, Caltrax Autometer, and many, many more. It is pretty much the hot spot to go, especially in southeast Queensland. There on Moss Street, RCE Performance Warehouse. Dead set keen into drag racing and motorsport, and honestly, support the people that support the sport, and you will be out there if you are wanting to build something quicker and faster. Unlimited ESA, that's Pat Shaw. The Equipment Services Australia is ESA. It's a diverse company providing a maintenance service to the mining, civil, automotive and marine industries. That is the Unlimited class brought to us by Equipment Services Australia. That's Pat Shaw. Force 28 is a great class that we've got. It's actually sponsored by RDW now, of course, Hammy in that organisation. RDW offer an extensive range of machinery, parts, new, reconditioned and used, and attachments, repairs and servicing solutions. 100% Australian owned and operated, and they invest all their profits into the growth of the business and continue to generate employment and proudly pay all our taxes in Australia. I like that vibe. I like that. Like that as a spiel. Working hard, giving back, paying the tax. People like Trump would love those people if he ever knew us. But he's never going to know who we are down here. But honestly, if you have a look at our United States drag races, if you look at our drag and drivers, you look at our radial, our grudge people in the States, guess who they voted for? Just remember that. They want to get it done. They're not, there's less of a BS, there's more BS detection when you're in the car game because the numbers don't lie down there on the track. You've got to be fair dinkum. That's what we call it here in Australia. Down here, we call it fair dinkum. Good on you. RDW and Force 28s. Our NA28s class brought to us by Revolutionary Resto and Race. Now, Adam Wren and Dave Hillman, part of that deal. Now, Revolutionary Resto and Race do the full restos for classic cars. They do the custom fab work, concept to completion resto mod builds, low rider, metal flake, lace and stripe work. Imagine going to a place that not only can do you fab and construction on stuff, weld some stuff up, make stuff for your car, but if you want to go metal flake, lace or stripe work, that stuff's the stuff that stands out. Custom paint, including flames and airbrushing, custom chroming and a full colour system, alternative to chroming. This is Revolutionary Resto and Race, all under the one roof, I tell you. Applicable to plastics and wooden materials as well. They can do all of that. Engine building from restorative to mile performance to race engine specs as well. So even if you need an engine built, their outsourced network of service that they oversee. So yeah, we've got some pretty good machine shops in this part of the world. If you need an engine built, they can help you get that done. How about this? Upholstery, restoration and interior panel repairs, including recreating wood grain and special effects. Where can you get that in a car? We're talking about that the other day, about lost craftsmanship in automobiles, right? So, and if you look at some of those old resto shows, it's like you're looking at it going, man, look at the you need the seats redone in a car. Remember, you've got to sit on something in these vehicles, and if you want to keep a nice street car, the interior is just as important as anything that's under the hood or under the back. So imagine having that all in the one house. Revolutionary Resto and Race, including upholstery restoration, interior panel repairs, and recreating wood grain and special effects. Great sponsors of NA28s. Our Force 235 class is JJ Contractors, Jono McDade, renovation and construction specialist JJ Contractors. The team of qualified carpenters work alongside John, licensed builder. Collectively, they possess extensive expertise in renos, new home construction, commercial projects and more. We're still talking about car guys here, but now we're talking about building houses, getting renos done, stuff that adults own. If you want to live the Australian dream, whether it's on the racetrack or in your own home, we've got all the people here. I tell you what, they love supporting drag and drives and the whole car game, and including JJ Contractors. So thank you, Jono, for your sponsorship of Force 235. NA235 and 255 is Parker's Sheds. That's Kyle Parker. That's right, you want a shed. Now we're talking sheds. Renos, get your car in a one-stop shop here. Basically go to the staging lanes. If you want your whole life renovated, whether it's your car and your house, you want a shed, you see these guys in the lanes. Well, maybe not in the lanes. Kyle Parker's got Parker's Sheds. They specialise in custom fabrication, a deep passion for the motorsport industry. So, yeah, you're going to get a man cave built or, you know, something for a special vehicle or whatever. Their workshop's driven by precision, innovation and relentless pursuit of performance. If you're looking for bespoke parts, race-ready upgrades or complete modifications, fabricators are committed to delivering cutting-edge solutions to meet the unique demands of motorsport enthusiasts. So Parker's Shed can do anything. Well, actually, I thought he was in the shed game until I read the rest of it, realised that it's just his shed and he can get anything done in there. Maybe if you go and ask him, he might even build you a shed. Even though he's only advertising his shed, he's not in the shed game. He's just got a shed full of quality stuff. So, Kyle, I hope still... might get a couple of sheds out of it, mate. Hope you're ready to build him a billet shed. Leave that up to the boys. NA235 and 255. So thanks, Kyle Parker. Now, the Pro 850 class, it's Elite Automatics. That's the guy that just ran his Commodore down here, Benny Vlekin, in the Force 28s class. Elite Automatics, comprehensive repairs, addressing everything from minor faults to major issues in auto trans. And remember, auto trans, they're still a bit of a black art, you know. The guys that know them, and if you ever try to learn it yourself, you're better to probably give it to the experts. So he can do rebuilds, restoring your transmission to light year condition using quality components. If you want to do performance builds, Elite Automatics can do that, upgrading for increased power, torque and reliability. Routine servicing, they can do that too, so routine maintenance. And you know, it doesn't have to be in the car. It can be out of the car. I don't know what he prefers. Sometimes I think he prefers that you have the box out and you bring it to him. But he's also got a he's got a hoist there too. So if you need him to maintain it or service it, he can stay there, and he can get you in for that. Shift optimization, fine tuning for smoother, faster, and more responsive shifting. That's Elite Automatics, the proud sponsor of the Pro 850 class. Our Pro 1050 class is EMAE. Now that's a great company. EMAE specialise in auto electrical services for earth moving and heavy equipment, heavy duty solutions for heavy duty machines. That's Stu Walsh's deal. I tell you what, guys, they can do electric stuff no matter what it is. I'm glad that, again, another one like the auto guys, you got to have a certain knack and a brain for it. And this is another thing that I'm no good at, wiring. You want fault diagnostics for full rewires, lighting upgrades and GPS installs, mobile service available as well, so they can get you on site. Fast turnarounds, expert technicians. When downtime isn't an option, trust the pros in heavy equipment electric. So a lot of guys out there have to operate heavy equipment, heavy machinery, and electrically wise, EMAE, Stewie Walsh and their team can help you out. Our Pro 1150 category, great one, sponsored by Rob Wizard and Wizard Concreting. Yep, here we go, some more stuff you can get done. And I love concreters. I tell you what, we've got a lot of drag racers that are concreters. And Rob Wizard at Wizard Concreting, they deliver high-quality concreting services, not only for residential, not only commercial, but industrial projects as well, from driveways and slabs to decorative finishes. They do it all. They built to last and done right the first time, which means turn up, they'll box that up, they'll wire that up, they'll make sure it's the right depth, they'll get it the right fall, they'll fall it the right way, they'll do all the good stuff that goes with the good concrete job, no matter what size it is. You want to slab down, and there's nothing more appealing, I don't know, maybe it's more of a bloke thing than anything, that just to see a brand new concrete slab. You know what, I love a good concrete slab. You know what you can do on a concrete slab? You can put a car on it, you can put a hoist on it, you can play cricket on it, you can do a lot of things on a flat bit of slab. Love a good slab, and thanks Wizard Concreting, they're sponsors of the Pro 1150 class. Now, a Pro Import class brought to us by 2 Infinity. That's Mohammed Koya's company. 2 Infinity supply high-performance parts built for speed, strength, and serious results. From exhausts and intakes, turbos to nitrous, 2 Infinity have got what you need to push your build to the next level. I've got the phone number here, but check 2infinity.au. So that's the number 2, and then infinity with a y.au. If you need some bits and pieces, check them out, and they've got it all there. Thanks, Mohammed, for 2 Infinity sponsorship of the Pro Import class. Iconic Constructions are the sponsor of our Cruise Crew. So Michael McGregor in the Pro 850 class. Iconic Constructions. Now check this out. Built to impress, built to last. From new homes and renovations to decks, roofing, fences, retaining walls, shop fit-outs. Tell you what, haven't we got some good companies? Not only good companies that, you know, you're thinking already in your mind, geez, I will need them for a deck. I will need them for a retaining wall. It's all the stuff we got in our own places. And this is why these guys work hard during the week so they can enjoy their vehicles on the weekends, because cars ain't cheap. But Iconic Constructions do it all. Thinking big, we also handle knockdown rebuilds, bring your dream home to life. They deliver quality craftsmanship, reliable service, and why wouldn't you? Go and check the car. Like Michael McGregor's running in the Pro 850 class. So, you know, the guy's going to have some pretty good ideas. If you bring your own, he might be able to supply a few extra, and you might end up with even a better bespoke build from Iconic Constructions. We've also got Growl Racing as a sponsor. Chris, I tell you what, Growl Racing, motoring community situated in southeast Queensland, and what a community it is. Really grabbing that community and holding on to it and shaking it any time they can. For enthusiasts of all ages, Growl Racing, interested in vehicles of any age or type, fueled by passion, the club hosts events and have a dedication to supporting and uniting the community. And just quite personally on that, Growl Racing going to the Ekka, I hope we can continue to do that at the Ekka in the future. And if the R&A can give you guys a good enough deal there, remember we used to have things like the Hot Rod Show, we used to have things like the Motor Show. Now that the Ekka's done that upgrade, and that's such a good hall to do it in, that was a killer one that they had a couple of months ago there at the R&A. I hope Growl gets to do another one there. That is a hell of a place to do it. And I turned up with my kids. I only think I ended up walking 100 metres and talking to a million cool dudes in the one corner there, and quickly walked through and saw the rest of it. It's like, man, this community is growing and growing and growing, and it's events like that, I think, that Growl Racing do in that sphere, and especially at places like the Ekka. It's like, man, we're bringing this community right to the heart of the city. It's a great community, and we should get behind Chris and the gang whenever Growl Racing's trying to do stuff. They're just doing it for the southeast Queensland enthusiasts of all ages, and interested in all types of vehicles, as they are, not just the drag strip. You know, they've got the 4B community there. They've got the import community, the drift community, drag and drive now, of course. Just all the cool scenes, and really anytime you turn up in a vehicle of anything different other than the latest MG2 or a Tesla or the BYDs or whatever you see driving on the streets today, you know when a cool car turns up on a street because you've turned your head and watched it go past. And that's going to make them cooler from every year on from now too. Media sponsor, Only Pros Electrical, Ryan Stewart. Thank you, Only Pros Electrical. Affordable and professional tradespeople for your electrical, air conditioning and security needs. I love this company term. Let us turn you on. Only Pros Electrical. Media sponsor, another one, KBE Race Fab and Performance. Kevy Brown, he's driving that Commodore in NA235s, and young Kevy, he can screw a donk together. I've known the bloke since he was a kid. And it's good to see him sort of grow into the young bloke that he is now, and knows a lot about engines. I knew the guy had some cred because his dad, Robbie, had a very tough red motor, FJ Holden. I think he still got it. And then Kevy had the EH Holden, and then he built his own red motor Holden, and then him and his old man race each other. And Kevy, I think, was showing a bit more horsepower in his red motor than his dad's. So I knew the kid's got his head around engine building. I just remember that, you know, Kevy's thing was still, Robbie's thing was still a good, tough 11-second Aspo humpy. And then the EH, I think Kevy started to make some good power out of the red before he turned his attention to all the V8 stuff as well. KBE, Race Fab and Performance, I think they're up there near Caboolture. Street and race fabrications as well, performance, engine building and upgrades, LS cam and engine packages. Drift Bar, thank you, Matty Savage. He's in the Pro 1050 class. The Drift Bar, breakfast, lunch, dinner and drinks open daily. They're at the Esplanade Caloundra. So Matty Savage, if you're up that way, open daily at 7 a.m. till late. Live music every night. That's number 30, the Esplanade in Caloundra. The Drift Bar, drop in and say hi. Thank you, Matty Savage, for that. Didn't know we had a guy owning a bar. Maybe we should use that. Maybe we can get a bit of Caloundra. I know there's already a good scene up the sunny coast, but tell you what, around that part of it will be pretty mint. Thank you very much, Matty Savage. Now check out these great sponsors, because remember, there's a trailer giveaway. There's a trailer giveaway. So a perfect drag and drive trailer some say the ultimate drag and drive trailer, is being given away on the last day here. We've got great sponsors that have helped us get that trailer together. And that's got some tricks, that trailer too. We've got Kim Vent from Off the Grid. We've got Hydro Mech Construction Management, Ken Day. Timmy Stafford, thanks for your help. Surface Correction and Protection, Peter Cartwright. Atlas Batteries, thank you, Rick Barron. Zach Armit from Timbra. Dully and Amy from JOH. Danny Case from Fast Lane. And DC Industries, Dan and Dully putting towards the trailer. And don't forget, perfect time. Go and grab that All-Stars Drag and Drive merch before we pack up and go to Warwick around lunchtime. So that's the deal, is that there's going to be a few guys probably heading out around lunchtime. But if you want that merch, grab it this morning. Now, here is the word. The hot tip is this: limited stock. Don't wait till Sunday to grab it, especially now. Grab it now because it may not be there by Sunday. And I don't know, sometimes Dave just can't do back orders. He's just got to keep pushing forward. He's got that many events coming up where there's merch and merch and merch and merch. Sometimes back orders might take a bit. Grab it now before having to back order it. That iconic first ever All-Stars Drag and Drive merch and associated merch that Dave's got down there at the JOH tent. Our checkpoint sponsor is Zarafa's Yamando. Thank you, Jason Mears. Our reaction time sponsor, thanks to Supercheap, is a gift card per day for the Pro Classes Best Reaction Time. So that is for the Pro Classes Best Reaction Time. So any competitor in those Pro Classes cut a decent reaction time, we need you to claim it. We're not going to go sifting through for it. That Supercheap Auto gift card per day is for the Pro Class Best Reaction Time that you give us. We won't be looking for you. So we might end up jackpotting the gift cards if no one's giving us best reaction time of the day. So we might have to jackpot those things until Sunday if you don't hand them in every day. Interstate Travel sponsor is BP Turnham. Nominees Trent and Matt. Got fuel cars for that as well. So Interstate Travel. So we've been helping out a few interstaters by the look of it with some fuel cars. So so good to acknowledge them too. BP Turnham nominees. That is very, very handy to have. And tell you what, this has been in the planning probably 6+ months, this event. Trying to not only, make a mark, provide something attractive to high-performance vehicles with a full quarter-mile prep, but it's been all the little details that they've been trying to do as well, like fuel cards to help interstate people, a trailer giveaway deal, the different categories to try and compete in, the rules like the 1 second reaction time thing. So little things that just help. We're not doing big burnout comps, so we're trying to just, that means narrow down the amount of runs per minute sort of thing. It's just make sure that, okay, there we go. That's a good question, Jesse. Thank you. Remember, any direct inquiries that you want to try and make, you can make them direct to Chris Diggles on Facebook Messenger. Jesse Ferguson has just submitted a very, very interesting topic. Has anyone handed in a 2JZ oil cap? Because the Hoff lost his on that run. So there we go. That might explain the smoke out of the wagon or the panel van on the first run from Hoff, is that the oil cap has come off. Can anyone help with the 2JZ oil cap? I just wonder, all the Toyota nuts out there might just tell me that there's probably 3 or 4 Toyota engines that you can get that the oil cap fits. But can someone help Hoff with an oil cap for a 2JZ? So it's just those little bits and pieces that the guys have sort of incorporated into this event to not only make it attractive for competitors, but to just tighten up the contest a little bit in different areas. So, yeah, we're just doing this oil still. Hopefully we're not too far from wrapping it all up. I tell you what a great day for it. And I don't know whether we got any random cameras still around floating on overtaking lane, but I just can't believe how much fun a grass hill can be for kids. Like, I'm watching these kids roll down the grass on the other side here, and they are having so much fun doing it. Go again, kids. Have a roll. There we go. Roll down the hill. Gravity is your friend. Oh, tackle. Oh, you can't. Was that your sister? Did you just tackle your sister? Don't make me start commentating a little rugby league game here, mate. Well, okay, there we go. So I knew we were close. No, we knew we were close. So good to see the kids out there having fun. Obviously, no skill. Oh, careful doing. That was a very good backflip, but I don't encourage you to do it again in case you hurt yourself. I'm not here to G you guys up and make you the stars, but you are the stars anyway. And I'm glad that you couldn't make it to school today. This is an out-of-classroom education today. As long as you kids learn something today, I'm fine with you cutting school today. Is this little kid okay, Dan? Is he? Rolled himself into unconsciousness out there, this kid. Is he okay? Checking his pulse. Is he good? Is he still fresh? He's okay. He's okay. I remember wearing myself out like that. That was a great tackle. Now, how about, I want to see the sister put a hit on you. I want to see the sister tackle the brother now. So just set it up, son, and sister, you tackle your brother, all right? Get down on the bit of grass down the front here. Is that mum up there? Is that the mums up there with the kids? Is that right? Come on, sister. Put a tackle on your brother. I saw the brother absolutely tackle the sister into the ground, but I don't want to see the sister put a hit on the brother. Now, brother, don't run too hard. But you're going to do a tackle? The brother's got to run at the sister, and the sister's got to do the tackle. What? She doesn't want to tackle? Here she goes. Whoa, oh, that's it. Get him down. Oh, hang on. Who's tackling who? Oh, she lashed out then. Careful. Could be 10 in the bin for lashing out there. I want to see the little kid now put a big shot on the big kid there now. He's fanging for it. He wants a bit more action. How about you put a shot? Is there a dad down the front there? Someone put a shot on dad. So put a shot on dad then. Your kid's going to have a shot on dad. That's always fun. Don't run at him hard, but you know, if you're going to put a shot on dad. Dad's up for it. Or we might have to put 2 kids in the team against dad just to see if you can put a shot on him. Love it. I tell you what, I've been really enjoying watching last night, and I mean, Origin, how good. And again, Bubba, he's chasing the kid down the hill. Kid's gone. Kid's gone down the hill. Sorry, folks, bit stuffy from the flu this week. But how good was that Origin on Wednesday night? If you are a footy fan like I am, that was pretty much the most satisfying thing you could probably watch that game. I've never seen the team so connected, so together. It's almost like I don't know whether they'd said beforehand, let's just try and play the perfect match and just, you know, let's just play to win and try and play the perfect match. And the first 40 minutes, the first 63 minutes was pretty much perfect, just a couple of mistakes, but it was so good to see that all happen. The backstory with the captain and the changes in the team and Big Popper coming in and the debutantes and just the way that whole team, that whole story came together was just fantastic. And then, of course, you go back to watching club footy, nothing on last night except the girls. I think it was Canterbury played the Tigers last night. And two very competitive female teams. I can watch that stuff too. The hits they were putting on each other last night, crazy to see. And the NRL, they've got the microphone sorted properly in that because they're letting you hear the hits. And they're just smashing each other last night, the girls. There was one poor girl there from the Tigers. She went in for a shot, and she was a decent-sized girl too. She was a front rower. And she went in on a hit, and she absolutely got her bell rung trying to make the tackle. It was unfortunate, but she got up. She was in no man's... Well, what do you say when you come up? Is that no woman's land? It's not... If she's coming up half conscious, does that mean she's in no woman's land or no man's land? But, yeah, she had to go off, the poor girl. She desiccated both eyelash extensions as well in that collision. I don't know why they need to wear their eyelashes playing in RLW. If you ask my old man, he doesn't even know why they want to do it. But I love watching it. And put the shot on. Here you go. Shot on the sister. Bang. Oh, here you go. Now, put a tackle on him. Tackle him. Tackle him. We're going to have to stay. If we ever have oil downs, we've got to start little mini games of footy, I think. That's the entertainment stuff. I'll call that for you. All right, back on track. Seth Tannis is out there now and Glenn Finnegan. So they are in the I and H class. So H being the 1050 class, I being the 1150. Let's have a look here. We're looking for something 1050, 1113, and ET 1246. So not quite representative first hit back out after really only our first ever break so far today. So it's been only our first ever break, and that was just some oil out of Cuz's car down there. So again, lost property. There's a mobile phone up here that was found in the toilets. So if you want to come and identify it, it's yours. If someone can help with the 2JZ oil cap, Hoff has lost his on the first run. So if anyone can help with the 2JZ oil cap, Mrs. Holtz would have a spare one in the glove box somewhere. Nicole Willett, 10.62 at 127 mile an hour. She's got to be in that 10.50 class, so she goes 10.62, 127 mile an hour. Steve Carkeet now and Damon Houle. Damon back in the R35. He's in the unlimited class. Steve Carkeet's in the Force 28s class. Their second run of the day. Good to see a couple of the real radial housewives of Australia turning up there. The famous girls, Mrs. Lansdowne, Mrs. Holtz. Coming soon to Netflix near you. I mean, we're hanging out for Netflix. We'd go with Stan, but probably Netflix. I don't know, we might pitch them. They need all the content they can get, those guys. So maybe we go with Stan and do the real radial housewives of Australia, because there's a couple of them out there with their radial husbands. You've got to have a radial husband to be a radial housewife. That's how you become the real radial housewife. Steve Carkeet. The on-bail HG utility, half-track 583. He's going to let that thing sing to the finish line. 918 in Force 28. A little bit of nitrous on board. 918, 145. Steve will be driving that 3 days. Damon Houle, 1071 there for the Skyline. He's in that A4 class as well, unlimited. Did see another name in there. Where was it? Oh yeah, Brad Dilger. All right, here we go. David Ritchie, first run for the EB, and Dean Wilson, first run that I think for the EK. He's in the H class, H being, I think, that 1050 class. Because remember, there's a lot of cars that probably can't be teched any quicker than 1050. I4 for David Ritchie means he's in the 1150 class. All right, so we're looking for 1050s and 1150s. 1057, 1162. So they're in the ballpark, definitely in that ballpark. That 1050 and 1150 category. All right, because I don't think we'd got to those lanes yet. Here they are, Travis Greaves in the H class. Now, this is the 1050 class. So both guys trying to hit a 1050, Michael Sears, Travis Greaves. That's why we've got 6 and 7, lane 6 and 7 for them. Ford versus Holden, here we go. Ford versus Holden, side by side. 680s at half track, identical Nelly to half track. 1068, 1067. These cars in different garages, different manufacturers, different histories, different setups. 1068, 1067. It's stunning to know that we've got cars that, you know, and these guys will never know each other. They've never colluded. They've never met each other. They go and they run 100th away from each other in the same class. Ashley Hawkins, check out Ashley in the VR. Dave Knightley beside in the VK by the look of it. Both H classes. So again, that 1050 going to come up. This is going to be a hot class, I tell you. 1160. He's in the H class, 1277 there for Dave. They might have been taking their 660 times. Now remember, only certain categories allow you to do that. Probably not these ones, not those classes. I think our 28 classes we can do that, the quicker classes. All right, here he is, Danny Lansdowne. Had to slow the commie down, because I think this thing nearly went 9s straight off the bat. He's had to slow it down to 1050. Rick Barnes, better bump city in the 1050 class. Like this thing had literally been on wastegate. Literally on wastegate. Half track, 680, 682 at half track. Here comes the quarter mile, 1067, 1070. And again, two completely different combos within 3 100ths of each other. Trying to hit the 1050 class. Yeah, the poor little red commie kind of went a 9, like on its first run. So a little bit too quick for Tech, and he's promised to slow that thing down and to never run it quicker than 1050 again. Sean Newbigging and Jason Vanderland. Now, we've never had two guys running with double letters in their surnames before. Newbigging and Vanderland, both in the H class, both the 1050 class. Tons of cars in this class. A lot of Holdens here. Issues for the VT straight off the hip. That's not good. VX, is it? VX. Now, the LJ is off at past 660, going to roll through and slow it right down and go 11.06. So there we go. Just goes to proof. Guys like Jason Vanderland on that 1050 class, he instead of 680 at half track, that thing went 627. So you could see him jumping on the picks. There are guys that have been warned. They'll be watching you in this class. There are lots of cars that can, in this class, go quicker than 1050, but we can't let them because of the tech requirements for some of these cars. Cars like the VT, though, like there is a bit allowed for cars that have had factory airbags fitted. I do think in classes like that, and I think Laurie would have explained it this morning, and I don't think the rules changed, that if you do have that more of a modern car with the airbag or the SRS system in it, I think they allow you down to 10.0. But remember, if you've got a 1050 class, it's nice and equal. It allows the older cars that don't come with that factory equipment to go 1050. So that's basically my understanding of the rules, and I'm sure that's close. Matt Savage, Michael Shaw. Michael Shaw's in the I class, so he is looking to be, where are we, HI. He's in that 1150 class, and H class for Matt Savage in that beautiful Monaro. We've got a couple of immaculate Monaros going to be running down in these classes. What are we? HG, HT Monaro there. Beautiful. All right, remember, we're trying to see him hit about 680 at half track, and that gets him close to that 1050. 687 there for the Monaro. 728, Michael's on that 1150. 1069 to an 1137. So one is just over the 1050, one is under the 1150. Michael Shaw will have to go back and grab another ET. Matt Maloney now and Mark Stone. So we haven't seen these guys yet. We let some of those other categories go around twice, and now we are letting the H and the I's in 6 and 7. Mark Stone in the beautiful HR trying to hit 1150. Matt Maloney in the Camaro trying to hit a 1050. Loving it. Are you dangerous? You loving it too? You're loving it. Drag and Drive All Star style is going down an absolute treat on the live stream. 10.90 and a 12.00. So a little bit off the 1150 and 1050s, but still getting runs on the board to start up with. Max McClay and Michael Barradell, two more guys that haven't had any hits here today. H and I class, so we've got the Falcon trying to hit 1150. We've got the Senator trying to run a 1050. ET at half track, 762. So he's probably going to be on his way to a high 10 if he goes right on it. Tell you what, 45 at 129. Could easily hit 1050 if he wants. 12.56 for Michael Barradell. Off that 1150 that he's looking to run. Here he is, Mick Arnold and Bluey Arnold. So the brothers, Mick and Mark, might as well call him Rikey and Bluey. It's Rikey and Bluey. Now Mick has got a T56 in the HT Monaro. Mark Arnold, Bluey, he's got the small block on board his. Saying he's driving the wife's car, so he's driving Reggie's Tirana. Mick's got a Cogger in this, which makes it super extra cool. Bluey goes 10.97, 10.71 there for Mick on the gear shift, on the stick shift. Stick shift, 10-second HT Street Monaro, NA. So the Arnold boys trying to hit 1050 in the H class, go into the high 10s. So good to see the boys back. So good to see Bluey back steering as well. Damien Burnham now, a double entrant. I think that's Matt France. No, it's not. Sorry. Oh, almost looks like Matt Francis HQ panel van, but it's another beautiful, like, HK panel van. Damien's in the I-1150 class, so is Clint Harbot in his Commodore, think like VC Commodore, both in that I class, looking for an 1150 over the quarter, 750 at half track, 1162 to a 1222. 1222, still a beautiful panel van. How good's those? How good do the cars look, folks? How good do these Aussie cars look? They look fantastic. Here's Boise, Damien Boyce. I think we're Barrett on board for that. Michael Whiten, I do not know what he's packing. What is that? XR? XR? XT? Can't quite see the tail lights. And again, if you're trying to explain this to Americans, what have we got? XR, XT, or we got XT, XR? Two Falcons of that 19, well, just before 1970, isn't it? Late 60s. Whoa. XR, XT. Barra Power, look at the roof rack, hanging on for dear life. Comes through the quarter mile, hits 1160, hits a 1063. Boise is trying to hit the 1050 with that. Whiten's trying to hit the 11.50, so they're both only a tenth off what they're trying to hit. Some of these guys might settle for that, but some of them might need something with a 50 in it. One of our hot rods, Dean Heidke, and I know we got a couple. One famous one from Victoria. Shane, it's coming up soon. Shane Moran, good to see the Moran boys bringing out their classics for a bit of All-Stars drag and drive, both trying to hit the 11.50 mark. Hot rod in the shoebox at half track, 7.02 to a 7.27. Let's have a look at the ET though for the shoebox. 11.30, yeah, too quick for the 11.50. 11.30 for the Chevy, 11.39 for the hot rod of Heike's. And here he is back again now. Jason Bourne, he wants to get this thing stalled up. I don't think he's got a trans brake on board. I wonder whether we're 2J, 1J or RB in this up. It's definitely not an SR20. He's going to just try and roll this in here. Now, this is going to be a tricky car to stage. But remember, he's got to... Oh, no, that's right. We'll let him... We can have another crack here. We don't kick him out here. We just let him have another go. Remember our little 1 second reaction time rule. We don't want you hanging around for more than 1 second after the tree goes, because we are adding it to your ET. And he had like a 6 second reaction time. Yeah, no, tell you what, it's going to work. It's going to be something. Now remember, he's trying to hit, he's in the H class, so he's trying to hit the 1050. But he got a little bit off the line. That's all right. Look, 11.26. Look, he ran a 10.63 before, but he really held it on the line for about 5 seconds. So that ET won't probably wash. So he's trying to just get that happening. Troy O'Hare now and Luke Fram. Luke Fram entrant H15 and Troy O'Hare entrant I16. So the Falcon trying to hit 11.50. We're trying to slow that 1 tonner down. Hold the horse. Was having a quick look under the tray back. No, he's okay. Just had one. You know what? Pete's good for that. Pete Farnell, our starter today. Firm but fair. All right, so the Falcon trying to hit 11.50. The tray back trying to slow down to 10.50. Like, it's got plenty of this thing. Like, just gentle in the power. Now, look at him roll here. Look at him roll off the throttle. He knows he can't go quicker than 10.50. 11.13. He did an earlier 10.32 on the brakes. So, look, he's been warned. He knows he's making every effort to make sure he's not going out the back under speed. I think it's about the only thing that's keeping him out from getting kicked out. Sam Todd, and that's good. If you show the intention that you are trying to slow the car down and not be reckless, well, yeah, we probably are going to respect it. Here he is. This is the guy I'm talking about. Not Sam Todd in the VN. Look, that is a classic. But how many cars can you honestly say is 103 years old? And this guy's nearly 70. I call him Victorian street rodding royalty. This is Noel Inman. Noel Inman has driven this thing all the way around Australia on occasion. He softened up now. He towed this thing up here, but he's going to do the drag and drive with it. 103-year-old 1922 Ford Senator with a nitrous-assisted Ford Windsor. He loves the dry hop. Got the C4 3-speed. He's got the Jag rear end. No aero. 1050 class. Sam Todd in the VN. I don't know what's packing in the VN, but look at that hot rod go. 103 years old. 1080 for Noel Inman. 103-year-old car, and that is street rodding royalty in this country. 1087 beside for Dan Todd, both on that 1050 index. But so good to see these cars. Celebrate these cars, folks. Noel's never thinking of selling that thing. You know, that's Noel Inman. That car is Noel. Russell Weaver and Benny Conissis. Now, Benny driving the Nova in the 1150 class, as is Russell Weaver in the VT. So again, let's just keep an eye on his ET to half track here, because that Nova's doing well. It's doing well to go 10s. He's got to be careful. 1088. Trying to run 1150. Russell Weaver. Yeah, those black uniforms are hard in the sun, aren't they, the Radial Housewives? I mean, when you're already that hot and then you're wearing black clothes, it's double hot. You're double hot. It's not a good summer uniform, is it, ladies? It's not. It's just boiling in the hot sun with the black uniforms on. They're not uniforms. They're just casual attire that the real Radial Housewives wear every day. And it's hot.
It's hot in the stands when you're wearing the black. Andy Blom on the line. Karine Pontini in another sleeper. What are we, like a VT VX here? Andy Blom in the traditional sort of LH Tirana. Both, well, the Tirana trying to hit a 1050. The Commodore trying to hit an 1150. And again, reaction time trying to be under 1 second. So look, Karine has gone 1.63 reaction time. So the Commodore is going to cop a deficit. So it's going to need to be a better run. 1067. We've got that many guys hitting 1060s on the 1050. Someone's got I think there's even a 57 in there. Let me find a H number that's actually there. Once I can roll the screen, let me try and find the H that fits. Matt Francis at 1054, according to my alphabetical list here. Rob Armstrong went under. Luke Fram went under. Matt Francis, 1054. So far, that red HQ panel van is there. Again, I always going to say this provisionally because he hasn't handed the slip in. But just looking on paper, that's our quickest legal 1050 car at 1054. Ryan Stewart here on his own, the wagon, VC Commodore. Yeah, don't underestimate a VC Commodore wagon with, looks like a 15 by 10 Pursuit Steely on the back and a boosted elbow off the front sticking out of the bonnet. This is Australia. We have got suspicious looking vehicles everywhere. Street cars with tow bars and parachutes sometimes. Now let's just watch him to half track. The ET might give it away. Oh, 645. Just watch this. He's going to put it in there somewhere. 1080 at only 92 mile an hour. It was 116 mile an hour and 645 at half track. 1080 at the stripe and safe in that 1050 class. We're still rolling. Beautiful live stream. Big shout out to everyone watching on Overtaking Lane. Like and share. Get that out there. For 3 days we'll be doing this. Shout out to everyone that we know working today. Bad luck. But this is where it's all happening. We'll bring you the live stream all 3 days. Benny Kinesis, Steve Tolley, of course, Steve. Mr. Ross Talk gets the screaming RB to half track. He's trying to hit the 1050 mark. You might get close. Let's have a look. 1082 and 1173 in the 1150 class there for Benny Kinesis. Running through there, 1173, a little bit better than the 1088 before. Wade Moran back and Tim Barron. So these guys getting another crack at the 1150. And again, it just goes to prove, and this is the way that Dragon Drives work. We're going to see a lot of action in the first few hours as they try and hit the number. It's then about what happens after that. You're normally hitting the road. The highway will be begging. The highway will be begging. Once you hit the number, you know how you hear the rooster calling? Well, it'll be the highway calling and you'll be trying to get out of here. 1150 with a 1. Okay, Wade Moran, if you're in the 1150 class, 1150 with a 1 is almost the ticket to hand in and hit the highway. There's no prize for hitting the highway first, but 1150 on the 1150 with a 1 might be just enough to hit the highway. Rob Wizard now, Mr. Concreter, there he is. Look at his car during this is his recreational vehicle, Rob Wizard, when he's not driving massive trucks with plenty of wire and formwork on board. William Yarwood, well, the Supra. I think we're Billet 2J on board. Automatic JZA 80 Supra, definitely an 8-second street car. He's in the F class being pro import. Going to have to cop the reaction time. It went 257 reaction time, but it's going to be a good number for Will. It might actually, here we go, 869, 164, but Willie cop 1.5 seconds of reaction time penalty. That's the problem with the reaction time thing. And look, everyone's agreeing that this is a thing to try and, encourage people not to sit there forever. Add it to your ET. Will be happy with the ET, but the reaction time deficit, he's just got to try and make it work. Disco Dean's back out there, the Barra-powered Escort panel van, and geez, doesn't Disco's work, well, calls it his work van. Disco Dean's van, doesn't it get some racetrack miles? And now he's going to put some drag and drive on it. Tara Johnson beside Johnston. She's done plenty of drag and drives before Tara. The Next Level Motorsport JZA 80 Supra. a little less intense than Will Yarwood's. It's still a 10-second Supra. And how many Supras do you see with tow bars on them? Have a look at that. There we go, 050 for Tara. Disco Dean, 228, hits the half track for Disco, 547, all the way to the finish line, 847, Disco too quick if you're trying to hit an 850, 847. You might have to hand in the 853. You might want to hand in the 853, or if you reckon you can run an 850, well, the 47 shows that you could. And how's that for Tara? 10.26, a big improvement for Tara Johnson on that run. She managed to hold that thing a little bit better on the start line. It's quite an exciting Friday, is it not? I love Australia, where you can take a Toyota and just, I'm not going to say butcher the bejesus out of it, but I'm going to say modify it to the nth degree. So what do you want to pick? Do you want to pick a 1980s Corona liftback? Do you want to take the 1980s or late 70s Corolla wagon? So I think that's a KE38. And the old days, they were an XT130 or an RT132, I think, from memory. One of our apprentices actually has one of those Coronas in original stock condition. So, Aidan, if you're watching on the live stream, putting in the splitties here on a Friday for Brisbane Air, I showed him a photo of this thing, and his normal reaction whenever he sees a nice car, he goes, ooh. Don't get much out of Aidan. But I said, mate, this thing's been absolutely buggerised around. And Guy King, keep an eye out for the left-hand front wheel of this station wagon. And let's hope the roof rack stays on this time too. Bump City. Oh, what a feeling. Oh, dangle. A fair bit of dangle out of the Corolla. And have a look at the Corolla disappear. 874, you wouldn't think it. 874, 155 mile an hour in your Corolla station wagon. Hello, welcome to Australia. And James, 926 earlier. There's a 951 rolling off the throttle. He'd gone 150 mile an hour in that lift back before, but just rolling off from an earlier 926 there for him. I was all watching that left-hand front wheel of Guy then. Crazy. All right, Derek O'Hare back. Chris Carsberg back now. Of course, Carsberg, he's in the Force 28s, has yet hooked the thing up. He got a soft 814 out of it, but it's not taken a lot of the grunt off the line. That's better. That's better. It's still got so much horsepower in this car, Chris Carsberg. That's a lot better than a half track. 533, 822, 166 mile an hour. It's 11 mile an hour down from his earlier run at 177. But a 22, he ran an earlier 814. But yeah, I don't know whether he's just really had to soften that thing up, because that thing shows any time it can. It's got 2,000 horsepower, no doubt about it. We've seen what that thing is, how hard it is to hook that thing up. Here's Sketch Coleman and Matt Francis. Look at the Aussie bodies. Look at the Aussie bodies bumping in. Aussie body bumping. All Star Dragon Drive. Whoa! Knocks the tyres off of Matty Coleman. Old Sketch. How is that XY wagon? How good does it look? And how about the pano there for Francis? 49 with a 2. Matty Francis, get out of here. He went 10.56, 10.54, trying to run a perfect 10.50. He goes 10.49 with a 2. It is outstanding what Matty Francis has done since debuting that HQ panel van. He has run it at Warwick. He's run it here. He can make that thing run 650s at a road trip. He can make that thing run 1050s at an All-Stars Dragon Drive. And the guy can win the odd shootout too. He's again, one of my more modern day heroes. I've got a lot of traditional drag racing heroes over 25 years of commentary, but I can tell you, it's the heroes that I see in their everyday cars that they've built themselves that are more the heroes today, because it's just good to see someone getting some of that race car love, street car love back. All right, Swifty's back for more. Vince Silver beside in the EK. I'd love to know what's in the EK. He's running in Force 28s, both cars in Force 28s. Swifty already ran 895 on the previous run for him, 1082 for the EK. Swifty had a lot of RPM on board. There was a lot of slip in the converter. Let's have a listen here.
Gets up half track, 5.19 to half track, 8.55 at the stripe. Vince Silver goes 10.62, point A to point B, but there was a big roll off of the throttle there for Swifty past half track. 5.19 at 138 mile an hour to the 660, and an 8.55 improves him by about half a second. So we've still got in the B class, Jason Kenny 7.85, Ben Vlecken 7.99, Chris Karsberg 8.14, then Luke Page 8.41, then Scott Hoffman 8.54, then Swifty. So that's all our B class cars. Here's Lumper back. Lumper's going to try this lane this time. Mason El Halouli in the VH Commodore in the far lane. He went 9.24 in a previous run. There's a little bit of a bump infringement thing that happened on that last pairing. Lumper got out with a nice 1.2 60-foot last time in the Kingswood. However, the thing shut itself off. So hopefully Lumper's solved that little issue, whether it's electrical or not. It's not like it knocked the tyres off it or anything, because he would have pedalled it. But the man from Warrnambool, Victoria, left the car up here after Kenda and has turned up for the All-Stars drag and drive, and I'm glad that he did. All right, come on, Lumper. Bump it in for us, son. That's better. Oh, and it did the same damn thing again. Done the same thing again. Now, 6.2 second reaction time for Mason is no good, but he'll take an 8.23. 8.23 at 169 is a big number for Mason, but he won't be able to hand that in unless he wants to cop a 5.21 second deficit, because there was a 6.29 second reaction time, and will allow you 1 second to leave the line. Anything after that, and that's a deficit on your time slip. That's a nice little twist for All Stars Drag and Drive. It's about making sure you guys can leave the line on time. Now, I've been waiting for this car. It was at Summernats. This is the car built in Spot On Performances Workshop. It's Daniel Hookham. It's the Coyote-powered Commodore. That's, 2,000 horsepower of pretty stout Coyote. And Hookham here, it's good to see him using the car for what he's intended it to be, and that's a drag and drive car. I was down at Spot On there, I think, was it earlier this week, and saw the thing on the hoist, and I said to Danny, is that thing ready? He goes, yep, it's ready. They had a little engine issue with it. They went to the Summernats, put a big number on the dyno. I think he went to take it for a cruise, and the thing made a noise, and he shut it off. It had actually had a bit of internal valve train damage. The manufacturer of the engine in the States took it back as a warranty and gave him another one. So that's the story to that car. Pat Shaw, the Toyota, bumping in here. Remember, you got 20 seconds, but you don't want to burn anyone down. You just want to get down for a first run and see what it does. Let's see what Hookham does here. Now, that sort of, I don't know, did it have a little bit of, I saw something coming out of the wheel arch there, whether it was a little bit of smoke or whatever, but look, Pat Shaw, 791. 791 for Pat Shaw. He's in the unlimited class. I don't know whether Pat's gone that quick ever. It's only gone 142 mile an hour though, folks. I was watching the Coyote Commodore, to be honest. I didn't see the Hilux do that. It was half track at 495, 144 at half track, rolls off the old throttle and goes 791 at 100 and what? 42. 140, it's 144 to half and 142 on the roll-off. So, and Pat's in that class. He's in the unlimited class. So you would say he's got the tech and everything on it. So he could run faster. That's a crazy run. In fact, that is, we've got 2 7-second ETs, 3 7-second ETs up here so far. And we've only been going for 2 hours. Jason Kenny, the of course LS Power, 785 at 164 mile an hour, off it early. Pat Shaw, we just saw then, 791 at 142, off it a little bit early. Ben Vlecken, 799 at only 135, and that had oil coming out of it. So look, I hope it's just oil and everything else is fine. But yeah, 799 rolling off early at 135 mile an hour. Chris Karsberg, 8148 at 177. Mason El Halouli just went 823, 169 mile an hour. So far, every car except Pat Shaw is in B class, Force 28. So it's Pat Shaw in A, in unlimited, going 791.
Where are we? John Vesneva, 831. Now, John's in the G class, so Pro 850. This is, again, just on our CompuLink, this is basically all it's doing is giving us the list of ETs, whether they're legal or not. So 831 for John Vesneva. Now, he's in G. He's got to be 850 and slower. He went 831. So Vesneva's one of those guys that's trying to run a little slower. F6, now the F class is Pro Import. Paul Butler's in there, and that's 832 for Nana. So by the look of that, Nana is leading Pro Import. The next run is at 841 from Luke Page. He's in Force 28s. Disco Dean is 847 on the screen here, but trying to run an 850. So more details in just a second. Okay, there we go. Words from Dan. So this is a little quiet. This is just a tiny little dustpan and brush job. We are going to go back into this session. Remember, we haven't got preset sessions. We're going to run till 12:30. We're then going to have probably a 15 or 20 minute break. There's going to be a bit more prep put down, and then we'll be back at it. So at about 12:30, we're going to have that little break. Right now, it's just this little drag with the sled. There's another one of our track babies up there in the grandstands there. I won't mention his name. Harry Coles, won't mention his name, but there he is up there. Lightning fast, rocket fast kid. And again, another day off, Harry. Geez, I tell you what, I can see a pattern developing on your attendance chart at school. Harry seemed to have had every Friday off for the whole year, but yet his grades are exceptional. That's what it's got to say in the report card, as long as your grades are exceptional. But there's nothing against getting a drag strip or a track education on a Friday. Every kid in Australia should be at a racetrack on a Friday. Let's just make that the rule. And instead of making it the bad thing to do, it's the good thing to do. Where's our school excursions? We need a school excursion out there. We can teach them everything, like 1050, 1150, like we can do our numbers. We've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way up to... Where have we got up to today? H, I, J, and X. We got the exhibition guys. So our A class, which was the unlimited class, Force 28 are the B class, NA 28s are the C class, 235, 255 Forced are the Ds, 235, 255 NAs are the Es, Pro Imports are the Fs, and Pro 850s are the Gs, Pro 1050s are the Hs, Pro 1150s are the Is, Cruise Crew are the Js, and there's a nice group in the Cruise Crew, and the exhibitions are the Xs, a few guys doing some testing, and I can't wait to see that happen as well. And I would just wonder who we might see out straight after 12:30 for the testing. Here we go. I knew we'd start to get the text going. How am I going? Are you asking for Tara? Are you Scotty? All right. Well, Scotty's going. How are we going? Now, Tara. Now, so we are in that 1050 class. Let me have a quick crunch of the numbers here. Now, that's the H class. Let me look for the quickest H time here. Right. Here we go. No H's on the first one. Oh, fine. Yeah, that'd be great, Sue. Our first H time. Now, look, Adrian Brown. It says there Adrian Brown, 985. So, yeah, Brownie, we're not going to use your... we can't use that 985, right? Okay, H class, Rob Armstrong, 1012. H class, Tara Johnston, 1026. So H class, Luke Fram, 1032. H class, Matt Francis, 1049. Now, I think Matty Francis went a 54, so I'd say Matty Francis with a 1054. There's a Rob Wizard at 1056. Dean Wilson at 1057. Nicole Willard at 1062. Jason Dawn at 1063. Damien Boyce at 1063. Andy Blom, 1067. These are all H class. Travis Greaves, 1067. Danny Lansdowne, 1067. Aris Cantolian,
1067. Michael, these are all 1050 class. Michael Sears, 1068. Matt Savage, 1069. Luke and Grigg, 1069. Rick Barnes, 1070. Still all H cars. Michael Arnold, 1071. Then we've got Damon Hoole, he's in the A class. Then Ryan Stewart, 1080. Noel Inman, 1080. Steve Tolley, 1082. Sam Todd, 1087. They're all the H cars. Like, that's just the one. That's just the one class that someone's asked about, being the 1050 class. Now there we go. The news is coming through. Yes, can we mention the merchandise? That's right, Bubba. You know what? If you want to get that All-Star Drag and Drive merchandise stand at the JOH tent, get down there, and if Bubba's around, Bubba will even autograph it for you. How about that? So go down and get your All-Stars Drag and Drive merchandise while it lasts, because it is starting to sell out. But Steve, please get it quickly. There we go. So Disco Dean has already messaged me to say we are packing up and heading out, and so is Sangy. So two of our normal Kenda Renegade 550 guys that are running in that 850 class, Sengi and Disco, are packing up and they're moving. They're handing in the time slips. Can you tell me what ETs they were? So they're happy with the 50s and they're going. So that's the word. Going to about 12:30, having a 15 to 20 minute break, which I'll truly appreciate, as all you folks should. And then we'll be back after 12:30. And I imagine maybe some of our exhibition cars would probably come and have a run. Mohammed Koya is back in the Supra, as is the 180SX for Daniel Foy, both in the F class, being the imports. And a great import class, pro import. He just went 104. He went 104 in the reaction time there, Mohammed. So he copped a small deficit. So will Daniel Foy on this case. 189 reaction time. 989 at 134 is good, but it's still a 0.892 deficit because of the over 1 second reaction time. All right, here she is. She is back, Naomi van der Tok. This is a fantastic all-girls drag and drive crew. They already give me the sticker. An all-girl team, Naomi, of course, driving today. It's called Team Tits. Now, that's what they've called themselves. Not me. They give me the sticker and everything this morning. Go Team Tits over there. Just goes to show the personality of the girls. Naomi trying to get this thing going with the 8-speed. Oh, God, it's got someone that comes up. I was actually quite amazed. I mean, I think it's had a 3-speed in it before. 2JZ either had a glide or a 3-speed in it. So when they tried the 8-speed in it, I thought, wow, this is different. What that's made that car, if anything, giving it 8 gears has made it brought out more of its demons than ever, because it's got that much horsepower. Can you imagine trying to hit that through 8 gears? It's going to be a hard car to get sorted, but I'm sure once it is, it's going to be right on its potential, the iMoan S15. All right, here's the other S14 here, Jono McDade, the other 2JZ powered Sylvia that we've got here today. Beside him is Daniel Smith, of course, driving the Auto Perfection K-Series Honda powered Toyota Celica, owned by Brendan and his great group of sponsors. K-Series now with a billet block, 7-second 4-cylinder street car, and they'll be trying to drive this thing for the 3 days. They might have had to have softened it up. They may want to turn this thing around in about 20, 30 minutes after the prep and have another crack at it, because we're going to give it a spray. Oh, baby! 126, 64, half track, 499. Here comes the 766. 766 for Dan Smith. Jono McDade staying on the line. That's the 235, 255 Force class. Not only is that the quickest in the 235 and 255 Force class, that's our quickest ever ET at an All-Stars Drag and Drive. And considering we've only been going for 2.5 hours, that's an impressive standard to reach in a short amount of time. 766 is still up on the board as we're waiting for Jono McDade. He's just going to have to roll the thing down. 126 in the 60-foot, half track 499, 146 mile an hour, 1,000 foot 644, quarter mile 766, 184 mile an hour. It's safe to say those boys will be packing that away. Or do they wait till the prep happens in about 30 minutes and do they try again? Remember, as much as we loved the track temp right now, I think with the Aussie sun doing what it's doing, there's going to be a period here where it's going to be very challenging. There's Bubba on the live stream. There's Bubba right there on the live stream. What does that come out like on his live stream when he's filming himself on the live stream? I wonder what that looks like on his live stream. How good is Overtaking Lane stream giving us the All Stars Drag and Drive right across the platform on YouTube? Like and share. Get onto that link. Get onto YouTube. Find that link to All Stars Drag and Drive live stream Overtaking Lane and give it a pump. Give it a share because this is good stuff. This is good stuff. This is what I think guys have been waiting for when it came to a drag and drive, especially in Southeast Queensland. Full prep, full quarter mile, full send if you want to. And it just goes to prove that people want to send some of this stuff. Stuff has got, like, we have got mile to wild in Southeast Queensland. We definitely have that. We seem to have more wild than mile. But, geez, haven't we got a great bunch of those too? Like even our 1050 and 1150 cars. That's the sort of stuff that you can have a lot of fun with. Do those miles with. See you tomorrow at Warwick. I do think the 2 checkpoints, they're going to be, as I said, it's not a 50k run around trip. It's a little journey. I think one of those is actually 6 boosts in Toowoomba, so that's one, whether that's today or tomorrow. But yeah, we've got to hit Warwick. We're running at Warwick tomorrow. I think we're hitting the 660 at Warwick tomorrow. That's why the multiplication factor will kick in tomorrow. Guys in some of these categories can actually use that 8th mile time today if they choose, using a 1.6 multiplication factor. But when it works out on paper, it's actually better if you take it to the quarter mile as far as ET is concerned. But that option is there in case you might get yourself a nice 8th time. But right now, it's some people have chosen to hit the road. And as we said with Drag and Drive, it can happen this way. You get a whole bunch at the beginning. We've still got tons in the lanes. And remember, the lanes you came down in the first time, they're your lanes for the rest of the day. And I'll find that little lane allocation here again that was sent to us. Here we go. Someone sent us that there. And that's right. So Quarantine is lane 1 for exhibition and quarantine. Cars that are leading the class. Lane 2. So Quarantine lane basically gives a bit of express running. In other words, you can come down lane 1 if you're in the top 3 in any class, and they can go back to their quarantine area. Lane 2 is for unlimited and Force 28s. Lane 3 is for Force 235, 255 and Pro imports. Lane 4 is for the Pro 850 cars. Lane 5 is for NA 235, 255 and 28s. And lane 6 and 7 are for Pro 1050 and Pro 1150. Wade Moran back with the R34. John Vesnaver, this is the one that's running in the G class. Pro 850, he went 831 before. This thing's a rocket, half track now, 534. John, what do you do? What do you do? 835, he went 831. Now an 835, 159 mile an hour shows a slight lift. He was 131 at half track. 11.11 for Wade Moran, the R34. I think he got a 10 out of it there before. So no such luck there. That'd be a hard car to get off the sticky start line. Brad Dilger now and Mark Ross. Mark Ross in the G class as well, Pro 850. He zinged the tyres last run, didn't get any ET. Brad Dilger went 984 in that G class Pro 850. Also looking to improve. All right, boys. Track is yours. Can you make it work? Bump City everywhere. Just spins the tyres almost in slow motion, does Brad Dilger. The utility of Mark Ross. 963 is an improvement for Brad Dilger. 1166 for Mark Ross is a number, but he's not probably going to want to hand that one in. So we continue on. Another guy that's already had a run, and whether or not it was a hassled run or not, remember, this is the one we saw I'm sure it was like a little bit of fuel overflow coming out. Timmy Cross in the Capri, 8-second Capri. Mick McGregor here beside, running in the G850 class as well. Yeah, the station wagon. Geez, it's got just too much stop on the lead. 155 was stinging the tyres after that. How about this one there for our Timmy Cross, 927 in that G-Class Pro 850. Michael McGregor goes 151 mile an hour, and it was only like a 10.6 or something by the look of that. All right, the E-Class is one that I think we're just going to let sing a little bit more, especially if you've got our overtaking lane outside camera microphones working, just to listen to the lungs of these aspirated cars. Brodie Olsen in that beautiful hatchback. Joel Cunningham beside in the VK. So this is both the E-Class 235 and 255 NAs. So all engine. I'm going to give them a little bit more for the people watching on the live stream at home. Some engine. Sounds good, even though he's in the tyres. Brodie Olsen, 991 on the recovery, 1096 beside there for Joel Cunningham. My son's having a good day at the workshop Friday. He's working on an XT Falcon, so he's definitely getting a good apprenticeship. Steve Ryman, how's the Corvette? First run of the day was a 1081. Andrew Valentine, how's the HQ coupe with the tow bar on the back? I don't think he can tow 2 tonne with that tow bar. Tow bar, a tonne on scene on a car, especially a HQ coupe. Have a look at the Mustang, for the Corvette for Ryman, 1073. He's in the E-Class. That's the Aspo class. Andrew Valentine, the same thing. But the beautiful HQ coupe hassled the tyres too much on the hit. He'll have to come round for another run. All right, the E-boys, we must be into that lane, eh? John Oliver, 999 with a 9 for Johnny. Bruce Henderson, he's in the C class. And of course, the C class is NA 28s. So more NA stuff here. We'll just let them sing. Especially if you've got those cameras working outside. Oh, I think if it's on, I can hear it through here. Johnny, 10-1-8 for him. Hassles for Bruce Henderson, zinging off the line. But Johnny, I think that 999 might be as good as it gets. Yeah, that's a Cordis that will work on the PA, but only close in range here. Yes. Well, if you turn it on, I'll hear it and I can be quiet. Sure, absolutely, Bubba. Turn it on. You'll hear it through the PA itself, so you might have to stay close though, mate. Not right now, but yeah, 12:30 we'll be needing food and drinks. That's in about 10 minutes' time. I'll be going to grab a tissue too, I tell you. Just, you know, you're just holding it up, holding it up. All right, C-Class cars coming up here. NA 28s, Russell Tonkin and Adam Rinn. Yes, they deserve a little bit of open mic time as well. I'm all for encouraging the NA. I shouldn't call it the NA revolution, but there's guys out there just that don't fall for the turbos, they don't fall for the blowers, they don't go for the nitrous, they don't go for the easy horsepower. Some of these guys just love the air they can put through an engine, and it's amazing when you look at a mechanical device that is, and you know, even in this case, a couple of 2-valve engines, being Clevos and small blocks, just the sound they make at the end of it all. Let's have a listen. Just music, some pure music. 946 there for Russell. That's stout, that's some lungs. 976 for Adam Rinn as well. How good is it? The HT and the XC going against each other out there. All engines, no power adders. Tony Anderson now back in the Cortina in the I-Class. So that little Cortina running trying to run 1150. Rob Armstrong, that hatchback. He's got H on the side. He's trying to run a 1050.
Went 10-1-2. Whoops. So he's got to slow this one down. Tony Anderson, that is one sweet little Cortina all-engine, 11.17, 11.17, 119 mile an hour. That is, I don't know whether we're crossflow, whether an Aspo Bar in that car, but it is a gorgeous sounding beast for a six-banger. Jason Vanderland now back in this beautiful LJ, and Matt Savage. HT Monaro and LJ running in the H class, looking for a 1050. Goes 10.36, 10.55. Sorry about the cough in the middle of that. 10.36 too quick. 10.55, not a bad run for Matt Savage on that 10.50. Nearly hand that in. All right, next one, Dean Wilson trying to hit 10.50. Travis Greaves trying to hit 10.50. Dean won't like the 2.97 reaction time that came with the Ute sleeve. Travis Greaves will love a 10.67 with a 7. You know, Travis ran a 10.67 with a 4 on the previous run, and there's a 10.67 with a 7. So that XD is giving him some love. Two great ETs. You just want something with a 50 on it to be tighter. Michael Shaw now and Michael Barradell, both Michaels, both in the I class, both trying to hit an 11.50 here. Any which way you want to do it, we don't mind. Michael Shaw, the VL, getting to the stripe first this time, 11.62, not a bad one. 12.55 for Michael. A little bit more ET to find if you're trying to hone in on that 11.50. Jason Mears and Ashley Hawkins. Ashley back with the VR. Jason Mears just rolling down the sleeves. Can't have the sleeves rolled up. Long sleeves means long sleeves. The VH Vacationer. Looks like first run for him today, trying to hit the 10.50. Ashley Hawkins as well. Ashley's gone. She's going to have plenty of time to make amends, but this will be another run down with no ET to show for it. 10.85 there for side. I can hear you, Bubba. It's all yours, mate. When you turn that on, Bubba, I could hear it. So it's all working. Putting a little post on Facebook here. Danny Lansdowne is back, as is Rick Barnes. Couple of turbo six bangers. Remember, we've got to keep these things. So it's a bit of a challenge to keep some of these cars. He's got the blinker on there too, Danny. Okay, you go 10.50. What have we got? 59. There we go, 10.59 and 10.80 for Rick Barnes. An earlier 10.70 for him. An earlier 67 there for Danny. So that's not a bad one. Not a bad one at all. All right, Dean Heidke and Troy O'Hare back out there. It's I5 and I16. So yeah, both 11.50 class as well. It is it's so good to see these cars out of the garages and coming down the drag strip, going to grace our highways between here Warwick tomorrow, and then the same between Warwick and here for Sunday. And these great classes, everyone seems to be embracing them well. Here we go, 11.72 and an 11.62. And I think sometimes too, on a drag and drive, you know, if you know your car's quite capable, you might just hold back and get a couple of runs in. But sometimes I think if you're wanting to get to day 3, you might just try and get close to what you want
and then just pack it up and get to the next track. All right, Warwick, Patrick Smith is back, Matt Maloney. So Pat's another one, the RX-7's got to try and keep it above 1050. Yeah, that's a little bit better. The thing shifted through the gears now. Matt Maloney in his Camaro. Nice side-by-side run to the stripe, and it is a 1089 and a 1076. 1089 and a 1076. And of course, we are on the Overtaking Lane live stream for today, tomorrow at Warwick, and then back here on Sunday for Willowbank. Damien Burnham, that beautiful panel van on board. Clint Hard, the Commodore beside, both with I lettering on the side, which means they're trying to hit the 1150 mark. Both guys had a run on them. Clint, I dare say we're nearly at that stage, you know, where we are hitting maximum UV on this track, and sometimes it turns from sticky to a little bit tacky, and sometimes tacky's not good. I mean, sticky's good. Tacky can be sometimes a little bit too much right at that stage, and some of these cars might hassle those tyres. Depends on what they're also running as well. Dave Knightley and Max McClay. I mean, if you are on an ET, like a Mickey Thompson ET, like that, you can normally expect probably a little bit better performance out of the track. But if you've got something like a PSR or something like that on the tyre, they can sometimes not like this surface either. Tell you what, Max McClay, 1056 for the panel van on the 1050 class. Might be nearly worthy to hand that one in. If you think you can go quick, you might be honing in on it. And now Benny Kinesis, look at this Nova. It went 1088, trying to run an 1150 though, that's the problem. Russell Weaver, he's in the I class as well, trying to run 1150. We're very close to getting that track prep break. Let's say 12:30 was the break for about 15 to 20. If you're in the lanes, you'll have a 15 to 20 minute break. Benny goes 11:37, trying to find the 11:50. Russell Weaver goes 11:63, chasing that 11:50. What did Russell run there before? We'll have to see. We've got Russell Weaver somewhere in there. Anyway, Andy Blom and Luke Fromm coming forward. Again, Luke Fromm trying to slow that ute down to 1050. He went 1032 on one of the runs. Andy went 1067. He's trying to run a 1050 or something. Here we go. What's that trade back? Like, it's out. It can't be that far out trying to run a 1050 because the Tirana's been running closer to it. Rolls right off it again. 1073. Andy's a little slower this time. 1115. It's another one of those runs for Luke Fromm that he just knows he's probably got a little bit more he can take it before he rolls off the throttle. Nicole Willett now, of course, she runs the orange VN ute called No Balls, but I've been joking with her and calling this thing No Bars. She'd love to put a roll cage in this and run quicker than 1050, but she's stuck at 1050s for now. She said she's an engineer by trade. I remember talking to Nicole about it, and she is she's a technical lady professionally. 1060 and an earlier 1062. Nicole, that's not a bad ET to be handing in on that 1050. 1060, she's done a great job of slowing that thing down. That thing could go nines if she could get a cage in it. Ryan Stewart now back in one of two VH Commodore wagons that I know that we've got here. He's got the H on the side, which means he's trying to run a 1050. I can hear your microphone, Bubba. Go, Bubba, that's the way.
How crazy is that, guys? Soft off the line, still goes down with a decent pass. We are at Willowbank. It is crazy at the All Stars Drag and Drive where it's all happening. We've had some fast passes and plenty more to come. And then they're off to Warwick. Wow. Keep it going.
That's it. Hey, I like that one, Bubba. Nice little live cross there on our Overtaking Lane live stream. Of course, Bubba Medlin with us from Victoria. Here's another guy with us from Victoria. The 100. Oh, Dry Hop Noel. There we are. Dry Hop Noel. Yeah, he's a god.
He has been at every drag and drive known to man. Anyone would think he hates his car the way he treats it. That's all right. Is that alternating issues? Give it all she wrote. It's going to be wheels up, people.
Yeah, how good's that? 1922 Ford Centador. Made this car live for another 100 years. It's 103 years old, and he's still drives it like no one else. He's from Sunshine in Victoria, Noel Inman. He's got a truck and bus repair business down there, but he reckons he's not even on the tools much anymore. He just inspects buses, signs them off, so he looks after them, and he's still a hot rodder. This is one stout Windsor with a C4 and a jag rear end and wheelie bars. Kareen Pontini, this time, come on, we've got to get this Commodore in the V and go. Normally with a little bit of nitrous oxide in this Windsor. Half track, 683.
All right, looks like we've had a breakdown. Old man, he's going to be very upset. He likes to get wheels up. It's just not long enough, so you know what I mean by that. Looks like we've had a break on the middle of the track. Good on him for pulling over. Guys, we're going to be having lunch soon, and we all know I love lunch. There's some cool people here. Big shout out to Mr. Tony Webb.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's cool. All right, it has been absolutely amazing here at Drag and Drive All Stars. What an event, but it's only day one. We've had a couple of breaks, a few breaks actually. The track is on song. But guess what? These guys have to leave here intact, or somewhat intact, to get to the next track. We're actually heading to 6 Boost tonight. Is a checkout. Go see Kyle. I can't wait. Big hugs. So it's going to be amazing, guys. We're going to have a lunch break very shortly, and it's been an amazing day, guys. Stay tuned because it's only going to get better. Love you all.
That's it, Bubba. What a nice little sign out there. It's that time right now. And I don't know whether we have got anyone there in, of course, overtaking lane, centre control that might throw us a little bit of, let's call it the lunchtime scheduled programming, which would be some highlights from previous overtaking lane live streams. But right now, we've managed to get the Commodore moving down the end. We did say at 12:30 we're going to do a little bit of that prep. Bubba's already done a nice little lead to and sign out for that. So this is the opportunity right now, folks. Take that little breather. 15 minutes, 20 minutes time. We'll be back into it, but there's going to be a bit of prep going down there, a little bit of a spray, and we will be back. So grab that All Stars Drag and Drive merchandise right now before it gets all sold out, and we will take that break and be back with more in about 15 odd minutes or so. But again, because Bubba's got the cordless mic for now, if any guys like Dan or Dully need a little thing read out, message Bubba. Bubba's got the mobile mic just for the moment.
Don't mind the porn. I love cartoon porn. What? Hey, shut up!
So much for the 12:30 break. I was starting to drool and everything. Starting to walk down, start drooling, ready for lunch. But no, not quite 12:30 on someone's clock. All right, so Mark Stone and Glenn Finnegan both got H and I. So Mark Stone in the HR trying to run 11:50. Glenn Finnegan trying to run a 10:50. Well, talk about working through your lunch break. 11:27, trying to hit 10:50, 11:74, a little bit closer to that 11:50. So that little stop hasn't happened as yet. It's like we planned, like I was ready to plan. I.e. go and grab a tissue out of the car because I'd just love to blow the nose right now. I'm holding it up a little bit nasal. Jason Dawn out there. He's in the H class. And remember, he's got to light this thing up and try and bump it. He got it. Now, that's the reaction time. He's got a good one. Now, look, this is what he might need. Now, it still might slow him down in the first half. Everything's looking good here on the incrementals, and it goes 10.92. That's not too bad. He'd already gone a 10.63, but he held the thing there for many, many seconds. So the H class is that 10.50. So the 63 came with a reaction time deficit. All right, Tara back, or Tara in this lane. We never normally see her in this lane. Tim Barron beside, Tim in the Tirana trying to hit the 1150. Tara trying to hit a 1050 something. She went 1061. Remember, we've got to look for reaction times quicker than 1 second. Any slow reaction time we've been punishing with a deficit over. Tara looking for a 1050 something, 1060 after an earlier 1061, 1152 for Tim Barron. Boy, let's have a look at the I cars here, right? Let's have our closest I car. So that's an I don't know whether we can get it in the first 64. We can't, would you believe 64 ETs are quicker than 1088. I can't even get the 11-second ETs up. We can only go to 64 places, and the 64th, get that, the 64th quickest ET today is a 1088. And we've got a lot of guys in the 1150 class here trying to hit it, so I can't quite bring that back up. So it's all up to our competitors, of course, to hand a time slip in before you leave. And only you know the target. Damien Boyce is trying to hit a 1050. He's gone 1063 before. So Damo here, Barra-powered Falcon. So far, so good. Half track, a nice one. 702. We can probably put a bit more into it right now because 1087, seeing 702 at half track wasn't giving me much hope. 702 at half track, 1087, a little bit off the 1063. Put that couple of pounds back into it, I would say. Boise, if you were playing with boost or RPM or whatever. Derek O'Hare out there trying to hit 1150 in the HQ Coupe. And what about Rob Wizard? Wizard Concreting trying to hit a 1050, went 1056. Oh, listen to those cars go. 1043 too quick, 1165. I'm not going to say too slow. 1165 on the 1150. That's in the ballpark. But what will it take to really win this event in those classes? You've just about got to be on that number to probably claim it after 3 days. Matt Francis and Luke Page. Luke Page, 841, trying to hit 850. Matt Francis trying to hit a perfect 1050 in the HQ van. He could have handed in the 54. I'm sure that a 54 was as quick. He went a 49 as well. Remember, you get that reaction time deficit if you leave slower than 1 second. It's encouraging guys to bump. It's really encouraging guys to get in there ready to go. Matt Francis, half track, 675. Watch this one. Watch this one. 51. 1051 with a 0. 1051 with a 0. He's gone 1054, 1056, 1049, 1051. You tell me that's not a sorted car right there. You tell me that thing ain't an impressive, one of Australia's most impressive real street cars. Right there, and the guy knows how to race it as well if you want to challenge him. Not just about trying to hit a number, he can hit the tree as well. He's pretty good. You wait till we get to the shootout time on the last day. He'll be in there for a bit of that, I'm sure of it, because we've got that little element to it as well. It's not about just 3 days of drag and drive and try and hit a time. We're going to ask these guys to race as well. Kevin Brown back out there. He's in the E6 class, naturally aspirated. James Cornford, D9. That's the 235 class. Oh, Kevy, that thing is singing beautifully, mate. 235 Aspo 916. That's making some steam, that thing, all engine. Kevin Brown, 1036 for James Cornford. It's gone off the 926 that he ran before. But how good is Kevy Brown ringing the neck of that VK? Sounded great. All right, another one of our F-class cars, which is the Pro Import class. Mohammed Koya back with the Supra, trying to get that representative time. ET-wise, he gets knocked around by the reaction time. He just wants to get a number here. Of course, to infinity on the side of the car. Might be another 8-speed in this thing. All right, not a bad run there. He goes through for a 1039. But yes, I think that we are if we're playing with 8 speeds by the sound of it, there's a lot to be learned about that. And I tell you what, it's going to take a bit of sorting. All right, Georgia Coles to the grandstands, please. Georgia Coles to the grandstands, please. Immediately, Georgia Coles to the grandstands, please. Good to see that she's there. This is our track prep. I would assume maybe around 1 o'clock we might be back with a little bit of light prep. But we've got some footage to play from a couple of Kenders ago, coming up on the Overtaking Lane live stream. So Dave's going to put that on in just a tick. All Stars Drag and Drive. What a great first session up to lunchtime. A little bit of prep, a little bit of a break. Grab that merchandise, grab a feed, get out of the sun, get a hat on, and we'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes' time.
Andy, I grabbed you today, mate. You can't not come out here and see all the spot-on performance shirts and spot-on performance cars. Mate, there's obviously you guys have got a good coverage out here of cars. Mate, give us a bit of a rundown. How many we got out here?
I think today we should have about 6 or 7 cars racing across the fields.
Not a bad effort, mate.
Nah, pretty good, mate. We're very family orientated, so the whole idea here is, you know, the blokes and the girls like to come racing, but bring your family along, mate. You have a look around, there's plenty of kids here, like, with all the spot-on shirts on.
I've been told you cook the best feeds as well.
No, that's Jamie, mate. He's over there now with the barbecue. He takes that. Keep people fed and hydrated and they have a good time, you know.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's a good environment, and there's so many spot-on shirts running around. I think that's cool to see as well. So
yeah, again, we've been going 10 years now, and mate, it definitely wasn't like this when we first started, you know. We had a single easy up, and we've built something into this, but me and Danny don't do this alone. This is everybody that chucks in and helps and does their part, mate, and it's grown together, you know.
And last night, you had the spot-on performance $2,000 small tyre shootout. Now, you were up there, but you got knocked out, mate.
Mate, that's racing too, you know. Win or lose, it's fun, mate, you know, and especially when it's close, tight racing. Like, for the people at home watching on your live feed and here watch, like, mate, you never know who's going to take that win light, you know. And I guess at the end of the day, that's why we keep saying more bums and seats adds to the atmosphere. So people at home that aren't racers, you got to get down, you got to get trackside and witness it, you know. And so many people even last night said, Jesus, some like 470 cars battling it out, you know. And mate, anyone can take the beams. Adrian made it to the final with a 5.0 car, you know.
Yeah, and the pass for yourself, between yourself and Sean,
yeah,
like, get the heart pumping for a spectator.
Mate, tell you, like, being in the car, watching him get out on me on the 60, and then I grabbed that scramble button and pulled him in a bit. But, mate, just, yeah, good racing, man, and good fun, you know. We get down the bottom end and we shake hands and hug each other and say, fuck, that's good racing, you know. So,
But you're pretty happy with how yours is running?
oh, real happy, mate. I mean, it's one of those things where, like I keep saying all the time, we're never here to swing with the fences. We always just take baby steps and creep up on it. And like I said, at the end of the day, we want to cut laps, mate. That's what we're here for, to do laps and enjoy the race and not swing for the fence and hurt it or anything silly like that, you know.
Well, I reckon at the end of the day, I'll be back past to share another beer with you tonight too.
Oh, mate, don't worry. Tonight we'll have a few, that's for sure.
Good stuff. Thanks,
Thank
mate.
you. Keep up the good work with you too, mate.
Thanks. All right, guys, here with Mitchell now. I've been watching you. Well, this has been around a while, this car, obviously,
Yeah.
but I've been watching you out at Warwick. You're already in a few of our videos.
Yep.
And now we're watching you here this weekend. This is pretty off its head.
Yeah,
Mate, tell us what's running in the Camaro.
LS 400 cuba, 80mm turbos, power glide, reed case, and a sheet metal 9-inch 35 splice.
Mate, it looks like it's putting down a fair bit of power.
It is. We're just a new combo. We're just going on it slowly. Eventually, you want to run a 7-second pass with a 4,000-pound car.
Wow, that's impressive.
It's up there. We weighed it the other night, and it was 3,800. No fuel, no oil in the auto, no tail shaft, and no water in the tank for the air to water.
It's a big, heavy car.
Yeah.
And what's the best time so far?
We've gone an 840 with it, with this combo. But again, we're running on 17 pounder boost. We can double that.
Yeah.
So
Oh, and we just spoke to Andy. He said it's all about stepping it up, not
that's what
pushing
we're
it.
doing. Yeah, and that was the idea when we spoke about building it. He asked me what you want to do. I said, well, to start off with, I'd like top qualify at Kenda with a Class B run, 550, and then step it up slowly. And he goes, yeah, no worries, we can do that. So yeah.
All right, now, not to jump in too much of the controversy, but we did have transmission issues last night.
Yeah.
Do you think it's all right today?
Look, I've put through 20 litres of oil in 2 passes.
Yeah.
Just kept draining it. Drained it this morning, and it's a red colour. So hopefully it'll get us through today. After the qualifiers, I'll dump it again and put another gearbox in.
And you'll have to pull it apart.
Yeah, box will come out. Brand new box. It'll have to come out and be rebuilt again.
$9,500 you just put into this?
Yeah. Oh, what, the gearbox?
The gearbox.
Oh, the gearbox. Yeah, it was 10.
There was 10
So,
grand in
yeah.
that alone.
Yeah.
Wow. So hopefully it's all good, mate. We'll keep fingers crossed for you.
No worries.
It smelt really bad
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah. When I drained it, it was smoking. It wasn't steam. It was smoking, and it was black.
Well,
So
we'll be watching you today, mate, and
thank
you have a great day.
Hopefully we go all right.
Thank you. Thanks, Mitchell.
No worries. Thank you.
Steve, back out running the Gemini, mate. We haven't seen this one out on track for a little while.
Yeah, no, it's we haven't been out since about February. We did a little bit of damage in February and just taking our time. We haven't been able to get back out for a while and sort of, yeah, got it all repaired and a few little updates on the thing. So we'll see if we can go a little bit quicker.
Well, we can see what it was before when we've checked out this car before in one of our videos. We'll put a link up here somewhere on the screen. People can have a look at that. But there's a few changes since then.
Yeah, we've got an intercooler on the car now.
Yep.
So hopefully we can get colder intake charges. Previously the charges were out of control. So
Yeah, right.
colder intake charges should make a little bit more power and see if we can get down the track a bit faster.
And what are we running in today?
Outlaw 235. So it's be interesting. 109 cubic inches up against some of the 570 cubic inches. So, but they were all on the same tyre. So that's the deciding factor there.
And this thing goes hard anyway, so we've seen it go down pretty quick before, so
Yeah.
it's certainly going to hold its own. It's lightweight as well, right?
Yeah, it's pretty light, little Gemini. Quickest half track's 5:33. So, but some of the 235 cars are getting in the high fours now, so it'll be a little bit challenging, but yeah, it'll be fun.
It's all about the run on the day. We've got the headwind, as you mentioned before. It's all a bit different today, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And you've got to get those little 235s to hook up. So those big cube cars with all their torque. Hopefully we might see a few of them come unstuck when they're beside us today.
No worries. It's a sponsored car as well. You want to give them a shout out?
Yeah, Penrite's been helping us out with the lubricants for this car. Yeah, flawless, great products. So, and yeah, great help. Check out their site. Penrite's for every car.
Thanks, Steve. We'll see you out on track.
Cool. Thanks.
Steve, we've come to have a look at a bike, mate. Now, it's been a few years since I sold my Harley, but I reckon this one might be a little bit quicker.
It is rather quick. It's one of the quickest twin cams in the country. It is only 106 cubic inches, but it's a well-built engine. Makes over 160 horsepower and has run a quarter-mile best of 984,
Wow.
which makes it the quickest competing twin cam in Australia.
Mate, that's impressive. Now, you don't mind getting out on the 8th mile then?
No, I love the 8th mile. You can get like any racing is it started and won in the first half of the track. So 8th mile is good fun, and especially these Kenda guys, they put on a great track. So there's no issues with traction whatsoever.
So it's just twist that throttle and hang on at the start.
Balls to the wall, mate. You just send it.
Mate, you've got a few sponsors on here as well, mate.
Yeah, we've recently just signed Playfall as another major sponsor. Michael Cook, great company, and it's good to be working with him. We have Burley Bars.
It's pretty well known.
Oh yeah.
And,
Good bunch of guys. Wrench Devil Cycles build my engine,
Right.
and Pro Cycle Dyno tune it.
Okay. And we could find links for all this on. Do you have a page for Day Family Racing?
Yes, we've got a Facebook page. We also have Instagram. We've taken this bike from basically a street bike to just full-on race bike.
Yeah.
We started racing it. It went 1180s, and yeah, we've just gone quicker and quicker.
Have you got something that you're aiming for today? Is there what would you like to hit today?
I would like to get a very low 6.0, 8th mile.
Yep.
If I can do it. If I can't, I'll just be happy to be out there competing.
Mate, that sounds impressive. It's good to see the bikes out here on all the radial bikes as well. And mate, this is not the only bike. You race a few different other classes as well, or on this bike?
On this bike, I usually race modified bike.
Yeah.
And yeah, just give it to all the Bussa boys and the Jigsaw boys. I usually put them off when this thing's on the two-step because it's quite loud, and yeah, they end up red lighting a lot of the time. But it's always good fun running against them. They always telling me how I should get a real bike, but you just can't beat the brute torque of a Harley.
Mate, I love it, and I reckon that's a good point for us now to cut to you on a two-step and show everyone how loud it is.
I think we can do that.
We'll see you out there. Thanks, Steve.
stands there, people. Can you hear us out there? You right? How's your Friday going, sir? How's your Friday? How's everyone's Friday going? Beautiful? It's just the drag and drive life. Could you do a 5-dayer? Do you reckon if you could go, could you do that one day, do you reckon? It's so good we've got 3-dayer and 5-dayers. But All Stars drag and drive, first ever session, looked pretty good. Some big numbers, 7-second numbers. But now it's time for a bit of afternoon delight. It's the Kraken. It is the newest radial 275 car, screw blowing Noonan Hemi 5-speed Liberty. The Ducks Nuts, the Kraken, Simon O'Carroll. You just can't get one. Swimming Pool, Mr. Swimming Pool. And Mr. Radial Racing. He loves his radial. This is a serious machine. Got to go through testing. Now remember, he has been a nitrous guy his whole entire radial career, Simon O'Carroll. I don't even think, maybe once he had a 10.5 on it. Not on this, I mean this is brand new, but his Tiranas, his nitrous Tiranas. Of course, Notorious Racing is the team for Simon. This is the Notorious Kraken. Geez, it's got a good Hemi cackle about it, I can tell you. 4.9 Noonan. PSI blower, I understood. Liberty 5-speed. Like quick drive deal here on a 275. He may have a 315 on it, but it's intended to be the quickest 275 car in this country, and we've just hit the 3-second zone with these cars like Pazzo and Smithy. Pazzo with an amazing Fox body, Smithy with that Mustang with the Pro line in it, and now this is Simon O'Carroll. He definitely had the rush of blood. The fire was burning so deep for radial racing, Simon O'Carroll, that when he procured this car, now this is the X6 Boost Camaro, that was also a 3-second contender with the Noonan in it. But it was twin turbo Noonan in the hands of Kyle and the 6 Boost team. Of course, Terry Seng drove that car, Daniel Barris drove that car. And this Camaro with a lot of pedigree behind it. Simon O'Carroll's going to take to a new identity as the Kraken with his own screw-blowing Noonan Hemi Liberty. I mean, this is a lot of systems and things on this car to get right. And this thing has just got put together. And I tell you, hasn't Simon seen the increase in uptake on such a beautiful machine? Got to have all the right people in all the right places to make this thing work a treat. And Simon just wants to steer the damn thing and race. So he's still probably testing in this car. Oh, it's got all of that. It's got, that thing's 3,000, 4,000 horsepower if you want it to go. And we're seeing a nice chunk of that right there after that attempt at it by Simon. But he's got to get seat time in the car. I mean, machines of this calibre, like you've got to have your wits about you to use every part of that thing. So, yeah, you better go out there and steer that thing as many times as you can. And whether you want to try, you know, should we try with 2,000 horsepower instead of 3,000 horsepower to start with? Like, the art to get a radial tyre to hook up takes a lot of skill, and when you're starting with a brand new engine combo as well, so your horsepower levels are yet not normalised, so we're not at a certain horsepower level yet, purely because the harder you rev something like this, I mean, there is another, in RPM terms, you can have another, 500 to 1,000 horsepower there when you rev those things out. And on a radial tyre, it is hard to control all of that happening and knocking the tyre loose. So every pass down the track for that team is got to be a learning pass. We can't expect numbers to come out of something like that until it is well and truly tested. And you want to talk about the Chase 2 Aussie 275 greatness. Tell the story about, of course, the spot-on Public Enemy car, same deal. Ran the car with a Noonan Hemi, Liberty, all that deal. So a lot of stuff what Simon's using there. Public Enemy's been using, but with turbos. And then that after Andy started throwing a fair bit of the Noonan at it, realised that he then decided to put a full
tube chassis through the car to make it, well, not only make it lighter, but just to make it capable of handling the horsepower, and also be able to incorporate the suspension changes he wanted to make in the car, because it is all about the rear end in those cars as far as the way you can harness that horsepower, move the car, dead plant, basically dead hook that radial and just get the rest of it down the other end of the track. And with that revamp, gets rid of the clutchless and goes to a 3-speed, and then starts to hunt right down on it again in no short amount of time. But yeah, it's starting to make all of that horsepower on that sticky track earlier this year. It ate a lot of gearbox bits up during that, and it ate torque converters to pieces, and trying to make as much as 4,000 horsepower was finding the weak spots yet again in the combos. But when you get there, it is pure bliss to see these things run threes on the small tyre. Is just amazing, and when you can see it overseas happening, and guys like Grantley Schloss that have literally put Aussie radial scene on the map by single-handedly going over there and whipping up on the best radial races in the world with that combo over there, but still know that it's come from the land down under where radial racing is very, very strong, and we've now got cars of that capacity in our garages around Australia, and the common denominator is to go out there and run. And not so much to run the low numbers, it's just to actually race side by side against the best competition in the land. And when you compare it to what's happening around the world, and especially Australia and USA, very close to performance. I think we're way ahead of the Europeans, definitely, and any other country that's doing it. We're lucky we've got really good drag strips to really do it. Thanks very much to the canteen. They brought me up some loaded fries and a couple of bottles of Coke and some serviettes. And I can't eat all of these loaded fries. So if anyone wanted a free loaded fries, I could supply you with the loaded fries, but you'd have to come up to the top of the tower to get it, because I can't finish 2 of them. So thank you, canteen. They will be closing at 2. So in about 50 minutes' time, the canteen will be closed. But if you want to sample a loaded fries and you're feeling a bit peckish, I've got some up here. Just looking down around the grandstands here as we're waiting to start the afternoon session, is we've got a couple of young folks around here. Got the real radial housewives trying to stay as cool as they can in their eternal hotness underneath the umbrella. We've got the other people out there. Come on, guys, go and get yourself a cap. Go get. Do we sell All Star Drag and Drive caps? Well, we should get it on some of our young folk out there that are sitting in the sun with no hats on. You two, right there. I can see you two ladies right there, no hats on. Who else got no hats on? Kid out the front. Got to get your hat on. Put your hat on, please. Bloke down the front kicking a beach ball. Who told you to bring a beach ball to the drag strip, mate? Where did you get the beach ball from? Don't make that thing go where it shouldn't, sir. The rule is if that thing goes out there, I got the right to pop that on you. I go down there and stab that ball, mate. If that goes out near the drag strip, we're in trouble. Not just me, you will be in more trouble too. Sorry, before I kept on giving the kids a bit of trouble about being away from school. It's actually school holidays, I believe. Is that right? Isn't it amazing? I drive on the roads every day and I still didn't know it was school holidays. That's how much I pay attention to kids these days. I just don't know what they're doing. All I know is traffic's horrible around schools. I suppose I have been getting to work a lot easier the last couple of weeks. So maybe, it's been school holidays. Well, you guys have got to go back to school Monday, don't you? Oh, it sucks. Anyway, if anyone wants a loaded fries, I've got one up here. It's the afternoon session. What are we up to? Here we go. All Stars Drag and Drive, day number 1, heading into the PM, thanks to the Overtaking Lane live stream. Diggs here with you. Bubba Medlin roaming around the place as well. There's going to be a little movie made out of this 3-day Drag and Drive, I believe, and Bubba's going to go and be the man on the ground. I said, Bubba, if you want to go around and do interviews and stuff, I said, well, if you keep doing that, where I'm happiest, right up here, right in the corner, especially if we're live streaming to the world, is that we love to keep the continuous call happening with anything we do with Overtaking Lane and live streaming. All right, it's Jason Kenny from Victoria, William Yarborough with the Queensland Supra. It's just trying to get an ET in the PM.
That's not bad. It comes out 132 to 60 foot. I tell you what, the Supra's on a good one as well. But here goes the Commodore, 825 rolling off the throttle. This time, Will Yarwood, 888 at 159 mile an hour. It looked great for a long time down the track there, side by side. Remembering, paired runs kind of makes every race a race, but in Drag and Drive, we're just trying to hit a number each. But it's so good to see the 2J versus LS matchup. Thanks, Brooke. I need the feedback. Brooke Shaw, loving the live stream. I'm glad you are, as is. We've got a couple of hundred watching, so big shout out. These days, you can always, ask for more. Love to have 1,000 people watching. Tara Johnston, 10.58. That might do it. 10.58 for Tara. She's looking for a 10.50. Derek O'Hare looking for an 11.50 goes an 11.44. And no such luck. So people so close to hitting the mark, but just not getting the banana. Now, here we go. Serious time, folks. Aussie Drag and Drive. This is where we are. 2025 afternoon. Both these, well, we've got Matt Coleman. He Sketch is running in the unlimited class. Scott Hoffman is actually on the 28-inch tyre. But how's this for an Aussie Drag and Drive matchup? These guys met each other in Roma. Hoffman rose the 28s off, but this time Sketch is going to get a good one. He goes 5.35 to the 8th, and he might just can it for the moment. 8.91 at the end at 180 mile an hour, but that XY wagon off the button. Now remember, those two guys raced each other in a little bit of no prep out at Roma about 2 weeks ago, and Sketch got it there as well, but Hoffman and Sketch. Just the quality of car we've got laying around the place. Shane Baker, Jamie Swift, you know why we've got the quickest Commodores in the world is because we were the only ones that really got the Commodore in the combos to be used. Of course, as Opals, these things may have had six bangers at one stage, but they didn't really feature as the major seller in their countries. But here, the Aussie Commodore was king. Shane Baker's VH, Jamie Swift's VH, Aussie VH Commodores, the blue one carries the Holden V8, so its DNA is pure Jamie Swift. LS on board, Bump City, baby, all Commodores. Zing the tyre for Baker, but it's Swifty. 1-2-2 to the 60 foot. Commodore's on a march, 5-10 at half track. He's on the brakes at 1,000 foot. 8.40, 121 mile an hour. The short time, 5.10 at 139 mile an hour. And Swifty, 1-2-2 in the 60, trying to hit that 8.50 index. Well, it is an index today, being Drag and Drive. It's a number that we use in drag racing. So that index is an 8.50. He has gone 8.40 with a 6. So that's a little bit too quick, even on the lift. But this is the game they're playing. The challenge is you're allowed in that class to use an 8th mile with the multiplier, but it does encourage you to take it all the way to the end. And it looks like these guys have got a little bit in change as well down the end. These guys have got enough performance to do that lift at 1,000 and try and hit the 50. Isn't it amazing that in the old days you'd kill to get an 8-second time, now you're lifting just to go 8.50. Naomi Vandertop, come on gal, she's got to get this 8 speed. It's two tits racing, I'm not joking. These girls, an all-girl Drag and Drive team, might be the first one in Drag and Drive history in the world. The two tits with 8 speeds and a 2J in an S15. Come on girl, this 8 speed, it's just a bit hard to get sorted here. What's that front bit? Front bit's, okay, in a second. There we go. 4th, 5th. This is a good run for her. Hey, 8.43. The girls are back. 8.43, 1.57 for Naomi. 8.43. She's in that F class too, which is import. So that might be good for import, I tell you. 8.43 in import. I've lost my F sheet here. Here it is. Out of order. It is pro import, so keep an eye on Gnomes with the 8.43. See, that 8 speed, it is tricky. You've got to program the shifts by the look of it, and that was a little bit more sort of converter and softness, and then banging those gears, power management, worked a treat. Rob Wizard trying to run 10.50s, and Mohammed Koya staging with the back tyres. We're going to let it go. Rob Wizard trying to hit 10.50 with his Aussie street car. Here we go.
hits the finish line and goes 47. Well, so he's gone 10.47, 10.43, 10.56 for Rob Wizard. Muhammad, back tyres, 10.07. Just caught that, didn't we? I had a bit of view of that rear tyre stage because it looked like half a Supra, like it was a Supra, a whole Supra length in front of the guy staging. Michael McGregor, look, don't let the rusty panel van appearance, or rusty wagon appearance with the massive big roof rack, all that beautiful HR beside. I mean, we are banging on 8-second Holden ETs. Chrome bar Holden cars with tow bars. Bump City, Bump Country. Welcome to Bump Country. Off it goes, half track. The HR is 5.58. Here comes the wagon. 8.78 and an 8.83 for the wagon. 8.83, 1.54. Half track 5.68 for Michael. 8.78, 1.43 beside for that HR. And remember, he's trying to hit an 8.50. So they're just, I don't know, he might just be enjoying what he's got and then he'll do a lift-off or something. This is one guy that just wants one run the hook up, and that's Mark Ross in the utility. Brad Dilger beside has gone 9.84 and a 9.83. He's in the G class, which is Pro 850, so he's a little bit off the mark there, but he's just going to give it a go. That's a little bit better. The utility is out now in business. Side by side. In fact, the utility's got quite a lot. 5.54 at half track, and this is a number bang. Mark Ross, 8.57. 8.57 on the 8.50. Geez, when everything works, it works. Big number for Brad Dilger. Pulls that out of the wilderness. See, some of these guys are just the one lap away. After a couple of laps this morning, just maybe, I know we've still got probably the air's dry, but it's warm. The track's definitely warm. It's starting to show favour that a lot of these medium horsepower cars and even some more high horsepower cars. Look who's back. Look who's back after about 5 minutes. Scott Hoffman. After blowing the 28s off it, 5 minutes later, Hoffman, because he's in quarantine, is able to hot lap it back. Timmy Cross beside him trying to hit an 8.50 as well. But Hoffman, he's looking for something quicker than that. Oh, Hoffman, power stand, feeds it some more. Feeds it some more. 7.96 at 182. 7.96. That's, mate, you look at the throttle trace after that run for Scott Hoffman, it'll look like he's just been mashing and passion. 7.96, power stand. He already caught the tyre, so straight off the line, it caught the tyre. It then liked it. It then hooked up. It then wheel stood. Hoffman had to squeeze it twice, at least twice in the first 330 feet. And even then I heard him like tickling it at half track. Some people are getting their money's worth here this weekend, I can tell you. Joel Cunningham and Steve Ryman. How good is this as a streetcar? Ryman likes to bring it out for Dragon Drives. It's a 10-second big block split window. And he's in the E class, which is an aspirated class. Joel Cunningham in E as well. Let's let him sing. Yeah, 10.70 for Steve, 11.74 there for Joel. All right, Mr. Stu Henry is back, and so is this guy, Andrew Valentine. Geez, that's a little bit of the old Pro Street throwback, isn't it? Valentine in the Pro Street days, I remember Stu Henry, absolutely Mr. Pro Street back in the days. Queensland Pro Street. I like to think back that far, just how we've had so many good ways to go drag racing over the years in this part of the world, including Pro Street, including import.
And now Dragon drives time in history, and Stu Henry's right there to do it as well. The man already had more cred than you need. And in terms, he's in the E10 class, which I think is the 235. It's the 235 or 255 NA, 878, 876. I tell you right now, without going through the sheets, that's some leading ASPO stuff right there. If he's on the 235, 878 after an 876, Stu Henry. Will he do a third pass? Is he happy with something there? He'll be looking around to see if anyone's handed anything in for the E class there. And as we said, it's 235 and 255 NA class, so you can run up to one if you need to. Rob Armstrong, lucky to hold that thing in stage. Shane Moran beside him. Triple O for Rob Armstrong. He's in the H class, though. I think there's a couple of pro classes. There's a reaction time prize, but Triple O is still a fantastic, perfect reaction time for Rob Armstrong, even though it was about him trying to hold the thing in stage. So you can say that's perfect, but it wasn't intentional. And it continues on. Dean Wilson, remember his reaction time deficit cost him on an ET last time. Matt Savage, this beautiful H, I think it's a T Monaro. 10.55, he's trying to run a 10.55, 10.51 for Dean. Okay, Dean Wilson's got an ET ready because his reaction time's under 1 second. So what he ran before was a 10.51, but no ET deficit now will come because of reaction. Oh, 10.54, 10.57. You show me the top 5 10.50 runs and then just nearly already filled now. When we get a moment, I'll flick through the all the H class cars, which is the 1050 class, just to show you how thick it is with guys hitting the number. Dean Heidke back in the hot rod, both in the I class, so that's 1150. Michael Whiten. All right, here we go. 43 and a 53. I tell you what, Michael Whiten. 11.53 on that 11.50 class. That could be a consideration right now to think about hitting the road. One eye on the road course and one eye on the time slip. Is this our last shot, or do we have another shot? Or you don't give up Queensland style and you stay to the end and we see you at night at the checkpoints? Your choice. Travis Greaves now and Tony Anderson. Tony. 11.50 class, Aspo LS. There we go, Steve Kelly. It's Aspo LS for Stu Henry. All right, here we go. 11.10 for Tony. Trying to run 11.50, but hey, let the six banger go a little bit. He might have already kept his 11-second time and happy to try and make it run hard before he does hand something in. So good to see people enjoying their cars, not just to meet purpose, but to for their own satisfaction. Yeah, I did say it was Aspo. Yeah, he's in the Aspo class. It's we're all back on lunch. All right, here's the Arnold boys, Rikey and Bluey. Bluey gaps. Right now, Mick's got to bank through the gears. I love it how he's got the stick shift. Munro might have missed one then. Did you miss one then, Mick? He might have. Bluey didn't. 10.97, so 2 10-second runs there for Bluey. Mick walked that thing off the line and maybe missed one then. No, that's what I think it is, Steve. That's what I think it is. Because he's entered in that Aspo class. That's why we've got him down there. I do think he's on the 235 actually too, by the look of it. Ashley Hawkins now just needs one run down. She's just got to stage the car. Maybe not think about the reaction time deficit at the moment and just get that thing walked off the line when the lights come down. And she's going to get that ET, or she keeps rolling, but now she's got one. All right, she's got one in the bag. This will be a good number. Michael Barradell as well is in that I class. He's trying to run 11.50. Ashley's trying to run a 10.50 in the Commodore, and it's looking pretty good to get a number down to start with. 11.77. That's a slip that's going to print out. And she's got something to start with. 12.38 for Michael Barradell.
right. On the line, 2 H-class cars. So 1050, Glenn Finnegan over there in the LH. Luke and Grieg, dare say, in the Senator here. 1069 already hit the mark, but Lucan's here to try and make that a 1050. LSA on board, you can definitely hear the thing, quite angry. How good does it look with them wheels on it too? Clean greens, and tell you what, the big Senator is walking away from the Toronto. Half track though, it equals up. Glenn Finnegan coming nearly right past him back again, but it is a 10.54 for Luke and Grieg on that 10.50 time that he's trying to hit. 10.54 with a 5. As I said, the H-class cars, let me line you up the lists shortly. Coming up on my CompuLink. Troy O'Hare now, Patrick Smith, both an I-class car, so the Falcon trying to hit 11.50, the H-class RX-7 trying to hit that 10.50. Not happy in that gearbox department. Definitely not happy in that gearbox department. It was playing all sorts of games there again like it did. It did it on the first run, lost drive, came back, and then it did get off the line, and he did punch some gears with it. So I don't know whether there is something special about that in that car, which is not playing the game, which is a shame because it's a tough thing. I forget what ET he belted out the previous run, even though he had to really nurse it off the line. When you give it that sort of anger again, that horsepower, it's enough to definitely disturb it. So a nice little slow roll down the end here. This is the difference between the two venues, because when we go to Warwick tomorrow, the topography is a little bit different. And what do you mean by that? Is that the lay of the land is a little bit different at Warwick. So here at Willowbank, you can roll over the hill. Once you get to the finish line, you are a little bit downhill there, about 1 degree down there, right? So that's enough for you to get your way to the finish line. At Warwick, our return road, our braking area is an uphill braking area. So when guys are stricken and they're rolling down there, they end up stopping because the hill's there. It's just amazing to look at the two different tracks that we're dealing with. And if you've never been to Warwick, definitely come out tomorrow. Honestly, you should have been there already, because great facility up the hill. The Lloyd family doing so well. Oh, that Commodore did not look good initially after the hit. It made a little bucking motion there at the rear. Mind you, Dave Knightley, he goes through for a 10.65 in that H-class. So good run for him, 10.65 at 132 mile an hour. But we are going out to look at the stricken Commodore. There was no reports of anything on the start line that they're picking up. So whatever's happened to it so far appears to be internal. That was great footage there on the overtaking lane live stream. Our cameraman even, there we go. That's pushback cam. This is how committed we are to helping the scene. As our cameraman will happily push your stricken vehicle back, but don't do it too many times. That's not a good. That's not a good sign. That's a sign of someone not particularly having a good day now. It's probably having a nice day up till now, but it's hit this little snag. And remember, you can definitely fix stuff. It's not like you're out. If you can then, whatever it is, if it's done something driveline related, well, if it's another diff center, well, you know that guys probably can do them in their sleep. That anyone that's blown one will know how to fix it. Anyone that's already owns a car like that would probably also know how to fix it. And that's the good thing about drag and drive cars. Normally, you're not entering a drag and drive until you think you are prepared to do one. If someone goes, oh, I'm entering a drag and drive, it's like, oh, have you driven your car much? Oh, no, not really. It's, oh, well, time could tell that you definitely debug a vehicle over 3 days. But if you wanted to make it three of the more ridiculous days where you're like, geez, I didn't really enjoy myself that much. It's time to sort the thing out before. What the ultimate dream is to run what you want, get the ETs you want, pack that trailer, head the highway with your crew, and then just unwind from all of that sort of little bit of adrenaline you get by running a car of these calibers down this track. So go from taking, for example, I just saw Disco Dean then at the corner of my eye, rolling at the side of the staging lanes out of quarantine or wherever he might have been. Actually, we'll have to have a quick little look at our numbers on the old CompuLink here. Let's go look near that 850. Now, look, all the quickest ET show up on CompuLink, so I would hazard a guess. And Disco, if you're still watching the live stream as you're leaving, and this is possible too, Disco, can you message me what ET you handed in the 850 class? Because he's got an 847 up here on the screen, but he has hit the highway as more of our competitors will do. And as you can already see at the back here, our staging lanes aren't exactly full. We've just got a smattering there for now. And as we said, you come down the lanes you were allocated first thing in the morning. It was a good habit to get into. It's not like we're not calling guys. It's not like we need them to go to the pits and wait to be called. I think hopefully by now everyone's got the idea that you don't have to come until you're ready, and we just hope you're ready, because we will definitely not be calling for you. That's why the lanes are there. Turn up when you're ready to go. And there is a tiny little bit of clean-up in that lane, which I had earlier given the Commodore a clean bill of health there, but no, a little bit of attention in that lane. But we are definitely going to feel the effects of what now is a beautiful, bright Queensland winter's day. And I'd hazard to guess what the outside temperature is. It's actually quite warm. I've got the sun glaring straight into the box here. So it's hot. And those people sitting out there, obviously you can feel it. Think about that track out there. It's sticky, but you know, we get to that stage, a lot of sun, a lot of UV, high horsepower stuff on small tyres. You can expect questionable results. And as we've seen in the past, guys master that tune-up, get a run down through these hotter track times. Some cars, it doesn't really bother them as much as some others. And as we said, as the horsepower goes up, yes, setups become more finicky, runs sometimes don't stick. It's the guys that continue to come back around and give it another crack are willing to put in a little bit more track time to get it. And they're the people that we give you content for on the live stream, and for the people sitting here watching as well. But our massive amount of entrants that turned up this morning, I dare say a few have hitched their trailers up and are heading to Warwick. All right, Russell Weaver, Matt Maloney, 1150 trying to hit for the VT, and the Camaro trying to hit 1050. Reaction times identical, 261 reactions. And right through the stripe, 10.70 for Maloney, a little bit off the 1050. 11.47 for Russell is too quick for the 11.50. So Russell's kind of, if he feels like he's forced, to come back and have another run. Oh, twist your arm. What do you mean? Unlimited access to the staging lanes to run my car? Where do I sign? This is already what we're seeing here in All Stars Drag and Drive, is that we're not stopping you using the track. It's you stopping you using the track. And if you've got a strategy, and there's the targets: 1050, 1150, 850, and then our other classes. Now Benny Conceisus and Clint Harbord are chasing the 1150 ET. Yeah, 11.35 for the Nova, too quick. 11.61 for the Commodore, not bad for Clint. All right, Boise's back, so is Danny Lansdowne. All right, 10 fitties. Little heads up, Bump City. Oh, off the button, Mr. Lansdowne. Just be careful here. Just be careful here. 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050, 54. Oh, we can play the game. We can play the game. 93 for Boise. Yeah, Boise's got a little bit more in that as well. Look, I know that Let's not call it Danny's Commodore. It's the Lansdowne family Commodore. Daddy's driving it today and trying to slow it down because it become a 9-second family car nearly straight away. Tara Johnston now, Tim Barron still chasing 11.50 and 10.50 gold. Here they are. Tara, she's digging for gold right here. She wants a 50-something. Timmy wants that 50-something as well, but it's an 11.50-something. All right, she's in the safety action time zone, 679 light. Didn't go over 1 second. Now there we go. She's tapping the brakes. What's she doing? Oh, 73, just rolled off it. 54 for Tim Barron, 11.54. And as I said, I can't even get the out of the 64 ETs up on CompuLink. You know the quickest. You know what the 64th quickest ET is here today? 1070. How's that for a drag and drive slowest ET out of 64? Luke Page, Derek O'Hare, 11.50, 8.50, goodness. Oh, Lukey's now we go from here. Look how much power that thing's got when it's all hooked up, and a chute and some speed wash off. 10.31 chasing in anything quicker. He's in the B class, which is basically lowest ET. He's gone 8.41 first hit today. So he zinged them that time. As we said, sun this time of the day in the sun, you know, utility setup sometimes, more torque from the barrow. Yeah, you can knock a 28 off. These guys have proven it. Shane Baker the same, Rob Wizard beside. Trying to hit the 10.50, Rob Wizard. He's gone 10.47, 10.43, 10.56. Shane Baker just wants something quicker than an 8.76 without a pedal. This thing is tough. One of the true 7-second Aussie street cars right there. Shane Baker, all holding power. Oh, Baker! 60 foot 135, but now he gives it some 1,000 foot. He's still on the throttle. Here it comes. 809 for the Commodore. 809, 171, 1050. Oh, 1051. Rob Wizard, 1051 on the 1050. 1051. Is that enough? 1051. Good numbers now. Good numbers now. Adam Wren and John Vesneva. Vesneva trying to run an 850. The HR's gone 878, 835, 831. He's in a horrible situation. He's got to make his car go slow. Adam Wren, he's in the C class, being NA 28s. So this is one heavy breather next C. Hey, that's not bad. 868, 868. Look good all the way down. With power out of it. 868, 155 mile an hour. Good run. These cars are so impressive in their own special ways. Every single one of them. Patrick Smith. The RX-7 is back trying to run a 1050. Andy Blom trying to run the same. He's gone 1073, 1067 in the Tirana. The RX-7's had shifting issues. But it's LS. I assume it's LS. Now that's shifting properly that time. 1056, 1116. Boy, I'm going to bring up that H class. If we get half a second gap here, and I finish 3 more mouthfuls of my hamburger and finish the rest of my bottle and Coke. By the way, does anyone want some loaded chips? I've still got loaded chips up here. I can't eat all of this. Canteen closes at 2. 18 minutes before the canteen is closed, so get in and get your feed. And hopefully, if you still haven't got any merchandise, grab that before we pack it up. 11.46 for Russell Weaver, chasing 11.50. So a little bit too quick. Now, let's see if we can get to this H class right now. So, 1050 is the 1050 is the H class. I've got to go back because I know Francis went a 47 here somewhere, right? Matty Francis went 49 with a 2, but I know on the last run he ran a 5-1. Sure, he ran a 5-1. So, he's 49. That's the only reason why that's showing up. But when we flick the second screen,
a 5-1 white because Bill Cumner, well, he's in the C class, so the 1051 for Bill doesn't count. He's an NA28. But here's the first H above 1050. Dean Wilson in the EK, 1051 with a 7. So I know the HQ was in there at 1051 something. So that's what the 1050 class looks like. 1051 with a 7 or quicker. Danny's at 1054. Lucan at 10. So Danny Lansdowne, 1054 with a 0. Lucan Grieg, 1054 with a 5. Matt Savage in the H class, 1055 with an 8. Max McClay, 1056 with a 0. Andy Blom, 1056 with a 9. Nicole Willett, 1060. So that's a bunch in the 1050 area in the H class. So imagine what the top 5 looks like after that. And if we do go to the, as I said, I can't get the I class up, but let me go back and see if I can get a list of the G's back together, the 850s, all right? So here's the G's. John Vesnaver is in G, but it says 831. Disco Dean, 847, but he handed in, he hasn't told me whether or not what his ET was when he handed in, but I know it was a 50, definitely a 50-something, a low 50, a 54. I think Sangi was in there too. So let's just look where the G's are there again. So first page, Disco Dean to 847. Seng had an 857 with a 6. So Sengi was happy with an 857 with a 6 because it would have been a quicker ET. It would have shown up here. The next G's Warwick Meldrum 867, and I haven't seen him. Will Yarwood's still around there as well, so, but he's in the F's. G, then Michael McGregor 883. Okay, so not as tight in the 850 class. Matt Maloney hot lapping it around. So was Benny Kinesis chasing 1150 and 1050 Glory. As I said, this time of the day, the lanes are very empty. So guys have, after the break, guys have probably packed up and towed. So I don't know how much longer we call before we call stumps here. Because sometimes we just don't talk about the end of the day of a drag and drive unless we set a hard limit. And right now we're at 1:45. I don't know exactly. I'll have to check my schedule again to see exactly when we were supposed to be running to. And just say, theoretically, if we said it was 3 o'clock, well, we don't have a lot of cars here to hit in the next couple of hours, unless guys like this turn up that are in the exhibition class, taking the opportunity to use this full prepped quarter mile at Willowbank Raceway. The Seng brothers, Caleb Seng, Jaden Seng, that's Father Terry out there, Mum Anita, normally not too far away. The Toowoomba family, Paramount Performance. And this is an example of raising your kids to do what they want to do. You're not forcing them into anything. And if the kids want to graduate from junior dragsters to radial or drag and drive racing like Father Terry has done in the past with his Brocky in the early days, 7-second Commodore many years ago, drag and drive. Boys go radial racing. And these two, well, I know the V8 ain't out there at the moment. It's this Commodore. Caleb's Commodore. This thing can go 450s in the 8 on a 235. Right, so not the, if they still, yeah, it looks like they've still got the 235 on it. I mean, these things have become radial weapons, both the VH and I think the VX, is it? I don't know which quite, I know it was Dale's one, and it's just, yeah, it's, with that little 235 on it, to see those things go 450s is amazing. All right, so there we go. Talk about the brothers. Here it is. So that was one brother. This is now Jaden Seng. Gets to, look, he's driving it. I'm sure if you want to know, it's Dad's Commodore. This was supposed to be the next, like the predecessor, like the what's the word? The sequel to the Brocky. They've still got the Brocky in the stable, but this was going to be the next drag and drive Seng car. Terry had built this to literally be either to run, drag week in the States or run any drag challenge or drag and drive here in Australia. But then it's just morphed into a radial car that run at the Kenda Series on 235s, or have we put a 275 on it? It doesn't matter. We're in exhibition. They get to do what they want. I want them to stick around for a couple of hours. Oh, it came out. Not too
too bad. He gives it a nice little squeeze there afterwards, and you can really just see how much horsepower these cars are making. An easy 649 at 84 mile an hour to the 8th, and yeah, 141 still zinging the 235 on it. But yeah, just to be able to send those things into the 450 zone in radial racing in Australia is pretty impressive. So as we've said before, this time of day in Drag and Drive, the lanes are free for any entrant that hasn't handed in their time slips. Even if you've handed in your time slip and you're happy, you can come and do another run before you hit the road. It's the, all right, if it's a trailer loaded, right, okay, get ready, back it up. No, let me just let me go and run it one more time. That'd be me if I had endless race car love. Johnny Vesnaver, he is just still 150 somewhere. This HR, it is just another gift to the Australian street car lovers public. Do it all. Whoa, there we go. Tara's bumping, Vesnaver's bumping. Does it now. Let's have a look here, Johnny. 65. Oh boy, a couple of 860 straight after each other. God, if that doesn't show the sheer credibility of that car to give you numbers like 868, 865, 835, 831, knowing we're going to see him at Warwick tomorrow and just drive it up there. That's just the quality of car we've got laying around in southeast Queensland and, of course, all over the country. But, geez, we know who we've got in this part of the world. Dave Knightley, Patrick Smith. He's starting to hot lap the RX-7 a little bit with this LS and, I don't know, maybe Tiptronic or something, just trying to guess the gearbox, I guess. Dave Knightley, like, how good does it look? The VL. It's a nice mix of whole scheme on that car. Very nice, Dave Knightley, because Dave loves his Holdens. Yes, you don't want to shift. There you go. Oh, all right. Knightley, 10.90, chasing that 10.50. And here we are again, Patrick Smith with the gearbox blues. I got those drivetrain blues, nothing is shifting. Track's not loose, it's really gripping. Tell me, how do I shift good? Sing it with us. Loaded fries, anyone? Still here? But as time goes on, we are 9 minutes to 2. There's still a few numbers to pick. I can see the Lansdowne family Commodore back in the lanes. Maybe we have thrown the little carrot out there for some of these classes. So Danny, 10.54 with a 0. There are two cars, I think, in front of Danny, which I think's Dean with a 10.51.7, and I'm sure Matt Francis in that panel van went a 51 as well. So there's two 51s in there, then a Danny at 54, then a Lucan at 54, and then a Matt at 55, and then a Max at 57, and an Andy at 56. Some good numbers there. I want to know when Mrs. Lansdowne's driving it. I want to know when is that happening? Can't we put Coles in it? I don't know why Coles isn't in it. And I know Seth's just nearly in it. Seth can't wait to get in it. About now, you can make the kid just about do anything that you needed him to do just to probably get that opportunity, wouldn't it? Like tidy his room or something, you know what I mean? Cut down your data usage below 9 gigabytes or whatever. That's what I tell my kids. You eat me out of house and home and you're chewing up all me data. Like, I hate it every time I get buffering on a TV that I'm paying for. It's because one of my children is streaming harder than I am. Can't stand it. I always joke about this. I'd love to go back to my high school yearbook of 1987, right? And say one of the biggest things that you'd ever face as a parent in the future? And I just put the word data. No one would get it. You know what I mean? What do you mean data in 86? What? No one in the 80s ever think about that sort of thing, but now it's an absolute reality. The way the average household works these days. And I tell you, I can tell you right now, I'm in a pretty happy household with a lot of happiness and car talk, and oh my God, all the data is definitely getting used towards cars anyway. Let me tell you, if it's not racing games, it's racing, streaming, and next thing you know, they're actually live sim racing the 24-hour. They've actually done a 24-hour live sim endurance race, my boys. So the house, I can't complain about it. It's either that or car parts, and then you should have a look what's in the garage and what the boys are playing with as well. Oh, and I've got cars all out the front of the house as well. Looks like a Polish wrecking yard out the front of my house at the moment. All these European Volvos in pieces, that old son of mine. But shout out to my son William if he is watching on the live stream. Parked up and around the place. I think he had it up in the air last night, taking the exhaust off the one. I said, I'm just about to sell a package deal of 2 Volvos in one go here, son. One is yours, one is mine. Oh, no, Dad, I still need mine. I said, oh, well, you know, tick-tock. Oh, there we go. So Dangerous Dave says Tyler's doing the 24-hour sims as well. There you go. It is a thing, eh? Like, honestly, if you add up Real Motorsport and then have a look at Dave Reed's yearbook. Is that what most likely end up in jail? Was that in your yearbook, Dave Reed? Actually, I want to hear from all you people what you reckon you could go. If you could go back to 1985 and write something in your high school yearbook, what would you do? What would you write instead? Thanks, Dave. Most likely be in prison for him. But isn't it amazing? Like you would probably be stunned as to how much online presence, as far as thousands of people that are doing sim racing, than watching real stuff or competing in real stuff. Obviously, it's a cheaper form of motorsport. It's the world's cheapest form of motorsport, where you do it virtually. You don't have to do it for real. I get it, but I tell you what, it's going to be harder for kids in the future to get real stuff like this out there. You're going to have to know someone or buy a car real soon that you can go racing with. I bet you Tyler's in the top 5%, Dave. I bet you he is. And you can make a living out of e-racing now. Like, you can be a professional athlete as an e-racer. There's that movie that came out about the Nissan team. That was quite incredible, that they selected drivers from mainly online racing. I think it was from Gran Turismo or something. All right, boysy, 10:50 for the reality here. Let's get away from the virtual world. 11:20. There you go. So there you go, Dave Reed. Isn't this funny? Like, Dave Reed is watching the live stream whilst on the side of the highway taking photos of Dragon drivers, and then tells me about what he put in his high school yearbook. I mean, we're having a weird afternoon, aren't we? Thank goodness for technology. All right, the Lansdowne family chariot is back, fresh from the drive-in. And Glenn Finnegan trying to hit 1050. It's an all 1050 batch up. Tell you what, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's just doing it run after run. And he's going to try and hit it here. Here we go. 48. Oh, 48 with a 7. 48 with a 7. 11:08 for Glenn Finnegan. But he's had another crack. It does everything right, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it stages, it boosts. Like, it's as much as it's basically being a brand new put together street car from scratch, the thing's almost just straight away born to race, that car. You know what I mean? You can cruise in it, but you want to bump that thing in and put it on for kill. It's performing to every part of its ability, and your best street car yet, Danny, than what you've had. I'm sure, as he keeps saying, that every new build they do is the best. And, you know, he said he'd never probably do his WAGs again. Literally, his wagons, the green VL radial car is ultimately the Pro Mod wagon. But I think he's had fun in the family commie. All right, John McDade back. He wants to get something in that 7-second zone. It's got all the potential in the world. And check out who's beside him. It's Sketch Coleman. Where do you get your XY station wagon 28 fix? And we go Bump City. Oh, you're in. Well done, boys. Oh, sinks the tyres, McDade. Oh, Sketch gets out.
129 to 60 foot, half track it's sticking, it's breathing a little bit, half track 530, and he tickles it to an 853. Tickles it down the end to an 853. It was 133 at half track, 136 at the end, and 129 in the 60. Geez, you can tell when an XY wagon gets out in 129 in the 60 because it looked exactly like that. You ever seen a big long wheelbase, long roof thing move like that? What is our quickest long roof 60-foot street car in the country? I'd love to know. That was 129 in the 60 for Sketch Coleman. It's getting it all working there, I tell you. Here's a couple of guys we want it to work on, both in the F class being the import class. And of course, 2 Infinity is the sponsor of the class. Mohammed Koya, he's in Mr. 2 Infinity, and he wants to get the Supra. Like, it's 10 O's already, but they're having reaction time deficit issues here. Wade Moran trying to get this GDR, the R34 down. This has been a fast and furious ride here. Good job, boys. Perfect success so far for both of you. And tell you what, Mohammed's reaping the benefits here because this might be the best one for Mohammed yet and for Wade Moran. Yes, sir. 10.56 for Mohammed, 10.49 for Wade beside him. So get that. 10-second import drag and drive cars finally hitting the mark. Because remember, we're punishing for reaction time deficit. That's something never been used, I think, in drag and drive until today, and especially in this country. But reaction time deficit, if you can't pull a reaction time under a second. And both guys, they knew the rules. Right then, they got it right that time. Mohammed, now he'll love that. I'm sure out of all the runs today, he'll look at that and go, dude, everything worked well that time. And sometimes you need to have so many runs of disappointment where it didn't quite work to the time that it worked. And it's that bit of time that you just will remember. That's where you get a little bit of the punch. You get a little bit of the adrenaline rush. Shout out to Kelly Betts, Matt Maloney and Corrine Pontini. Here we go, 10.51. Hang on a sec. Matt Maloney's in the mix. 10.51 on that 10.50 class. 10.98 for Corrine in the I class. So at least that's a run in there in the I class for Corrine, which is the Pro 1150 class. Dave Knightley hot lapping it back. Andy Blom appearing to hot lap it back. So we've got a few more 10.51s in the mix there. It's going to be hard to see after this. They're going to have to hand their slips in. Knightley, 10.90 so far. He's trying to chase a 10.50, as is Andy Blom. $10.76 and a 10.69. 10.76 and a 10.69. All right, he's trying again. John Besnaver. Listen to this thing. Just keeps on giving, don't it? 8.47, 161 mile an hour. 8.47, 161 mile an hour, and we've still got guys chasing stuff. Johnny's not going to be happy until he gets a 50-something by the look of that. And I like that. Hopefully Johnny is on the hook there because, as we said, we're at 2:02 now, 2:02 p.m. And you can see that we've got quite the, what's the word? The, not going to call it the wasteland, but it's quite sparse
the staging lanes, the sparse staging lanes, acres of asphalt there and not many cars on it anymore. Damien Boyce, though, as you can see, Danny got a nice 1050 in there. Boyce would like a nice 1050 here with his car as well. How good are the Aussie Classics with the boosted six bangers in them? Little short shift there, trying to slow it down. 11.10. 11.10.2. Not enough jandle there at all, Boise. Not enough jandle that time. If you want to try and hit that 1050, that was not probably one way to do it. It was very gently. So we've got quite a few on the road, obviously. We just got to, you know, we've been communicating with Dave Reed on the road for drag photos. He's been setting up. Yeah, I know they are. We might have to start calling stumps soon. We might actually have to get a call for stumps soon. I'll wait for the input back from race directors and stuff like that, or in this case, phone calls. Bear with us a moment. about 3:30-ish, but it's obviously there's still a little bit of time there for our competitors to get a run down, and also for our guys that were in the exhibition classes and just trying to get a few test runs sorted out. So I'd imagine we've got sort of that little bit of time left up our sleeves. Obviously our prep is just getting done, a little bit of tractor sled work, bit of spray, and then, you know, hopefully we'll be settling everything else off for the rest of the next hour or so for people to hit their marks if they want. Dan was just on the phone to basically say, you know, and also mention that if you are listening on the live stream especially, and for anyone that is out and about up sort of in the western districts this afternoon and into this evening. Obviously, we're at Warwick tomorrow for day 2 of All Stars Drag and Drive, but also because the checkpoint is up in Toowoomba at 6 Boost and Impress Fab. Of course, that's one of the checkpoints there. They're actually having a sausage sizzle and, you know, a couple of little giveaways up there in the Toowoomba district. So if you want to look up the Impress Fab and 6 Boost workshops, I think you'll even find that on the All Stars Drag and Drive Facebook page as well in regards to that. But quick Google, you'll be able to find out where that is in Toowoomba, and that's where a lot of our drag and drivers have got to get their cars to. And you can imagine by now, a fair few of those guys that are not here anymore are doing exactly that. But that's what's on our schedule there, is that that will be the checkpoint for today, one of the 2 checkpoints for today, and then getting into it. So that's what we're assuming is happening now, and just thought we'll let you know that that's happening up there, of course, in the Toowoomba area. Impress Fab and 6 Boost, both in the same facility there, and that's one of the checkpoints. So that's where most of them are gone. They're just doing a little quick drive around on the golf buggy just to check all the camp areas, all the pit areas, and see whether these guys are still in the process of fine adjusting the cars to perhaps have one more go, or are they in the setting up the trailer, hooking it up and hitting the highway. Remember, you don't really know to the extent of what the course is going to be, the road course, the drive part of it. But again, as we elaborated today in the driver's briefing, you just need to hit the checkpoints. If you think you can hit it any other way via GPS or whatever and not choose to take the course that's allocated, that's fine as long as you hit those 2 checkpoints. And I think after a while, especially if someone's already handed in and they get the course, because normally that's the rule, you normally get that, you normally hand in the slip and get your course to the next track, and likewise tomorrow. You know, it's not that it's a mystery. You probably know kind of generally which way you're going to go. But once word gets around that they've got X amount of hours on their side to get there, that's when I think a few guys decide, you know what, we're happy with the number. Yes, we can hang around. It's not like we've been held up too much at all for people's time to be wasted, if you know what I mean. Like, everyone's kind of, you know, run through when they wanted to. The odd little delay, odd little breakage, but it still kept the lanes full, had that 20-minute break, ran a lot of people through. And I think that's when they decided, you know, a couple of runs before lunch and we might have what we want. And it's about, you know, day 1. It's a survival thought process as well. Let's get to the checkpoints. Let's get to day 2. Let's not risk it, not yet. And making that decision to get on the road, knowing also too we're in winter, so you know that the days do get shorter. That was one of the things about doing Street Machine Drag Challenge drag and drives in Victoria, is that you would have daylight saving, so you'd be on the road, and that's the one thing Kerry and I used to do for them is get in the high car. We would call to the end of the day. We would then get in the car, get the route, and we would reset the odometer and we would do the route. We would meet up with all of our drag and drive buddies along the way, some of the stragglers especially, that were either, you know, pulled up on the side of the road or at the servo or whatever. But a lot of the time when you're starting to make that trek and the afternoon's getting long, and you know you're going through beautiful country with the sun setting, we always made the decision of, oh, you know, we're going to stop for dinner or something like that, you know, because you get near that time, it's like dinner time. But then your body clock's kind of telling you, well, when it's dark, we'll find somewhere to eat. And that was the mistake we made too many times when you're driving hundreds of kilometres through the countryside, especially down in Victoria, where we were. towns were hard to find that had somewhere to eat. So you end up driving, and next thing you know, the thing's 8:30 because the sun's finally going down, and you're trying to find somewhere at 8:30 at night. It wasn't good. So you learnt to try and eat early before trying to hit your destination, because what would normally happen then after that is you're in the dark, and too many times I think we fell victim to that. We were seeing checkpoints in the dark, we were eating in the dark, and next thing you know, the thing's nearly 9 o'clock at night. But the Victorian ones have definitely had a couple of nice little treks in there where you did have to probably commit 4 or 5 hours easy straight driving to get somewhere, pending anything breaking or anything, of course, or any delays or mistakes. But once you do one, though, folks, once you do one, especially Australia, you'll fall in love with the countryside. You'll fall in love with the concept of hitting Australia's highways, seeing Australia's towns, and all the way through, making an impact that whether you knew you were making or not, but just a freedom of lifestyle. I'm sure the same way people come through town in a massive fifth-wheeler that they're seeing the rest of the country with, that's their recreational choice. Or old mate backing his brand new boat down the boat ramp and going out into the ocean, Australia's oceans. I mean, I love my oceans. I like watching them from the land, though. But they take those boats out. They're all their freedom machines. And drag and drive is a freedom. It's a recreation. It's an experience you can share with not only the carload that you're with. And God, there's some good camaraderie in there. You tell you, if you're gonna be in the car, especially something half serious, and it's a serious deal to keep on the road. You've got to pick the right crew in that car. There always seems to be one bloke that gets to mind the esky. I always notice that. There's always one bloke that comes out of the car ready to help, but definitely couldn't ask him to drive. But just turning up in these towns, and all of a sudden you turn up and there's 4 or 5 other entrants there with you, and then you realise you're on the same quest. And then to join them all at the end on the 5th day, you go home with almost relationships for life, or at least relationships for now, of a new class of people that you've just met. Here we go. We're back live pictures here in Ipswich, and that's one of the great things about being here at Willowbank Raceway is down the road, the Amberley Air Base, the RAF base down there. Plenty of training going on, training in these aircrafts. I'm a bit of a fan of the plane spotting myself. Great footage there on the overtaking lane live stream, and then straight back to this beautiful place at Willowbank Raceway, where we're still doing a final little sweep around. We're doing that nice little prep. Looks good out there. We've got guys in the exhibition class that were basically allowed to come and run, and it kind of turns into testing for these guys. So yeah, the track is going to be here just a little bit longer in case those guys want to come and have a run. But as far as our All-Stars drag and drive guys, don't know how many are left. All I know is there's guys there with a little bit of unfinished business, and we know there's a few that have already hit the road, and then there's some that maybe this is the time. I tell you what, if you've got that app on your phone called Flight Radar 24/7, that's a great one. That's where you can get on there. If you see a plane in the sky, download, get that app, and you'll see the plane. You'll be able to identify what it is. You'll be able to tell where it's flying to, what height it's at, what speed it's at. And the other night, I heard something big go near me, and I got on there, and it was a US Air Force Super Hercules taking off from Brisbane Airport. I thought I'd follow this little bugger. I don't know where he was going. I eventually lost him. All right, here we go. Now, this is, I don't know, this rewards the people hanging on, The Hoff has not given up. The Hoff wants another go here. Tara Johnson trying to hit a 1050. Hoffman trying to make it work. Now, something's shut off there. Now, I know he can have a multiple of things he's trying to use on the car to help get that power down. Tara goes 1071, so no potato there. But Hoffman again tried something there. Now, remember, we got things that he can use that he's incorporated sometimes before, like wheelie control and things like that. So power management through a G meter or a form of an inclinometer where it's measuring angles. If he'd be clever enough to even use laser ride height if he wanted to. You can use that off a front shock sensor. You can do it a lot of different ways. All right, Lumper's back. Where's Lumper been? Seemed pretty right, Lumber, but he's going to tickle it down the track now. Here we go. Vesneva goes 55. There's the 850 Vesneva was looking for. 855 for John Vesneva. He'd been running a 60s, a 47, a 31, a 35, and now an 855. Is he happy with an 855 in the G class? Let's have a look at the G class. Disco Dean, yeah, I'm sure there's a 51 or a 54 there, so he'd have to just check. That's right, Drewy, I don't know. I don't know, mate. I don't know. What's that, Morgan? His name tells you when a plane is squawking. 77. I'll watch that later, Morgan. I'll watch that later. She's watching on the stream. Good to see. Good to see on the stream. Flight Radar 24/7. All right, Russell Weaver's back and Glenn Finnegan. So we were doing the little drive round to see who was still left there. There's still a couple. Obviously, Hoffman's still chasing something. Russell Weaver trying to chase an 1150. Glenn Finnegan in the Tirana try to chase a 1050. They're obviously not still done yet. Definitely been a warm day here, I tell you. It's definitely a warmish day. So this track is holding temp. Honestly, if we could run to about 6 tonight, 7 tonight, this thing would be killer. I bet you it would be. 11.22 for Glenn Finnegan and Russell Weaver, 11.76. So good to see. So good to see. All right, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Lumper there. At least it's got now power out further. He just zinged the tyres right then. I think he's going to come back. The track is his for a little while longer, so hopefully Lumper can get a run on. Andy Blom trying to hit the 10.50 on the mark. He's gone 10.56. So let's see whether he wants something quicker than a 10.56. I'd say that's the goal. Here we go, right through the traps. Oh, 61. He's gone 67, 61, 56. So Andy Blom still trying to hit a 10.50, and the best is a 10.56 for him. So there's still a couple of 8-second potential vehicles here. Look, honestly, if Lumper can get that thing half down the track with more, you know, with a bit of power off the line and some power down the end, as that thing's going to go low 8s, high 7s. Luke Page is back. We know already 8.41 for him, trying to hit, well, any number he can on the 28s. Force 28s. It's going to be something like, he's trying something different. Soft, 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 then hard, hard, hard. All right, Lukey, what do we go? 9.57, 169 mile an hour. You're onto something there, son. I think you're onto something there. So I'd love to see him just come back and do less soft and more hard. It's super soft for so long. I like it. 169 up the back. All right, here's Danny. One more crack at it. The 2JVC. How nice is the Lansdowne family streeter? Mate, it ran a 9 the other night accidentally at a test and tune, so Danny had to pull all the boost out of the thing. Now he's trying to take a 1050. He doesn't want to put a cage in it. He wants to keep it as a 1050 car, but we know this thing's got potential. As he runs it out here looking for a 1050 something. Oh, 64. 64, maybe a little bit of heat into it. One more PSI, Danny, you know, one more maybe. He tried maybe a setting there and it didn't quite work. He had gone already a 10.48 with a 7, and I think he's gone 10.54. So, like, there's not much room to move there. These guys are chasing, and isn't it silly to think that guys have been doing this the last couple of runs, and some people might think, oh, yeah, that's fruitless. You keep wasting your car to wearing it out trying to run 200ths quicker or 200ths slower. It's that pursuit that makes drag racing so exciting, that you give them a target to be competitive and you get a car that you can nearly drive to perfection. It becomes a relatively inexpensive pursuit at perfection, even though, you know, these things can cost you a fair few dollars. I don't know. I actually haven't asked. I wonder whether Kylie can tell us whether you can disclose, and I don't know whether you can without talking to Danny about it, exactly how much the Lansdowne family Commodore costs to get to where it is today. Now, look, if you put a retail price on a car like that, so here we go. Remember, let's just say it runs 9s, which it does, right? So a 2J powered VC Commodore Streeter. Now, retail, God, I'd hate to think what they are even retail to get to that stage. Look, relatively achievable, relatively easy to get to that stage, obviously, horsepower-wise. But, you know, someone's got to do the engineering properly, and, you know, it's paint and panel, it's all of that. And I know a lot of the background to that car. Danny told me a lot of the story about its build. I think the thing was like bronze. It was an original bronze, I think. May have even been an old SLE. Might have already been. It could have just been. It was an old bronzy commie. It was definitely a find wherever Danny got it from. He tells me the story about it when it was time to do the things that you would do at Spot On, as far as your engineering, you know, as far as your suspension, your engine mounts, your you know, front K-frame, whether you tidy up in K-frames and do tunnels and everything that they normally do every day of the week. This is Danny's own family car that he's obviously doing in his own time. So I think he told me he took the thing in on the weekend to Spot On and did all of the engineering he needed as far as the back of the car, the suspension, the rear end, everything to do with all the engineering as far as the engine mounting and you know, I guess some hot and cold side. He could always do that at home, but he did that in the weekend. Literally had that car back home in his own house with all the bits needed with the 2J in it. And then after that, it was paint and panel, and he did a trade-off deal with good mates of ours, Phil Penny, who's a master painter. Phil Penny painted the car. Danny had to TIG his new Porsche radial car together. And let me tell you about that car some other time. Phil Penny's new radial Porsche coming soon to a Kenda or a Jamboree. But right now, Russell Weaver, Tara Johnson, it's 11:50 and 10:50 time. Reaction time for Tara. 1:29 Tara. Some of that reaction time is going to have to come off this ET. 10:43. Actually, could you no, you couldn't, could you? Could you do this? This is a theoretical question. Not saying you can do this, but just say your reaction time deficit comes off an ET and it hits 10:50. Can you let that in? Could you let a 10:50 in if with a reaction time deficit adding up to the ET? That's interesting. You almost let that happen because you can never pull that off. You can't just deliberately plot your own reaction time. All right, the guy probably, well, I reckon he wants to be back. That's Sketch Coleman, the XY, if they ever made them, GT wagon. Very, very stout, I think Clevo based on board. I think it's all Ford-powered. Ford may have a GM gearbox in it, I don't know. But this thing went 129 in the 60-foot last run. He is in the A-class, which is unlimited. And he's running 8 with this thing. How tough is the Aussie drag and drive scene? All right, Sketch. Oh, we like that, Sketchy. 125 to the 60, half track. 525 the wagon, he's got it out, there's smoke coming out. 839, 141 mile an hour down the end for the wagon. 839, 141. God, what would have been if he could let that thing go to the finish line, Sketch Coleman? If he could let that go to the finish line, 125 in the 60, like it just hauled that. That's a lot of wheelbase to do that with. That's a lot of wheelbase to be able to carry the left-hand front wheel of that wagon out like it did. 125 in the 60 foot. Gets your attention when you see it. When you see it live, especially from where we're sitting here in the tower, we see the start line from sort of three-quarter view on the. We sit on the left-hand side of the track, looking down where you're looking now on the big screen. But just see them coming out of the hole there, especially in that far lane. You know when they're dangling those wheels out of there. We can see all of that. No one on the spectator side on the mound could ever see the left-hand wheel up in the air. You can see big wheelies, but you won't see all the little ones. And the people in the grandstands or standing along the fence get a real good treat of it, especially when they disappear down the track and it's still in the air, as that wagon started to do. But, yeah, a bit of heavy breathing up there. I don't know where he's put the turbo on that car, whether it's still in the original location that it was. So, I don't know. whether it's still at the back where it had been before, but you did see a lot of smoke on the overrun, and sometimes I wonder just that can be from the rear mount turbo setup sometimes as far as draining on those things, because those things are normally at the back end low in relation to the sump, is that can get that little bit of breathing through the deal there. So hopefully there's nothing sinister out of the smoke there. So yeah, I don't know how much longer we've got before we wrap it up. We are thinking about an hour's time, about 3:30. And here's the man again. All right, hold on to that footy, boys. Just watch out. Here comes the Hoff. You better watch the Hoff, right? Let's see if we can get this thing sorted. Here he is. He's already, of course, road trip earlier this year. We're still waiting for the first ever 4-second ET over the 8th for a drag and drive and road trip car. And this guy achieved it. The Queensland, first ever Queensland 8th mile drag and drive 4-second run at our 8th mile drag and drive. Scotty Hoffman, 2JZ Corolla panel van. All right. What's he got in store now, Mr. Hoffman? Nice. Half track, 497 again, and he's on the chute, 769 on the chutes. That's about as perfect run as you can get without taking it all the way through the quarter mile under full speed. Scott Hoffman, second quickest run of the day. Daniel Smith in the how's that? Honda-powered Celica, the quickest, 766. 2J-powered Corolla, 769. And then LS Commodore, 785. Pat Shaw, 791 in the Hilux. Ben Vlecken, 799 in the Commodore. Shane Baker, 809 in his Commodore. Chris Carsberg, 814 in his Commodore. Basim El Haluli, 823 in his Commodore. John Vesnaver, 831. Trying to run an 850 with the HR. Nana, 832 from Paulie Butler, one hit and gone. Swifty, 840, trying to run hard. Luke Page, 841. Disco Dean, trying to run 850, 847. I think he handed in a 50-something. Sengi handed in that 857, I'm sure, because if he'd run something quicker than that, it would have popped up. So still a little bit of life left in the day, especially when we know the Lansdowne family Commodore is still trying to hunt maybe a perfect 1050. Boise's trying to do the same here, and the Hoff, I don't know. Hoffman will be happy. I'm sure he will. I've spent sometimes my whole day trying to be in Hoffman's head to know what he's thinking. Run to run. A whole Netflix series on him, but of course Nugget Garage, his own YouTube channel. Definitely worth a watch. Now, was there a pop there from Boise then? Not a good one. All right, the boys with the footy up there, I want to see a nice stacked back line. I want to see you guys pass it through the back line, all right? I want to see you guys do a couple of passing runs down the field here. We need an inside centre and a wing and a halfback, and just sort of run along and pass the ball, boys. Let's see how good you can go. Right, there we go. Nice. No, back better than that. That's it. Nice. Get a third guy in there. Where's the third guy? Start running a set move or something. Run a bit of a set play there or something. Here we go. Nice pass, mate. Nice pass. That's it. Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. The third one. Just keep those passes under control. No kicks allowed because, honestly, we shouldn't have a footy out on when we've got a drag strip happening. We don't normally encourage ball games, but look, we'll let you go here. I want to see you go. How about you put one guy run at the other two and you do hits on each other? How about that? So who's the first runner? Okay, we need one runner and two defence. All right, pass it to the runner and then the runner's got to run. All right, off he goes. Now you got to try and go between those two blokes. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Takes the first hit up. And he's away and he scores. All right, there we go. How bad's the defence there, boys? You got to shuffle a bit more. That's, you know what? Make him do it again, all right? Go back and do it again. He gets another shot at that. You boys better be better in defence, all right? But you got to come in, you got to tap the ball 5 metres, not 10 metres. Come back and tap it at 5 metres. All right, here we go. Second. All right, here we go. Step. Okay, there we go. And he's... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, how good's that? Is that Hamaso Tabuli Fido over there? I don't know. He's definitely... He runs down the touchline, doesn't he? If he was Latrell, he could even go into touch. And we still would let him play on. All right, come on, Tara. 10.50 something. Here we go. 65. It's like Tara, Danny and Boise. They're... Oh, nice tackle, son. Nice tackle. 10.65 there. She doesn't normally give up. Tara's always one of these ones right at the end, that wants to come out and try and hit that number. So it's good to see the kids getting out and having a bit of a run around. That's good, boys. Oh, I tell you what, when you get blokes on the start line with headsets, you know it's serious times. Normally when you see headsets, that's crew chief stuff. And when you see in the water who it is, you realise that the Kraken has returned for another crack at the track. Whether this is the last hit for him today or whether he's going to have another go the Savo. Considering we are thinking that that would be around 3:30, our cut-off. So as far as broadcasting content on our live stream, obviously we are a bit thin on the ground now in regards to our competitors that have entered for the Allstars Drag and Drive, as you can gather by now. A lot of them have hit the road with their trailers and everything that they needed to take. And of course, we asked them all to keep the pit area clean when they left. So wherever you pitted, make sure nothing's left behind. Also, guys that are camping here, they can choose to leave what they want here. But again, they've got to lock it all up themselves and they'll be back. Because as we said, you know, we shut up shop here tonight. You know, gates closed, all of that stuff. Trailers are in the impound area, all locked off. The Allstars Drag and Drive Day 1 has officially engaged itself, and it's only a few time slips away from being official for Day 1. But still, some exhibition time, and Mr. Simon O'Carroll, swimming pools, you just can't get one. Word is he's already built his quota of pools for 2025 and the half the year to go. So there's more pools going in before the end of the year for this guy, but the Kraken's going to take a fair chunk of the swimming pool revenue up, I'm sure. Unlimited revenue, you can't get some. Got to work for it. The man, he works hard for the habit, put it that way. Pretty much every bit of fruit from the bowl right now in one car. And doesn't it not look sexy as hell? Whether it's the paint, the stance. I mean, I never thought Simon O'Carroll would be a black belt guy. I always thought, like, if he was going to do something with this thing, it'd be a 903 Musi or a 959 Musi. But to go screw blowing noon and Hemi, it's like I'm going to just go with the... Like, you remember guys like Kai Kelly, because he raced in Street Outlaws over here. Simon O'Candles... You can't beat them, join them. So what did guys like Kai Kelly use? Screw-blowing Noonans, not only in Pro Mod, but in No Prep King style racing. But Simon O'Carroll has got this together over a series of probably 2 years of procurement and work done on the car to get it set up with this Noon and Hemi screw-blowing. I think it's got a quick drive converter in it, and it's got the 5-speed Liberty. Last time, of course, he zinged this is the thing. It's power management right now. Like, this thing's got potential to make 4,000. You can see how rich it is. Like, it's blowing a lot of methanol out of this car. But just to get that up on the radial tyre, like... God, it's making all the right noises. Making all the right noises. A little bit of something just came off, just a little thing came off the car just near the 660, by the way, as well, guys. So I just saw something flutter off the car just near 660. So they're on the way down to see what it is. But yeah, just a little sliver of something came off the car just near half track. Oh, well, just before it by the look of it. But yeah, it's a hell of a car to try and get hooked up on a 275, considering that, you know, what are we, two runs into everything, including fuel curve and all the gear on that car. So it's about trying to get a couple of runs under everything, make sure everything's sorting itself out properly, and then maybe trying to get some sort of power management tune-up in it that's going to work. You know, you can't expect much. You can't expect much on such a fresh combo with so many great systems on that car to go quick. All the fruit, as we said, in the bowl. But, you know, these things don't happen straight out of the box very rarely. So, you know, these have got to be the track days that you do, the seat. Simon's got to learn how to steer the thing as well. You know, and when you build just something as nasty as that, you know, sure, you've got to visualise how you're going to be driving it. And he's got to now live that out of reality. And this is the reality of running a beast like this. Probably turnaround time on cars like that. You know, you wouldn't expect you could even really get close in an hour, you would imagine, especially if you're running the things hard. Hopefully with a couple of zings like this, maybe he can come back and try and get another one out before 3:30. That could definitely be on the cards for him. I'm happy to hang around here until we see what he does before we call stumps, but it's one of those things. New cars, you can't just keep them in the shed forever. They got to come out and you got to start using them. That's coming from a bloke that hasn't been out in many years and know how hard it is to get even basic stuff out there, let alone stuff like we just saw. Not everyone can quite get to that level, and even now, as you know, that's the sort of car that Simon can't just probably go out in the workshop himself and do everything on that car. He needs all these good guys in there to help him keep the beast happy and maintained, and it's a whole new kettle of fish. So, yeah, we've still got time. We've still got guys chasing 1050s by the look of it. I can see 2 in the lanes right now. The little footy game's back on the hill here. A few guys doing the run-ups. Nice tackle. Let's put him down. That's tackle 1. Get up, play the ball. That's what you guys could do. You should always be one guy tackling, one guy playing the ball. Ready? He's got him. Oh, careful, careful. Well done. So still time on the clock here. Still time on the clock. Well done, boys. A few more footy games to go out there. If only we could get a little bit of four-a-side happening over there. The kids playing each other. Oh, yeah. Tell you what, isn't there some plane watching going on as well? There's some war game stuff happening in the next couple of days around here. That's why everyone's out frisky with their planes. All right, Andy and Matt trying to hit 1050. Now, he went early, Matt Maloney. He's not going to get anything. It's Andy Blom that went 080 off the tree. It was Matt Maloney that took off and not going to get anything. And 1057. He's already run a 1056. That might be enough for Randy to say, you know what? I think my 56 I'll be happy with. Matt Maloney Well, he went close last time too, but has not get on ET that time. Yeah, I'm sure when we bring him up, where is he? Andy Blom. Actually, he won't pop up that time because he, Matt Maloney. Okay, here we go. Matt Maloney. I'll flick it one more time. There's already got an ET in there. Where is it? Anyway, can't find him. But he was in H. He was H36, and that is the 1050 class. Thought he'd done not too bad for himself. 1057. So how's that for Andy in that Tirana? At least 4 runs showing on CompuLink. That's all we can really show you. 1057, 1056 with a 9, 1067, 1061. So the thing's pretty well sorted. All right, looks like Lumper's out in the staging lanes there. So Lumper's coming back for another go. I can hear some other action in the background there. Tara is back. She's got the name in the screen. We've got a Commodore Ute coming beside. Lumper is in the lanes. Yeah, he's just somewhere near. He needs some luck, this bloke. You don't come all the way from Warrnambool, not only to run Kenda and not have your perfect night or a perfect couple of days. That could have been Dave Hillman warming up the delivery in the background there. That could have been the blow and Hemi I was hearing. Standing up here has allowed me to notice that the noise is actually coming from over that corner of the pits, where I know Dave Hillman's blow and Hemi powered VF Valiant delivery, or Dodge delivery, I think he'd like us to call it. Beautiful car. Very tough car. Geez, this sun is absolutely killing us here this afternoon. Absolutely killing us. Bringing the screen down in here. Just knocking out some of that glare. My goodness, straight into the box, across the track. Mark Ross and Tara Johnston, G class against H class. Pro 850, trying to hit the 50. No problem for the Ute this time. Half track still with some throttle, 574, looking for 850, 878 for Mark Ross, 878, 1052 for Tara, 1052. That could be the number. That could be the number right there. Tara, it's not like she didn't try 6 runs, but that's Tara for you. She will just run those numbers. She's done that in other Dragon drives before. So our Tara, 852. All right, here he is. Matt Lampard back. Come on, Lumper. Tara got some love. Now we need Lumper love. It's done it again. It just leaves the line. Going to get something at least now. Look, 10:27. He's got something. Same deal. The last couple of runs. 134 in the 60. Comes out all right. Gets a big gulp. Like whether or not that's, you can hear the thing almost, you can hear it back down on the engine. So it's like it's lost spark. If it's lost fuel, you know what happens if you lose fuel in those things. There can be popping and backfiring and explosions of, you know, when something is lean, that's normally what you can expect. But when something actually loses the spark or loses ignition, you know, that thing's not firing any cylinder anymore, and you could just hear that thing completely snuff. And that's another thing I don't know on Lumper's car. It could be something, you never know. Drive-by-wire. That, you know, you've heard of a lot of combos where they've gone to the DBW, the drive-by-wire throttle bodies. You know, you can, through your ECU and your throttle pedal that you set up with, you know, potentiometer or whatever they use, of something similar that measures full calibrated throttle travel, and then electronically syncs that into the operation of that actuator in a throttle body situation. That could be something happening there to Lumper. I'm speculating a million things, because the more things that are out there that you hear that, you know, that's in the industry, and 9 times out of 10, and nearly 9.5 times out of 10, works perfectly in the right hands and when everything functioning perfectly. However, when little glitches creep into things like that, that's one more thing you've got to try and overcome. Where, so many things, and this is coming from a bloke that's still got a carby mentality. I've still got a World War II mentality when it comes to engineering, as far as, a lot of mechanical things, when they are engineered right and correctly work, they are a thing of beauty. They are simple and they work. Only to a certain extent you can expect X amount of performance out of it, but to mechanically be capable of something, yes, you can go and be really simple about it. The more sophistication you bring in, i.e. relying on electrical and electronic control, there can be some mystery somewhere in there once issues arise of various things. But if you still got a throttle that opens with a cable, you can that can still bite you, too. You know how that bites you, is that you break that cable. But at least you know what the problem is and you can fix it by replacing the cable. Well, same deal if you've got a faulty drive-by-wire throttle body. I guess you change the throttle body. So it's whether you want to change a cable or change the throttle body. Or then try and simulate, to make sure that part of it is working properly. So it's not only sometimes diagnosis, but testing on the fly to see if it's this or that or whatever. But God, whatever he needs, Lumper, I hope he can find why that's doing that, because it runs, it starts, it leaves the line, and then somewhere there it is just going and bogging the thing down. And then he picks it back up again. And whether that is just, whether there's a safety hitting there or something like that, I don't know, Lumper, maybe we should put a block of wood under the foot just for the next run. A block of wood, under the pedal, and don't give it the full mash, and just see whether it still gives us something there. I don't know. I'm a semi-retired plumber / air conditioning installer, mate. I'm not master crew chief, but just wish that thing could do what we know it can do, because I know people up here in Queensland don't get to see that car much at all. He's always on the scene down there. We had Kenda earlier this year. The man was ready to run down there. I'm sure he'll do the drag and drives later in the year. Of course, that street machine have got planned down there. And that car is a bona fide 7-second quarter-mile street car. I had the luxury a few years ago. Lumper was there at Red Centenats at Alice Springs, which is another event I recommend Aussie petrol heads to go and attend, or anyone from around the world for that matter. Maybe you want to plan an Australian vacation. You know what you could do if you're a gearhead? We could nearly line you up. If you look at our calendars, you could get yourself to a Red Centenats in the middle of Australia. See Uluru, you can go and see all of that in the week, do an Alice Springs experience, take in basically Summer Nats in the Red Centre. That'd be something to see. I remember doing a Red Centenats many years ago. Lumper was there with his lovely girl Cherie, and they were staying, I think, in the same campsite as us, the Big Four there. And anyway, I had to go to the drag strip, and I said to Lumper, when are you heading? And he goes, I'm going out there about 8 o'clock. And he was in like cabin G. So I went around from we had a motorhome. We had actually taken the family out, so we were in a motorhome. I went around to Lumper's site, hopped in Lumper. We actually hopped in that car, and he drove me out from the Big Four out to the drag strip there at Inland Raceway. And unfortunately for him, he got done for speeding on the way out. So we'll never forget that moment, Lumper, when you gave me the lift out to the drag strip in the middle of Australia at Alice Springs. I wasn't egging him on. I think I did do a live stream at that stage that I was in Alice Springs, leaving town, heading out to the drag strip, and Lumper might have got done for, might have did 80 and a 50. It was something like that. And I can't believe they booked him. I honestly thought they were going to let him off, but I think I don't know, did you cop that or not, Lumper? I can't remember. I thought they might have let you off because you, it was Australian 7-second street. Well, it wasn't a 7-second street car by then, but it was still enough. I think he ran 8s that night out there with it, but yeah, I don't know whether he copped that or not, whether he did or not. I do think when you're out there, as much as the Northern Territory government bends over backwards to help you, have the event out there and encourage events out there, is that their police force don't have much of a sense of humour, and I don't blame them, to be honest. If you're going to misbehave sort of on the streets of Alice, they already obviously have not much of a tolerance there for that. Especially, honestly, I didn't know how bad it was until even Spanion went out there. Remember the YouTuber Spanion when he went out there to Alice? It was on for young and old that night.
Here's these two blokes again. It's Andy and Matt. Stay on the line this time, Matt. Don't go flying off until the tree comes down, hey? Geez, these guys are pumped. They're off. They've got clean greens. Reaction times, no deficit to report here. Chasing 10.50. The Tirana is off it. 11.69 for Maloney. He's off it as well. I don't know what those two guys are coming at, those two. All I know is this guy, I mean, him and Hoffman, I mean, they're the guys that have been sticking in our memory because they haven't gone anywhere. They're still here. They're still pursuing. John Vesnaver obviously wants something better than an 8.50 whatever he ran last run. I'm sure he ran a 55. I'm sure he went a 55. We've got Jono McDade's going to come back next run there. Jono's not had much luck getting the streetcar down today. But let's see what John Vesnaver does. He's had no problems getting this thing down. Watch this. All right, he's hitting the 8.50, 54, 8.55, 8.54 for Vesnaver. How much more does the man want? I mean, I'm not telling him to stop running it, John, but don't wear it out. Like this 8 second, like 8s, 31s, 40s, 50s, 60s. Like that's 6-7 runs, John. Save some for Warwick and back here, I'm sure. Well, I mean, I know those things are normally back here by then. A very well sorted set out, John. It's not wasted one run today. It's almost like the Queensland 1.5 game, well, 1.5 halves of Origin delivery, John Vesnaver. Nearly perfect. John McDade, come on, John. A little bit of perfection for Johnny, please. Oh, yes, sir. All right. That is better. Jono McDade, keep an eye out on the number here from the 2J. 8:02, 178 mile an hour. There it is, Jono McDade. He's in the 235, 255 fours class, and that's a good run. He's in the Ds. So Jono McDade, let me look for the quickest D out there. That's got to be it. Pretty close. Let me go back to the number 1 here. Quickest D so far. It's got to be Jono McDade. Good number there for him anyway. That's whether he wants, that's an 8.0 there for him. That is a good run. I didn't quite catch the reaction time though. That's the thing. I might have to quickly go and... That's the thing that just deceived me a little bit because while I was looking for the ET, we've lost the reaction time off that slip. But if that was slower than 1 second, he's got to do it all again. Remember our reaction time deficit rule. If you're a 3 or 4 second reaction time and you run an 8.0, well, that's now an 11. Kareen is back. Kareen Pontini, in the I class, so trying to run 11.50. 2.34 reaction time, so that's going to cost Kareen 1.34 seconds no matter what. A lot of smoke backing off the throttle, 11.30, so trying to slow that thing down to 11.50. If that's the class Kareen's in, I class, it's got plenty of potential to go quicker than 11.50, but for now, aiming for 11.50. But the reaction time was 2.43, which means 1.43 seconds would be added. I don't think we add the first second for you, but we'll add anything after a second. That's what we do. As long as you cut a line under a second, there's no deficit. You go 1.2, we'll take 0.2 off you. You go 1.5, we take 0.5 off you. Well, off your ET, we add to your ET. We don't take it off, we add. We add that to it. So a slow reaction time means excess ET attached. So we'll see what happens here. Daniel Hookham back. This is the Coyote Commie. We don't get to say that much.
But it's a beast and a half, folks. This is one of the ones we saw at Summernats this year. Another Queensland car. And who decides, and to be honest, I'm not going to say I was the first one to have that idea, but after seeing a few drag and drives pan out, either big block or small block, whether it was LS or Ford or Chev, one of the biggest killers of drag and drive cars, especially serious ones, would be valve train damage. And normally valve train damage, you know, on the drives instead of the drag, because of all of that over the nose valve spring pressure and broken rockers and smashed lifters. So all of that valve train weight. And I always thought, all right, that's a nice little dry hop. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. That's not a bad little dry hop, but that's an old version of a dry hop. That's the modern turbo version of a dry hop, really. We're pushing him back. What do we got? A little leak? What do we got? I don't know what we've... Has he done something there? Is that dust or something come out of the car? All right, well... It was dust came out. Dust? Where's the dust coming from? Brand new... Dust on a brand new car. Extinguishers or something? Oh, sandblasting or something. Oh, well, you got to get it out somehow. Probably just not here. I know it hasn't had too many street miles either. That's the thing about Hookie's car. This thing hasn't had a lot of street miles. As we said, this thing debuted at Summernats, made some good horsepower. He then took it home and was going out in a cruise with it, because remember, this was designated to be built as a drag and drive car. And it did make a bit of a rattle noise in the engine. He turned it off. Turned out it was some, I think, dropped valve seats or something. And the engine supplier in the States actually did it as a warranty job. Yeah, sand, there we go. Yeah, sandblasting sand. Yep, that's what it is. Okay, here goes Maloney. What's he going to try and do here? There we go. Oh, 52 for Maloney. There's the run. I don't know, there's 1051s, there's 1052s. Where's that 1050 class going to be? We've got a little bit of time left too. But yeah, back to that Coyote Commie. Like, as we talked about before, valve train damage with pushrod engines has definitely been a thing. And I always thought to myself even, and obviously Hookham's got the same idea, is that might be the perfect drag and drive engine. Brett LaSala's kind of proven that in the States with the snot rocket over there. As far as stout, you know, literally nearly 5-second quarters you can nearly run on that thing in serious Coyote motor. So yeah, it looks about time over here in Australia. We've got guys starting to think that way, and Hookham's the first one to do it. Andy Blom, he just saw a 1052 from Maloney. Let's see if he can try and snag a 50-something in. Not now by the look of that. Let's have a look. Yeah, nothing to play with there. He might have to be happy with the 1056 or the 1057. It is warm, Bubba, isn't it? It is warm. Oh, loaded fries, anyone? I know, isn't it? It looks that way, isn't it? Take a seat, mate. Is that aircon on? Is that actually running? Just turn it on at the power point if it's not. I know this is winter in Queensland, Bubba. Yeah, it's not good, is it, for the Victorians? It's not good for the Victorians. But they're still going. There we go, that's better. Come down and have a natter to wrap up the day, big man. But Luke Page, Tara Johnson. Now, Tara, she went a 52 or something, I think. Here she is having another crack. Luke Page, he can go as quick as he wants. He's on 28s. That's not a bad number for him. Half track, 584. Something in the 8s here. 871, 171. Now he's back on the horse. 841 he ran so far today. And Tara, 1048 with a 6. Have a look at the time slips she's got in the glove box. Let me tell you, it's 40. She's had everything from literally 1026 to 1068 to 1056 to 1052. There's some people really chasing that number. And look, we'll get a printout at the end of this today that will tell us most of the numbers, but there's still a few, and this is where we've been tricked by a couple of them, only because they've gone real quick and had to pull it back. So we won't see what the pullback ET is. Their time slip handed in will tell us. So we can only speculate what we've got on this screen as their quickest times, and then trying to remember every single run they make after that, whether they hit it or not. And I guess the truth is they all nearly probably hit something they liked, because where are they? They're gone. Well, they're gone. That's where they're gone. Where's our 150-odd entries? They're not here. They're on their way to, Impress Fab and Six Boost for their sausage sizzle and gifts. Actually, by the time I get there, I probably would be up for a sausage sizzle, considering I've got still billet-loaded fries to go through. Yeah, I've had a burger. I didn't have the chips. I'm staying away from the chips for now. But still got people trying to hit the number. Oh, you come with me? Oh, yeah, okay. I thought you were going to go early on the thing. Well, how did you arrange that? Oh, they've blown Bubba away on day one. Oh, well, tell your story walking. Here he is. Yeah, so just for those people that, because I just got Bubba on the mic, just for our live stream people, obviously, because we're down to a crowd of 11 here live, and lots more people are going to watch on the stream a little bit later on if you're flicking through until the end today on Overtaking Lane, YouTube, and the like. Damien Boyce, he's seen Danny go like 10.52 in his 2J Commodore, so Boyce reckons he's got a 50-something in there as well. So it's just these last couple of guys that just have unlimited access to the track. I mean, this is where your value for money comes in. 47 with a 5. Put that with the other guy's 48 that he just ran before. This is the boulevard of broken dreams for some of these guys. But really, at the end of the day, this is living, isn't it?
100%.
You get lots of vibe out there. You did a few interviews, Bubba?
Oh, yeah. Everyone was happy as Larry. Everyone did a couple of passes, hit the road. It's going to be amazing. So far, everyone is happy as Larry.
Now, I don't know, and a big shout out to the 227 still watching us on Overtaking Lane, and that's live. We know what happens, and I do the same thing. When you're at work and you can't tune in, you'll catch that this afternoon. If you've got some little routine, of course, in your real lives, you've got to go do something else, and you want to catch up on what's happened. We know hello to all the people watching that are watching it back on YouTube later, and that's the best thing about Overtaking Lane and their streams. And that's what I love to try and work a bit harder for them, because it is that continuous call. You're able to tune into the program. Whatever we got on track, we like to keep you informed on. Whatever's not happening on the track, even if it's irrelevant, I'll keep saying it. And to have you, Bubba, here this weekend, I mean, you're already a colourful character, and then they give us these bright pink shirts. And I love the zip deal on it.
How good's that?
I love the zip deal on it.
Professional.
And look, I hope you're not upset. I know that initially Dully had said, listen, I'll give you my Commodore to run around in from site to site. And then I rang up Dan during the week and I said, oh, mate, so I just thought about it. If Bubba's going to be given the Commodore Ute to be driving around and then I could travel with Bubba, I've still got to get to the track. So I'm driving a big old Fiat van.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then I said to the guys, well, you know what? I've been in a Commodore Ute with my mate, and we've driven to Sydney many times. I said, let me bring the van and let's take Bubba in the van. We've got a bit more room for the big boys.
Oh, yeah. And I can always get in the back if.
If I get rid of yesterday's work out of the back, you could sleep. Mate, I've slept in that thing before
I'm
already.
Sure you have.
That's the hotel room many a time, mate. And I'm enjoying the extra headroom in there that I had from my old Hi-Ace. So, yes, the Fiat van, it's I accidentally, when I took an engine over to DC Engines, I didn't know it had any oil left in the sump, but by the time I got there and the thing rolled over, it had dumped the whole sump of old Mercruiser oil in the back, and it's a plywood back, so it's soaked into the plywood.
Excellent.
So anytime I climb in there now, I just get sump oil. It's good aromatherapy, actually. I don't know, people burn essential oils as they're going to bed.
Yep.
Sump oil as you go to bed, it's a very earthy smell.
You could sell that.
I don't mind it.
You could sell that.
Well, it's not for everyone, but I do think there's guys out there that smell that. It's like sometimes you'll get that whiff of E85 and you'll go...
But like burnt rubber.
But well, I mean, yeah, I've copped enough of that over the years now. I still don't mind. To me, when I smell it, it smells like freedom. You know what I mean? It's like someone's let a skid rip and it's like freedom.
But you know what even gets me now, and this is just babbling on until we pull up stumps. It may be, look, I think 3:30 is going to be maybe the hard close. I just saw the Seng boys towing around behind. I heard Dave Hillman warming up the delivery behind, so I do think, while we babble on here, that there's still a few more things rolling in this afternoon. That's testing, especially the exhibition classes. So you're watching the overtaking lane live stream of All Stars Drag and Drive with Diggs and Bubba through the 3 days. But I still get this once in a while, mate. You know, when you're out, and for me, I might be driving around town and you see a toughie. You're either pulling up in traffic and there's a toughie there going somewhere.
Yep.
It puts a smile on my face because I can nearly see that on a daily basis on the north side of Brisbane. And I know probably when you're running around Victoria, you'll see the same thing. Someone's got the time to get in it. They own it. They're in it. And they're not frowning as they're driving it, mate. They're enjoying it. And so many more people are enjoying it for them because they'll be sitting there going, look at that guy. He is truly
made it.
He's a cooler cat than I am.
He's made it.
But the thing that gets me once in a while when it's an old toughie like that is you smell his fossil fuel. You know what I mean? You'll smell that, geez, that thing's running rich, and you go, God bless it. You know, he's paid his taxes. He's going to fill up at $1.71, you know, while the Tesla driver drives by unnoticed, by the way. Hey, you know what I mean?
I do.
As the Tesla driver's going to have no one as he pulls up, look at him and go, that dude's cool.
No,
that dude's enjoying his life.
He'll probably have a man bun or something.
They're inside driving a Tesla going, I hope everyone's looking at me knowing that I'm responsible and smarter than
For the
everyone.
environment.
And that I'm smarter than anyone else. So that's the attitude. They're inside the car looking at it, people looking at them going, that's just another robot in another robot car.
You named it.
But if you've got a guy, say, with an idling, 440 Barracuda that you just don't see anywhere else for a year, and then this guy's there, blah, 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 you're looking at that thing. Everyone's giving you thumbs up in traffic. Yep. It's just one of those things. Hang on, stand up so we can see you. Yeah, g'day. Oh, g'day, boys.
Oh, hello.
It's almost like looking in a mirror, isn't it? Hello. That's them. Oh, reverse mirror, is it? Right there. And I'm wearing the pink shoes. Yeah, that's me wearing the pink shoes. I got to get, I don't know, do you get them custom or do you got a spray booth or... We got to get a sneaker spray booth going so you can get the luminescent colour, or we go into billet sneakers, one of the two. Like, sell you a set of... I haven't got them.
There could be a market for that.
For billet
actually. Yeah.
Sneakers, absolutely. You'd be clumping around the place. But I might get mine anodised,
You'd have to.
I mean, speaking of anodised, have you seen the trophies? Everyone, even already this morning, some of the competitors are going, Diggs, have you seen the trophies? I want to win one of those trophies. And it's like, well, I can't sway the result, but thank you for your offer. They're fantastic. One of a kind billet trophies, anodised. They're going to be, I think Enemies Racing Australia helped with that. Jamie did the anodising on that, and I think you guys finished them off in the own CNC part of things.
So in-house, that's awesome.
Well, I tell you what, the boys have been playing with they're loving their CNC machine there. They're starting to make a few nice things in there. The billet barra sump, that broke the barra internet a couple of weeks ago, so I'm sure the odd billet barra sump's going to be getting distributed around the place. And clever design too, front and rear hump stuff. So, it's going to really help with the fab industry when you come to that. And remember, I suppose in the days, the 2J swaps, the same deal. You can get that kind of in a factory deal.
That's
it's like
cool.
It's like using 308s. If you got the Commodore sump, it's the front hump sump. And all that. If you want if you got a QE, you need the rear hump and something about the hump in your sump that you need for if you're into engine swaps in Australia, it's about the hump of the sump.
So
right?
you get it.
It's the sump humps. Oh, we're on the live stream, even though the post is in the way. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, not hello.
Hello.
Not hooray. That's Bubba saying hurro. That's not me, right?
Just confirm.
Hurrah.
Hurrah.
You'll get nailed done. Well, actually, those people have been everywhere. Like, I had a takeaway shop where the lady used to say, hurrah. Steak burger with the rot. And she go, I put some chip in there with you. Then she'll go, you want drink? You want drink with that? And you'll go and she go, and then mate, she was so Aussie, even though she didn't sound it, she go, I'll go, Matt. That was her. I've told plenty of guys down south that story about my favourite Asian lady takeaway chick. I tell you, she's fantastic. How you going, Matt? You want chip, Matt? You want drink? All right, Boise wants a 1051. That's what he wants. Okay, Matt. All right, half track, 689. Okay, and a good run, 1058. Well, a great run there, 1058. Great run, Damian boys, great run. Fantastic run from Damian boys. That is on a whole different, revel. I've been waiting all wrong, so wrong.
I'm so wrong.
Wrong day. Don't be racist. Black racist. What a great run. โมเทสตันชุงคำสู้เมะว่าอาคาตูเฮนลี He can't do Henley. NASCAR to Wumba. He NASCAR come into sister shop, get 2 sausage roll. You want sauce with that mat for his head?
All right. Enough of that, Bubba.
Okay.
We can do plenty, I tell you. Hold the phone, blocker.
Oh, is that who I think it is?
I just saw a Corvette spring into the lanes there. Did I just see a Corvette, like a late model Corvette, spring in there?
You did, but I think I see the Sangs.
Right now, though, I'm excited, right? Because I've been looking at the E-Class. You know, we can't get quite all the E-cars out there. But this is 235, 255 NA. So whether Stu Henry's got a 255 on that or a 235, I don't know. Judging by the tyre that I can see from here, this looks like a 235. So whatever it is, an 878 and then an 876 from Stu Henry, that makes that a very tough car to beat in that class. And as far as national drag and drive 235 Aspo ETs, that's you know, national style class there as far as one of the quickest NA 235s in the country. Still got to do the other 2 days though. I mean, it's one to do it on day one. But I tell you what, Stu Henry, 126, 60 foot, half track, 556, and beautiful out the back door, rolls it off, 942. So I wonder, now he is in that, he's in that 235, 255 class. I don't think that's one that you can use the multiplication on.
Oh, right.
Remember we were talking about the 8th mile multiplication?
Yep.
It's interesting that he rolled off the throttle where he did, and whether or not that short time he was looking for, whether that works as well. I had a scenario I told myself here before. Imagine if the ET that you ran was X amount quicker than the ET you're supposed to run, but the reaction time deficit made it perfect. And that's like, that's double illegal, right? That's double illegal.
Put a lot of thought into that.
It's 2 things that we didn't want you to do, but it worked out perfect. Yeah, but we can't allow that, mate, because life, you know, we've got to put some rules in there. Kareen's trying something. This is the I-Class, so this is 1150. So look, this thing's quick to half track. Watch this, 682. Right now, some lifting of the throttle and an 1150. Okay, that'll do. Hey, take that. Take that, Kareen. You're not going to, after how hard you made that look, you know what I mean? Like, can't zing it off the line. Had so much trouble staging it. Hang on, let's see if there's reaction time deficit. It is. Oh, that's even slower. Sorry, Kareen. You were nearly perfect, but you're taking 0.61 reaction time deficit.
Had one job.
That was good until I just looked. Isn't it amazing? Just that one little rule takes what we've already looked at and go, whoop, let's do a count back, or reaction time too slow. I don't hear. Have you ever heard too much of a reaction time deficit?
No, this is new to me. I love it.
I love it too. It's just another mini rule that no one whinges about. It's like, right, here's an extra parameter that we must abide by. So watching them try and stage and run before the 1 second, that's been interesting. And we've watched them actually achieve it, and it's almost like this massive achievement, even though it's like, right, we just got something to survive, something half competitive. How hard was that? Now let's hit the road and forget about it. You know, that's what I think. I think because they'll have all this time, and this is the thing you probably noticed too, mind you, considering what you ran for the week, and you know, what was your average ET over a week the year you
Mate,
won?
I can't even remember. It was that long. It was,
it was 8 something though, wasn't it, back then? It wasn't like you run 7s.
No, unfortunately not. But it was full on, I tell you. Like,
but just, did you have any time between on the road treks that you weren't stressed because you'd be watching the car every instant?
100% between kangaroos, the road, the car itself, everything. It was full on.
It's almost like your eyes are welded to the temp gauge.
unbelievable. Like,
Because it's a 3-0 too. Like you would have been having to watch the temp gauge on a
mate,
3-0.
at the end of the day, you just feel like having a shower and going to bed, but then you're overthinking, what am I going to do tomorrow?
Yeah.
You know, so it is full on, but it's worth it.
And a car like the calibre of yours, which, 7-second stuff, just what you have to check on the car between runs, let alone once you're in highway mode, yes, you think you can unwind and just relax, but you're always just making sure the beast is happy.
100%. Trans temps. That's the
Yep.
biggest problem with these things, trans temps.
And look, was the car loud enough that you could not really talk in the car? Or?
Correct.
It was
It was
really
stupidly loud.
So,
Like,
was
you
there
get
much
a headache.
conversation
Oh,
where you having? Were you your normal happy?
No,
you
so
weren't.
the start-
This was different.
The
Bubba back
start
then.
of the day is always amazing. Like, so excited. As soon as you leave the track, everyone's demeanour, including mine, you just go, ugh.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
It was what you're trying to relax, but you're still stressed.
Oh, 100%.
Just in case at any one moment when you're just about to have half a good time, shit,
Yep.
oil pressure's gone to
Yep,
zero.
yep.
Pull this thing
That's
over.
the whole
Charge
way.
light. Yeah. It's we're not really advertising that as sounding like a pleasurable
But
experience.
it's worth it. It's all worth it in the end. Please try it. Please do it.
Well, what you get at the end of that is a credibility you can't earn any other way.
See, that is what it's about.
That is exactly what Drag and Drive has become. And as I said before, yes, I've got traditional drag racing heroes that I've grown up to adore. I now know so many more real drag racing
Yep.
heroes out there. Our own Dragon drivers, every Dragon driver in the States now, like anyone that goes to a sick week and you go, dude, like that Schroeder dude that comes from Canada with that big Aspo thing. And this dude's just this coolest hippie dude in his late 60s. And dude,
Love and life.
you just make this thing look easy, but it's not. Mate, there's a bunch of Canadians I rate as just true legends because of not only the cars they've built, they drive them 3,000 miles to compete for the week and then drive them home. It's like, dude,
it's
John
insane.
Force doesn't do that, mate. My favourite one's the 4,000-pound Pontiac with the stick shift twin turbo big block that can run like low eights every day of the year. Took his 89-year-old dad with him for the week. That's, to me, that's modern stuff. That's actually, that's loving these things to a point. All right, come on, Caleb. Right now, baby. You look at him crying around the tyre there.
Ooh.
Pedal. Look, it was good. 5.13 for a little bit. 0.79 off the button. 1.34 in the 60. But this is one thing that the boys have done. And again, with Dad watching over everything, I'm sure ultimately Dad, if the boys are going to show Dad something that they want to do, Caleb or Jaden, Dad will look in and go, well, you can do this or you can do that. These kids have to grow up knowing how to put these things
100%.
together. And then the way they've been tuning on occasion, you will see them catch the tyre like that. And let's see whether Jaden does the same thing as Caleb. But sometimes as that thing's coming off the line, it's almost like it's got a little stutter.
Yeah.
You think it's like accident that it's done the stutter, but it's like catching the tyre. It's like it's just about to break free and it feels like it's going to go and it will just cut and catch. I call it cut and catch, whether it's a real thing or not. It's something they've used and it works. And even in 235 at Kenda's a couple of weeks ago, even with the cut and catch it'd still run like a 470.
That's crazy.
When it's stuck and the little cut comes out, like sometimes there'll be a run where it doesn't cut at all. It'd go 450s. Both of these went 450s on a 235 at Kenda. One after the other the boys did. They're very impressive, these two boys. See that little cut?
Yep.
Cut, catch and feed and send.
That's crazy.
And there you go. See, as I said to you, 479. That's what the thing does when you can cut and catch it, feed it and squeeze it, right? That's a cut, catch, a feed and a squeeze, all in the one run.
I don't know what to say. That's crazy.
And I just made that up. I love that. Cut, catch, squeeze and feed. Put that down. Someone write that down for us so we remember it tomorrow.
We'll talk about that on the trip.
Yeah, I'm going to read it now, right? So we cut it and we catch it, and then we feed it and we squeeze it, right? That's all in one run, and then equals 479. So that's what it equals at the end of all that. 479 over the 8th. Now, look, it rolled through and it went 852. So this is amazing. Like, I really appreciate these radial cars over the 660, and then even rolling off the end, it goes 112 at the trap at quarter mile, 852 on the timer. Here's this Corvette. I knew I didn't imagine it. Guess who's back? Nana's back. Nana, all these guys, and you used to do the same thing, Bubba. You reward the people that stay to the
100%.
end. Now,
Commitment.
Basically, at that stage, it's me and Kerry. That used to be the two. Like, everyone
Last
else is
people
gone.
leave, yeah.
The track officials are standing there waiting for it to finish. This is a reward for you 7 people. But because we've got, hundreds still watching on our live stream Friday afternoon, All Stars, Drag and Drive, Diggs and Bubba with you. For those people who are going to be watching it back as well and squeezing through, fast forwarding, hope you found this part of the fast forward, knowing that we're directing it to you.
Go team.
And we want to see you and hear from you guys at Warwick tomorrow. And I hope when we're in the box at Warwick, we're lucky because normally Overtaking Lane will have their main computers for the stream in the same box as us.
Perfect.
And they can share the chats because we can get some chat up from their viewers. And yeah, we got to take both sides of the feedback there
yes,
too.
Of course. Give and take. It's fine.
And I remember doing that up at Warwick there a couple of events ago where a guy's going, I can hear, because we're the Nitro Funny cars there at one stage, and he goes, I can hear these cars from my house. And it's like, oh, thanks, Phil. And it's like, hang on a sec, you can hear these from your house? Phil, where the bloody hell are you? Why, if you can hear them from your house, why can't you come here? Hang on, I thought the Corvette was going to go down the track. Not that way.
You really misread that one.
Can anyone tell us who is in that car? Who was in the white Corvette? Was his smile as bright as his paint job? Is he the guy from Trivago? Have you seen the teeth on that bloke? Oh, Chop. Who's that? Oh, Terry.
Oh, there, it makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Mum. Thanks for that. That was Tez himself driving the Vet. Well, I suppose maybe, I don't know, either a customer's Corvette or it's one that it's the
found in the car
Well, I
park.
suppose when it's time to upgrade the workshop vehicle for Paramount, maybe it's, well, you know what? Let's try one of those new Corvettes. I know one thing, if that's the case, don't tell me that we don't put the old Aussie Ingenuity cap on, and especially, we're still based on sort of LS-style infrastructure in that.
Yep.
Either he goes and makes that thing one of the quickest, well, it'll be the quickest vet of its type in the country because there is a bit of a world ET record for vets.
Yep.
As soon as you bring out a car like that, it becomes this whole, how fast unopened or how fast in its standard chassis sort of deal. And that's a bit of a bragging right. And who knows in today's industries, of course, you get the ETs to match what, you get ETs out there that sort of show a performance upgrade and you're in the business of doing that. That's why they've been around for a while. And I do remember it was a pivotal moment years ago. Just caught Terry at a bad moment. He had the Brocky out here running at a Kenda. It was that long ago. And he had a problem. Something happened with the Holly. It dumped all of its data that he had on, all his tuning data sort of just blank screened it, right? And he's there thinking, I can't even start to think what I'm going to need to do as a tune-up to start to get everything back to make this thing run. And then he thought about, I think I'll just give it all up. It's all a bit too hard. And I said, well, don't expect the phone to ring on Monday at work then, do you? I said, because a lot of your business seems to come from your success with this car, and this is the flagship. And I've seen workshops in the past. If you do have a flagship and you're out there performing well, I've seen that for 30+ years at this place, build workshops. We've been doing a little bit of upcoming promo for Jamboree, of course, a massive Jamboree, 35 years coming up for that. And then just going back to the early days, and we're talking about the early days of pack performance and everything like that, and just how through Jambo especially, and how much they used to perform even in the old super sedan days. I remember seeing pack initially at the Nationals in a super sedan field, 110 super sedans at the Nationals, and 3 SS double Bs. It was either Pack, Rodriguez, and Dalton. They'd be the 3 rotaries back then, or Dyson. So before Jambo was its own thing, you had to fit in with every other sedan. And then to watch Pack come into things like Jamboree and then get the whole wind of what the world was doing with them, and then to actually go, well, you know what, we want to set world records. Then everyone established that, yeah, this is what they are going to be. And then to go into this active engagement. No one's ever talked to anyone, but it's like we know we've seen footage of an ET in one country. Let's beat it. Next thing you know, the internet came along, and then that all blew up. And now I think Pack have got over 26 employees. Wow. They have a workshop, which is just, they got the fab shop, I think they got panel, but they literally do everything. They got the CNC machines there, they got the dyno, they are doing full builds, and
George was complaining a couple of years ago about a customer. He goes, oh, this customer's driving me nuts. And he goes, he's given me 3 cars to build for him.
Oh, what a problem.
So it's not one car. This guy's got like 3, and I think it was like an RX3, an RX7, and something else. So again, it's purely a lot of the rotary stuff is what they're famous for. And that's all come from racing on the track.
100%.
The
And
credibility.
support, customer support too.
And people can talk about no-time racing forever, saying how great no-time racing is, mate. Well, I don't know how many people have gone on to really kick ass without time slips coming up in their lanes and gaining credibility from the actual
100%. It's where
time
it all
slip.
starts, yeah.
And I just see guys that, the numbers don't lie. It's built plenty of workshops out of that. And this is where you don't hide. You can't hide out there. With a no-time race, you can hide if you want. In ones where ETs come up, you're not hiding from anyone. And good numbers, they're there for everyone to be seen. I tell you what, there's still a couple in the lanes there. I do see, look, as I said, the Nana is over there. The XC, someone in the middle, and then our friend here in the Tirana again. So we are looking, well, we're at that sort of what we thought was a going to be stumps around 3:30. So we will just stick with it for a moment. As you said, you're not going anywhere.
We're together.
Are we going to try and hit that checkpoint? We've got to go and hit that before dusk. I don't know how long they're going to be up there for. I would assume.
But we don't want to miss the sausage sizzle.
No. I won't eat again until then, if that's the case. If I can go up there and get a perfectly fabricated sausage and some of the world's best turbo manifolds, I'll go up there.
Mate, I reckon we'll go straight there.
Well, as straight as we can. We'll see if we can get a copy of the course and go from there.
Yeah, wherever the road takes us.
But there is still a couple in the lanes, and that was good. Look, all Paulie Butler did with the Nana Gemini, that was, I think, Nelly, the first run down the track today. Paul Butler, 8:32, and he's just parked it in there. He is in the import class, and I guess, look, we had to call him import. Well, it's a Gemini, but this is the thing. Like, he's entered in that. He's got the import engine. He's got an SR20 engine.
Yeah, right.
So you can say that's the import part of that because the rest is the Gemini. And last time I looked, they made them at Acacia Ridge. You know what I mean? They made them in Brisbane.
Yeah,
it's a Brisbane-built Gemini in the import class, but because it's got an SR in it.
Still makes sense.
If Paulie had like the old inline G180, we'd have to say, sorry, mate, that's unimport. So the opposite of un-Australian is un-Asian. Right? So that's un-Asian. That's unimport. If that thing had an original Gemini engine in it, sorry, mate, that's not import enough. You know? Can you close your eyes a bit closer? All right, yeah, that's you. Righto. Hurrah. Nana. So, but because it's the SR20, yep, sure, mate. Because it's the SR20, it's an import. So he's in there. He could have put an Opel badge on it for the weekend, called it an Opel Cadet with an SR20 in it. But it's like an Acacia Ridge built body with a Nissan built SR20. But he's in the lane, so first run of the day, and now he's coming out a bit later. Adam Wren still in there in the C class, being NA28s. I'm going to let this thing sing. Oh, since the tyres. Just rolls the thing off the throttle. Early a 976 and a 981. But now's the time for even him. I know that we're so close to wrapping it up, but he might get a hot lap in if he wants. Try the other lane even. So some of these cars are just a little on the edge of their own suspension potential sometimes. It almost rhymes, doesn't it? The suspension potential. Just like cut, catch, feed and squeeze. The cut and catch. Feed and squeeze. All right, so it is the Coyote Commie. Hopefully got the rest of the sandblasting dust out of the shell. I've seen that before with cars that are fresh. If they've had that literally rotisserie style restoration, I mean, especially if you're getting something clean, you are sandblasting every inch of that shell. And yeah, some of that's coming out in the heat of battle. All right, Andy Blom chasing the never-ending search for 10.50. What's he go now? 10.75, Andy.
A little bit in no man's land now. We were so close, 10.57, 10.56. He wants something quicker than a 56, obviously. And he's continuing to push on no matter what. All right, here we go. The Coyote Commodore. One of our newest drag and drive cars in this country. It does sound the business, does it not? A half serious, and when I mean half serious, this thing's got 2,500 plus horsepower potential. I have no doubts. It is a serious Coyote in all the right places. Spot On's put it together. I always wondered why there was this weird looking Coyote engine long motor sitting under the bench there, and now I know why. Daniel Hookham had the dream. No one had thought about this before ever. Twin turbo Coyote motor, so you know the Ford small block, the current Mustang small block, twin turbo in a Commodore. But we're sure glad he decided to do it, Daniel. Word is Spot On's got another car in the shed getting built. All right, mate, no more throwing of the bottles, thanks. That was close. It's got some, that thing, I tell you. It went 154 pretty easily in the 60 foot, but it just gave it a little bit more then. It just wanted a bit more, and it goes to show how much that thing's got. Like, they're trying to tame that thing down from what it can make, and that's 2,000 odd. But I don't know, like now's the time. And again, I'm not going to say we've got, you know, an hour left. I don't know how many more minutes we're going to give these guys and whether they have another shot at it today. And again, Hookham's got to get that thing up to Warwick and then tomorrow. And sometimes I think the best thing you can do with cars like this is just you got to treat it like you're going to treat it. Don't baby it. You're going to treat it like you're going to treat it. If that's got to go on the road and now cruise to Warwick, well, that's the challenge, whether we get an ET here or not. And then start testing the rest of the car out instead of what we know so close to working in that car. Again, how do you even get this thing to any baseline? I suppose by the end of the weekend, we might just see it here on Sunday especially. This guy, I want it to happen right now. Come on, Lumper. That's better, son. That's better, son. Half track, 525, 804 for Lumper. There we go. There we go. It stayed together. You can hear it slipping, though. Gone through the gears. It kept the power. It kept everything going. And there we go, finally. 804, he finally got there. Finally got there. Good on you, Drewy. I'm sending you the text, GCC, testing it back. He gets that. He's going to be happy with that. 804 for Lumper, considering how many times. And I think it went softer in the 60. It went like 133 in the 60 or something. So it still did everything it needed to do right. Speaking of doing things right, and I guess being in the import class, pro import, Paul Butler, Nana, what this car has won makes it so notorious. It's a perfect no prep car. It's a perfect roll racing car. So many things this car does for purpose. And look, honestly, I could tell a fib and tell you it's got 1,000 horsepower if it wants. It's an SR20, so you know you can run an SR20 as hard as you dare. But let's just say conservatively that it's got, you know, probably up to 800 purely on offer there. And this thing, you know, it's as light as a Gemini can be with all the right bits in it. Paulie Butler. This is the import class, so no ET limit. It's about running as quick as you can run the car. His first run today off the trailer was an 8:32. So here he is at the end of the day, putting only his second run in of the day. One run right at the beginning at like 10 o'clock. Oh, bobbing the wheel, keeps bobbing the wheel. It's still carrying the wheel to half track. 5:36. Here we go. 8:30. Good runs for Nana. 8:30, 166. It went 8:32 right up this morning at 158. A bit more power in Nana that time. And it was dangling that left-hand wheel. Like, I could still see that going down the track because we've got this little bit of a shine and sunlight gleaming on the track from this angle, and I could look under that left-hand front wheel, that SLX front wheel, the little alloy SLX rim, and it was daylight. It was 2 inches or 3 inches of daylight under the left-hand front. Even to half track, I could see the light of the dangle. So good run there for Paulie Butler. Two hits in the day. That's all he needed to do. Right at the beginning, right near the end. I can see we've just got the little vac truck going out there for a quick visit. Whether it's a little scrub or whatever like that. If it's a little wash truck, it might have picked up something. Whether, again, it was Ulf Hookham's car, I don't know. But Paulie went down this lane pretty good. And we've got another one in the staging lanes here. And this is a showstopper. Absolute showstopper. And it's... unless we got another one in between. But it's this beautiful, what do we call it, a sedan delivery of Dave Hillman. Just about ready to go. We heard that blow and Hemi fire up before, over in the back. And yeah, whatever we've done in that lane, I tell you what, we might have to retire that lane if it is something that's... whatever we're doing there, we may not be looking to prep that anymore today. That's going in for a bit of a scrub. And I'd say we'll be using this lane for that to finish whatever we've got left to finish here. We've got, it says here in the entry, Adam Rinn with the Falcon. Whether he is just down there, we can't quite see him. But I do know we've got Dave Hillman there in the lanes, which is the that VF van. Sedan delivery, I guess you can call it. Blow and Hemi. Fire up call has been given. So here we are at 18 minutes to 4 on day 1, Friday, of All Stars Drag and Drive. Thanks to RCE Performance. All of our other great bracket sponsors as well. So Warwick tomorrow, pretty much same schedule. So head up to Morgan Park, and you'll see where the sign takes you into the drag strip, Warwick Dragway, 1320 Motorsports Warwick Dragway, where we're going to do a whole day of Junga Bunga love up there at Warwick, and the Loy hospitality. It's great, and you're going to have a good time up there. A lot of our competitors. Hopefully, we've got a few people that haven't been to Warwick get there tomorrow and just reacquaint themselves. It's just one of our best regional tracks as well. Just up there. I don't want to rate all of our regional tracks 1 to 10. They're all they're all 10 out of 10 for me. And the Loy family especially. All right, Rennie. Oh, love to hear that thing sing. 984, earlier 981. 137.02 that time, 976 at 137.62 has been the best for him so far. Is he like nearly the last guy to hand in a slip, really? I mean, is that the last guy? I'm sure somewhere along the line we might have had a log of who handed theirs in, and whether or not we actually kept a little, maybe we've got a sign-out list. Wouldn't it be nice to know who handed theirs in first? Who handed theirs in last? Here's this familiar sound I can never get enough of. Just about rocked myself to sleep with Blow and Hemi sound. These things will be etched in history forever for making horsepower, blow and alcohol horsepower especially. Yes, turbocharged. They go pretty well. Supercharged on nitro, we know just how quick those things can be. And everything else in between. So Dave's been given the fire up, the fire up signal.
Justin's just given that a quick rub. Going to give that a quick double rub in this lane. And I think Dave can proceed from there. Because we did give that a little light spray. Nana went down sort of soon after that. But now before Dave Hillman comes out, just that little quick drag on the sled there one last time. We can hear that blowing Hemi in the background. Mate, the guys from the canteen brought that up, mate. Yeah, hook in if you want to microwave it. I put the shout out like 10 times. I put the shout out 10 times. Anyone want some loaded fries? I've got loaded fries up here. Well, I brought a burger up literally 20 seconds after he dropped the loaded fries off. He goes, I've dropped your loaded fries off, so, well, I just bought a burger. Oh, well, you know, you can give them away or whatever. So I've been putting the shout out, trying to get people into the loaded fries. I know, Dave, what do? We can nuke them if you like. You can never bring a fry back. The only way you can ever bring a fry back is to put it back in an oven and go again. I mean, mate, you're a bit of a culinary genius. Like, I know that you do put a lot of stuff on about your slow-cooked meats and everything that you do cook at home. And of course, Overtaking Lane is you know, the Petrolheads live stream paradise. But I suppose out in the world, there's a lot more people interested in food than drag racing, which is scary. Mind you, when you consider how many people need food every day to survive, you can realise that there's only a few of us need drag, because you don't need drag racing to survive. It's some of us, hey, that's the attitude to have. Yeah, yes, I do. I do need drag racing to survive, because it's meeting my that's Big Steve there. Is that Big Steve there? Talk about master chefs down there, mate. Talk about a guy that can throw a meal together down there. Little old bloody 48 kilo Steve down there. I mean, that's just one leg, but yeah, that's hang on, 2 legs still 96. Is that right? Going back next weekend? Oh, mate, we're living. You know what? Some days you'll sit there and you get right at that moment and you go, man, how good is life? Like, you know, if you don't ask for much, how good is life? If you want more, prepare to be days of unhappy and uncomfortableness. But find days of content and you're already there. So if you can thank goodness for days of what you've got and you go, well, it didn't take me much to get where I am. And if you don't think that's too far, and if that far's enough, then come join us. You know what I mean? But yeah, you can almost do your own meaty cook meat channel, and I reckon you'd get, wouldn't it? You get more blokes worldwide frothing over the meaty meats than the chrome bars. That's the problem. You know what I mean? We got it. Can we do them together? Slow cooked meats and big block chefs all together. Imagine that. Imagine having double burnout smoked maple beef cheeks, you know, on E85. I don't know. I mean, it's not the best taste, really. Yeah, I've got the whole grandstand, 100% laughter in the grandstands now because it's Steve by himself. Geez, when he paid for the VIP seating, I didn't know he was going to get the whole grandstand for $5. Here he is for $5 out there. And young Junior down here, look at him down. How do you get to lay that close to the barriers there, young fella? How did you get that close down there to the barriers? That's right. Yeah, just when the cars are running, don't be hanging over the side like that. That's all right. I dobbed him in. There we go. Dobbed him in. Blake's gone. There we are. But yeah, I meant that slow cooked meats and cars. Haven't quite seen the show that I reckon you'd get a lot of blokes in. Like, you got to give them the first couple of minutes where it's, I'm putting this in this cooker for this. This is a beautiful meat. It's going to give us this, that, and that. So you get everyone salivating in the first 2 minutes. But coming up after the break, here's Barry with 959 cubes of Pat Musi. And then you take that on, you know. You take him like a little bit of that into a fresh roast bread roll and you go up to Barry and you go, there you go, mate. Tell us about your car. You know, it's 959, 4 kids, and you're there eating. Yeah, good. Good. Yeah. Coming out after the break, we're doing a shrimp bake. Because you got to put shrimp in there somewhere along the line, I reckon. A shrimp boil. Or you could do that. I remember, would you believe, this is a funny thing that goes back a long way. And honestly, we're nearly ready for the first ever motoring variety show where everything we do
is a little bit like Hey Hey, it's Saturday / the footy show / Japanese game show, because I was watching some old videos, and again, the guy that no one will know in the drag and drive world called Tarzan Yamada, he's actually a Japanese professional driver, and he used to do these funny little videos where he'd actually be on the big Fuji ovals and stuff testing tuning shops cars, but they would do an experiment where it's like, righto, I'm doing the cooling system on my GTR Skyline, but instead of running it through the radiator, we're running it through a bathtub, and Tarzan's going to sit in the bathtub as we get this RB up to temperature. So he's sitting in there going, and they start filling the cooling system up, and they're pumping this water through the GTR, and it's getting to operating temp. 60 degree, and he's like, Tarzan, how's the bathtub? Oh, getting too hot. So that's funny. I'd do that again. But just watching this little Japanese guy get out of this like 80 degree, it's really funny. I'll have to show you that. Here he is. Oh, the man, Dave Hillman. Let me tell you. Yeah, it's been a while since he's had it together. Remember, he just about got it ready when the Street Outlaws came out here, so that's at least a year ago. But this is all the fruit, and you remember Dave Hillman, when you can build a car like this and then steer it, it's a beautiful setup. You don't see too many cars of this calibre, but, I mean, what have we seen today? Exactly cars of this calibre all day. So, yeah, they want him to stand on that a little more, Dave, I think. No, they're just telling him. No, what are they telling him? Yet to come again, righto. So we've got Matt McCarthy down there giving him some hand signals. And this is Dave just trying to, again, get some seat time in the car. Stand on it, son. Okay, that's all right. Two attempts at that. Look, this is as much like Simon in Notorious, right? In Kraken. We've got to get the car right. Simon in the Kraken, brand new combo. I mean, this is sort of all the same combo that Dave's finished the car with, but it's seat time. It's the magic words. You can't just turn up and expect performances. I mean, we take it for granted in this part of the world how many guys are on top of their combos, but when they're still relatively new, enough time at the track, and again, Dave's so busy at work that he can't come out and test every second weekend. You know, these things are at that stage now with a half-healthy supercharged Emmy on board that he's, it's a serious deal. We've got Stretch out in front, Chris Stretch Martin. We've got Matty McCarthy helping him as well. A couple of buddies. What are we? Are we oil? We fuel? We fuel. All right. They're telling him to go. If it is a little bit of fuel, maybe out of an overflow, they'll cop the fuel. If it was oil, we're not copping that. How good does this deal look? Beautiful deal. Now, I can't expect much out of it other than just to get some seat time down the track here, Dave Hillman. All right, okay. It didn't work on the hit. Might just be fuming up there, like definitely puking up, and whether or not that thing is relatively rich, and it's, what it's like when these things, especially blowing alcohol stuff, you can get a fair bit of blow-by when they're rich, especially on methanol. So they'll look at just what may have been on the ground, whether it is fuel or whatever, and they're just sending Dave down there. They're just trying to inspect what it is, but it is a bigger tyre or something. Oh, it might be a 10.5 or something. Oh, did it? Okay, so it's got another tyre size on it, whether it's a but still a slick, eh? Yeah, still a slick. Yeah, so might have been I don't know whether it's a 14 or a 10 and a half or whatever, but it looked like it had enough meat under the back of it. I mean, I don't know what that thing would look like if it went to a radial setup where it had the little tyre under it. Probably wouldn't look as tough. And, I still love, as much as I love seeing a nice little small tyre on the back of stuff, I still love the old days of, back half tubbed cars, the old pro street look. And beautiful, beautiful car there, Dave Hillman. And just not that time the thing giving him any sort of love. And it definitely seems so rich that, blowing alcohol vehicles like that, I mean, when they're lean, they're really responsive and they make excellent horsepower and they're very, very towy. But those things run out of puff. You rev that thing, you get that blower up to speed and that fuel curve is wrong and the thing can bang the blower and do all sorts of things. When it's rich, especially roots blowers, they can be, pigs, especially if they're super rich. I mean, if you're close to the mark, they can still kind of give you some performance. But that thing definitely was, it had enough fuel, no doubt about it. So again, it's all about trying to be a little safe on the deal. You don't want to be running them lean and mean. It might be rich and safe. Rich and safe might be the deal. You're going to live and drive. Yep. That's right. So you guys have got to do the live and drive as well. So I'm pretty sure word on the street is that, you know, we are very close to wrapping everything up. And if there was someone coming down the lanes, that would be nearly the final call. We haven't heard really any sort of instructions in regards to otherwise, but we are at that time, which has happened at other drag and drives as well, like 4. I honestly thought it was 3:30, but now, you know, we are just at 5 to 4. We got one more there, I think. We did sort of clean that other lane. Justin's going for a little bit of an inspection there after Dave's run in that lane, just to see. And again, even if we were half sus on that, whatever it was, if it was fuel or whether it is puke, i.e. the catch can, and when they are rich, it can fill that up, and that can be a bit of oil in there as well. Blow-by does end up turning into either a fuel vapor, which mixed with that crankcase ventilation can have an oily residue from that. And the same deal with fuel tank overflows as well. Fuel tank vents. We'll have seen cars, plenty of photos in the past of drag cars leaving the line and fuel sort of just coming out of the tank, fuel tank overflow with front-mounted fuel tanks especially. That can cause you know, a little bit of fuel to go on the track during a run. A lot of times that stuff, especially methanol, I mean, it does evaporate very quickly and normally has not really caused too much problems to vehicles on a run. But whether that's that or not, but Bretto's got the vac machine out and well, I'll call it the wash machine or whatever, and it's going to give that, wherever he ran down the middle there, a bit of a scrub. So I would nearly dare say that we're nearly calling stumps on that, or if we haven't had the official word, we would say all competitors, make sure your time slips are in before you receive your course. We may also, however, only be talking to a mere handful and would assume that we are very close to wrapping up day 1 of All Stars Drag and Drive. It's been a great day. And if indeed that's the case, our guys will pack this stream up shortly and go and set it all back up at Warwick. So when you do get on in the morning or whatever, whether you've got to do things in the morning or whatever, we actually encourage you guys, instead of just tuning into the Overtaking Lane stream tomorrow, if you are anywhere within a couple of hours drive of Warwick Dragway, we implore you to come out and join us live in the venue. Come and suss it all out. We'd love to see you there. And don't forget, Sunday here at Willowbank as we get back to finish it all. Little shootout happening on the Sunday here as well. Yep, okay, that's cool. That's a good call. All right, there we go. So that's the call. Is that right? Crack and run more time. Is that right? Righto, there we go. So rewards for all our people that are still watching us on the live stream, and for yours truly that gets to see that as well. Been waiting for the Kraken to finally appear on the track, and it's only so long you can sit at it, and I look at my Gordito every Tuesday, and there's only so long I can sit there looking at it thinking, when is the day I'm going to run that thing? And thinking I'm miles away. But then you look at things like Simon's thing, you go, man, there's a lot more sophistication to that car than my little thing. And you can even realise no matter how sophisticated or simple you're trying to build, you've still got to get them together. They've still got to work properly. And all you want them to do when you turn up at the track is to not give you any more problems. Just run like the machine that we want it to run, you know. Nothing kills the passion more sometimes than getting unnecessary stress out of your recreational vehicle. And I wonder, some guys will probably admit this, that's why they have jet skis. That's why they have dirt bikes. That some guys actually go and still get their kicks on things that, yes, they can still tear up, but still, you know, maintain and deliver a fair amount of fun per dollar, other than drag cars that annoy you. There's the Lumper down on the start line there. Lump, happy with the 8-0. He was good on that run. And that is a good run for Lumper. I know, mate, we're waiting for the Kraken, and then, yeah, we'll be cracking. Yeah, that's right. I've just got a quick trip to the Toot, and then we'll hop in the Fiat, and then we will head to Impress Fab and Six Boost. But this will be one more run. We're going to run the stream up until we see what Simon O'Carroll comes up with. Remember, this combination brand spanking new, and that means probably a plethora of bugs to try and get on top of. But so far, so good. The machine is back. It is intact. And any time with these cars, if you've got to, if you do manage to turn the thing to a few RPM between runs, is that you want to get all over the valve train on that, make sure that thing is working properly. And all that. So that's what they've have to do, is make sure engine-wise that thing is happy with valve clearance and stuff like that. Obviously, I still think we are mechanically fuel injected, so it's about having a fuel tune up there as well. Thanks for the message there, Bubba. That's right, we are ready to hit the road. One more run on the stream, and we will be hitting the road, Diggs and Bubba, and I'm sure Bubba will go live with that too, which will be fun. So we'll be doing that soon, and big couple of days for the guys out here. I mean, when is there not a big couple of days for the guys like Justin and the boys from IDRP, and of course Brett Farnell, that's here every other day for Willowbank Raceway, putting in 110%. We'd be lost without these guys doing this sort of stuff. And let me flip this over here now. Remember, I've been watching it all day because I can only get, well, looks like we're out of that screen now as our Dragon drives, and we're still just in our exhibition cars. But I wanted to see what our 64th quickest ET was. And last time I looked, because that's all CompuLeague can give us in that screen, is up to the first 64. And I'm sure, we could probably double that as far as performances are concerned. But at the last time I looked, and this is a nice little snapshot on where southeast Queensland or, interstate Dragon drives are, and I'd love to see it happen again in Victoria when Street Machine do theirs. I'll do the same thing next weekend when I'm doing the road trip in Mackay, is what the 64th quickest ET is. So our 64th quickest ET, so 64 cars down the track, the 64th quickest ET was a 1070. Think about a 10-second street car, and then realise that the 64th quickest time today by a street car at Allstars Dragon Drive was a 1070. That's pretty damn impressive if you ask me. Not bad for a nice little 3-day Dragon Drive here at Willowbank. And then we'll have to, obviously tomorrow we're in 8th mile, so again I might have a nice comparison there. They might be able to print this out for us up there. We'll see what the 64th quickest ET is over the 8th. I'll take that info up and see what we're like at the road trip next weekend. Of course, Addictive Events Road Trip Drag Challenge. I think it's Performance Pass plus Drag Challenge up there at Palmyra next Friday and Saturday and Sunday. But spoke to the boys here at Overtaking Lane. They are not doing that stream up there. They can't get up to that one. So we hope there's a few guys up there going to do a bit of streaming for us. So keep your eyes out for that, Dragon Drive fans, if you are looking for a bit of Dragon Drive action again next weekend. Up there, the road trip in Mackay. So just the one track for 3 days. So like normal road trip format would be half the field would go out and do a bit of a road trip through Mackay or whatever, and the other half will be running down the track, and then we swap them over in the Arvo, have a bit of a shootout at night. Normally Saturday we'll have a feed and a bit of fun time on the Saturday night, and then finish everything off on the Sunday with another shootout, I would imagine. Big shootouts normally Saturday night with 650 and Dial Your Own, and I'm sure we're going to be looking forward to some really good racing again. And when you add up what we've seen here this weekend with Allstars Dragon Drive, and then add up what we'll see next weekend Mackay, that's hundreds of Queensland Dragon drivers having a crack at it. It's 2 Dragon Drives in 7 days. That's a pretty impressive state of the nation. How you going over there, Janie? What's doing, darling? All good? She's up there watching the last little bit. Ready to see what Simon O'Candles can do. Well, can we call him Simon O'Candles anymore if he's running the Kraken now? Simon O'Kraken. The Kraken now that he's got a black belt. Simon O black belt. Simon O screw blower. Simon O Hemi. I mean, the nitrous love gave him the O'Candles nickname. But what do we call you now that you're screw blowing Hemi or the Liberty? Simon O Complicated. That's what this car is. Simon O Complicated. It's going to be fun, though. And it's great to have these people watching still on the stream. And big shout out to everyone that's tuned in throughout the day, whether you're at work or watching it on a replay. If you're like me, I love getting onto these streams and you kind of scroll through real quick until you see cars going down the track and then you can pause and go back and pick it all up. Hopefully we get to do that one more time before the end. Simon O Methanol. That's not a bad one. Simon O Methanol. What about Simon O Complicated? Do you like Simon O Complicated? Because that's what she is now. Mind you, he doesn't need 96 spark plugs now, does he? But he'll need some push rods, some rocker art. What else will he need on that? There's about 900 new things. Yeah, he's going to be 900 new things now. He's going to need. He's going to need He's going to need 24 sets of toes to stay on them, right? That's one thing he's going to need. What do you need with a car like that? More toes. Why? Because you need to stay on your toes with that thing. Simon O Complicated. Simon O Methanol now. Okay, Simon O Methanol. Simon O Blower. What did we call him last time? Didn't we call him, what was it? It wasn't Little Country. It was Simon. We did have another one there, didn't we? Middle Country, didn't we? We had Mr. Middle Country out there now. Let's just call him Mr. Lucky Country because we are still in the lucky country down here, I'm sure of it. Spicy O'Carroll. There's one from Dave Reed. Now, remember, Dave's not even here. Dave Reed's out on the highway somewhere photographing drag and drive cars, still watching the Overtaking Lane live stream late into the afternoon and still comes up with comments like, Spicy O'Carroll. That's a good one. Spicy O'Carroll. Screw blowing Hemi Spice, you just can't get some. All right, one more go for the Kraken. We've given that a rub, we've given it a spray. That track's in pretty decent nick now, but here we are trying to get a handle on a brand new combo. So again, when I say we're talking about Simon and the team. We're all on his side, we're all rooting for him. We want this thing to get some potential, but it can be a long road. Yeah, that's a little bit more every time. It still sounds very, very safe in the fuel system. It is a little bit McSpicy. Still a little bit McSpicy in there. And we saw how much grunt this thing had on its first hit today. Just too much. And you know, when you do lean out these fuel systems, the horsepower levels can go up in hundreds and hundreds of horsepower. You can put a degree of timing in and a pound of boost. And this thing could make 200 more horsepower. You know what I mean? At 500, whether it's 511 or 526, I don't know exactly what cubes this Noonan is. I mean, but this is all new stuff to him. Yeah, a little bit of that. Again, this is seat time for Simon O'Carroll in the new Kraken radial Camaro. Let's say it's the last run of the day. We'll be wrapping up the stream straight after this, asking all competitors to hand in their time slips, get their course directions and hit the road towards 6 Boost and Impress Fab up in Toowoomba. Bubba and I will be hitting the road very shortly too. Simon O'Candles, 419. What? 419, 156. He had a few more gears to go there. How's this, folks? 111 in the 60-foot. Hold that time. Can I get that back? Tell you what, Mr. O'Carroll, the quickest the man's ever run. The quickest the man has ever run. And you can tell me the Kraken's happy. Simon O'Candle's on his first sort of full hit in the car. Like, I mean, in anger without zinging the tyre. 111 in the 60-foot. 330, 278. 8th mile, 419, 156 mile an hour. As much as we should have 50,000 people loving that, for the people that saw that, not only here live, but on the live stream, thank you for watching. Thank you for waiting. And Simon's going to be happy. And I believe he said that if this thing's still together on Sunday, he'll be back here Sunday to do it again. So we'll see you at Warwick tomorrow. If not, see you at Willowbank here on Sunday. We'll wrap the stream up for today. All Stars Drag and Drive. Time to hit the road.